Chapter 1. The Night of Vanishing. The world was supposed to be predictable. That was the point of Mira Chen's job. Storms had signatures. Wars had warning tremors in the markets and on social feeds. Epidemics left fingerprints in hospital databases weeks before the first headline. If you gathered enough numbers and fed them into smart enough machines, nothing truly catastrophic ever came without at least a whisper of advance notice. Tonight, the numbers were whispering something she did not understand. Mira rubbed her eyes and leaned toward the central monitor at her station in the Global Response Center. It was 2 in the morning in Washington, D.C., the hour when the city felt like it exhaled and forgot to breathe back in. On the big wall 100 feet away, a world map glowed with soft, shifting colors, heat signatures of conflict, disease, weather, energy use. The room was half lit, half empty. Graveyard shift. Her console, however, looked like a panic attack in progress. "Come on," she murmured to the screen. "Show me what you're hiding." On the surface, everything was fine. The main dashboard displayed the usual forest of graphs: global internet traffic, air traffic, commodity flows, satellite telemetry. All of them hummed along within expected bands, little green indicators blinking reassuringly. But Mira didn't trust the dashboard. The dashboard was the story the system told itself. She trusted the raw feed. She tapped a shortcut and the sanitized graphs slid aside to reveal columns of dense text and numbers, timestamps, IP ranges, coordinates, protocol tags. Data poured in like a waterfall, so fast most people just saw noise. Mira had always seen patterns. There, again, a discontinuity. At 02:11:02 UTC, several million devices across the eastern seaboard showed normal activity. Phone pings, smart meter readings, router keep-alives, aircraft transponders. At 02:11:03, almost a third of that chatter vanished. Not faded, not dropped packets. Gone. As if 30% of the devices had never existed at all. And then, as she stared, the gap smoothed over. The missing entries compressed, the timestamps realigned, and the feed scrolled forward as if nothing unusual had happened. Mira sat back, heart ticking faster. "Raj," she called without looking away. Across the row, her colleague hunched over his own console, a half-drunk cup of coffee cradled in both hands like a fragile relic. Raj Patel was the kind of guy who treated every crisis as an inconvenience that had interrupted a good joke. Nothing rattled him. He glanced up now, eyes bleary behind his glasses. "If this is about the vending machine eating your dollar again..." "Sector 7 feed," she cut in. "Eastern grid. Look at the red band just before 02:11. She flicked the view to his screen. He frowned, leaned closer, then shrugged. "Looks clean now." "Now," Mira said. "Watch the replay." She scrubbed back 10 seconds and let the feed roll. For a heartbeat, the red warning band flared, numbers flashing, loss of signal, stack overflow, log index error. Then the entire block rewrote itself in a blur of green. Raj's eyebrows climbed. "That's not something it's supposed to do." "No," she agreed. "It's supposed to record anomalies, not erase them." "Software update?" he suggested, but without conviction. "They pushed that new noise filter yesterday." "Noise filters don't retroactively rewrite the past." She pulled up logs from 30 minutes earlier, from 3 hours earlier. Same pattern. "And it's not just here. Look." She widened the query. Similar gaps appeared, smaller, scattered, across Europe, North Africa, the Pacific Rim. Always the same shape, a vertical slice of time where a fraction of devices vanished, then the system healed itself, flattening the wound. "How long has this been happening?" Raj asked quietly. "I can't see earlier than 18 hours, Mira said. "Before that, the logs look perfect. Too perfect." "Too perfect? You're complaining the data's too clean now?" "Yes." She ran a hand through her black hair, loosening the knot of the bun. "Real systems are messy. This is curated." "By who?" he asked. She didn't answer. On the far wall, the world map pulsed as one of the conflict zones in Central Africa shifted, an algorithm deciding that a pattern of violence had crossed a threshold. An automated voice somewhere announced a Level 2 alert for humanitarian agencies. Everything normal, everything functioning, everything lying. Her phone buzzed against the console, making her jump. Unknown number, the screen said. No caller ID, no origin. She considered silencing it. Personal calls were frowned on in the control room, but something about the timing, slicing into her focus just as she felt the pattern click in her mind, made her thumb swipe to accept. This is Mira, she said, keeping her voice neutral. A pause, then a man's voice, roughened by age and distance, flowed into her ear. Mira Chen, do not hang up. We have very little time. Not the usual spammer's opening. Who is this? She asked. You were 12 the last time you saw me, the voice said. Your grandmother scolded you for hiding under the church pew. The water was cold when I poured it over your head. You cried so hard I thought you'd break my eardrums. Mira's hand tightened on the phone. Memory stabbed at her. A small stone church, sunlight through stained glass, the shock of icy water, and the deep, kindly laugh of the priest who lifted her back up. That's not funny, she said. Father Elias is dead. Dead to the world, the man replied. Not to you, child. She almost ended the call right then. It had to be a cruel prank. Someone from her grandmother's old parish with a twisted sense of humor. But the man's next. Words pinned her in place. Sector 7, he said. The Vanishings. You've seen them, yes? Her skin crawled. Who are you? The one your grandmother told to stay away from you, he said softly, to keep you safe until this night. Elias, she whispered. Across the row, Raj looked up sharply at the tone in her voice, but she turned slightly away. I saw your death notice, she said. Bus accident in Guatemala. The church held a memorial. They held it for the benefit of those who needed to believe I was no threat, Elias said. It allowed me to watch from the shadows, to see you grow, to wait for the tower to reach its appointed height. You're not making any sense, Mira snapped, anger flaring through her shock. And you didn't answer my question. How do you know about Sector 7? Because I know the hands that reprogrammed your sight, he said. The same men who came to your grandmother's house when you were 6. The ones in dark suits who spoke gently while they threatened to take her show off the air if she didn't stop reading certain passages. She remembered that night, though she had been half asleep in the hallway, her grandmother's fierce whispering, the men's colder ones, the Bible clutched to the older woman's chest. You expect me to believe this is about some old prophecy show? Mira said. I expect you to believe your own eyes, Elias answered. The machines you tend are screaming. Someone is covering their mouths. She stared at the rows of numbers on her screen. More gaps, more healing. Her hands felt slightly numb. What's causing the vanishings? She asked. Power grid issues? Cyber attack? Not yet, he said. For now they erase records, not people. They are testing their tools. When they are satisfied, they will move from data to flesh. And who are they exactly? You will meet one of them soon enough, Elias said. He will not call himself a king, but the world will treat him as one. Tonight is the opening act of his reign. Her console chimed. A new notification overlaid her data feed. Priority Bulletin, World Stability Council, Global Communications Anomalies under investigation. All regional centers route public-facing messages through approved channels. Public calm must be maintained. The text scrolled in 6 languages. The same imperative repeated. Approved channels? Public calm. Okay, that's weird, Raj muttered. He'd received the same bulletin. Mira could see it reflected in his glasses. We're not a censorship office. Apparently we are now, she said. Elias heard the edge in her voice. They are moving faster than I hoped. You keep saying they. Mira turned in her chair, aware of her pulse in her throat. Who are you talking about exactly? Governments? Corporations? Aliens? Pick one. Have you heard of the Council for Global Stability? He asked. She snorted. Of course, everyone has. They're the ones our politicians blame when they don't want to take responsibility for anything. The Council recommends, she mimicked a pompous official voice. They were once a think tank, Elias said, then an advisory committee. Now they are becoming an unelected throne. They have been planning for this night since before you were born. That's paranoid conspiracy stuff, Mira said, though the words felt weaker than she wanted them to. Global coordination is literally my job. I'm sitting in a building built for it. And perhaps some part of you knew it was too perfect, he said gently. All the threads of the world tied together in one place, all the eyes facing one direction. It makes for excellent disaster response. It also makes for excellent control. On the wall map, a cluster of lights in North America dimmed. Several major airports flickered from green to yellow to red. Flight arcs froze mid-path. Raj swore under his breath. We just lost contact with JFK, Dulles, and O'Hare at the same time. That's not a coincidence. Another notification popped up on Mira's screen. Anomaly filter update installed, recalibrating historical data for noise reduction. She watched as the gaps she'd been tracking shrank again, smoothed over like edits in a video file. This is not how noise reduction works, she whispered. You understand now? Elias asked. The first act of the new order is to rewrite reality so that no one can prove it began differently. If this is true, she said, why call me? I'm one analyst on the night shift. There are entire teams above my pay grade who could blow the whistle if something's wrong. And how many of them are watching the raw feed? He asked calmly. How many even know how to bypass their dashboards? You were hired because you see patterns others miss. Your grandmother prayed every night that you would use that gift for something more than predicting stock panics and flu seasons. The mention of her grandmother twisted something behind Mira's ribs. She also predicted the world would end before she died, Mira said. She was wrong. She was wrong about the timing, Elias said, not about the direction. He took a breath, and when he spoke again, his voice dropped into the cadence she remembered from the few sermons she had heard as a child. There is a cycle in the last book, Mira. You know this. Seals, trumpets, bowls. When the first seal is opened, a rider appears on a white horse, conquering and to conquer. He comes with a promise of peace and safety. Revelation, she said automatically. You think we're in Revelation now? I think the imagery fits too well to ignore, he replied. A man already moves into position, clothed in diplomacy instead of armor. When the world panics over these communication failures, he will step forward with a solution so simple and elegant that nations will beg him to manage them. Who? Mira asked despite herself. You will know his face soon enough, Elias said, but I will give you one clue. When I was young, I tried to warn him what his ambition would cost. He laughed and asked me if my God offered health insurance. A small, inappropriate bubble of amusement tried to rise in her chest at that, and she squashed it. This is insane, she said. You're asking me to accept that global outages, falsified logs, and some political snake with a vision board all add up to the end of the world. No, he said. I am asking you to accept that something is terribly wrong and that your employers have chosen to manage the story rather than fix the problem. This alone should make you walk out of that building. My clearance won't even let me walk to the break room without 3 badges, she said dryly. You think I can just stroll out the front door? Not the front door. He lowered his voice. Listen carefully. In 30 minutes, a maintenance truck will leave the loading dock on level -3. It will be hauling generator parts to a secondary site in Virginia. You will be on it. She blinked. Excuse me? You will put on a gray jacket from the supply closet, pick up a clipboard, and walk there like you belong. When the truck passes the 3rd security checkpoint, you will get off. There is a side road where a man in a yellow cap will be waiting. He wears a broken wristwatch. You will give him your grandmother's name. He will bring you to me. You've officially upgraded from insane to kidnapping fantasy, Mira said. Why would I leave the most secure crisis management facility on the planet in the middle of what might be a global emergency? Because by dawn, that secure facility will no longer be managing crises, Elias said quietly. It will be managing people. It will turn its tools inward on its own citizens, and you will be asked to help. They will use your patriotism and your compassion against you. Help us track misinformation, Mira. Help us flag dangerous dissidents. Save lives. He let the words hang there. You know how much damage you could do if you let them aim you. Raj was walking toward her now, his headset pressed to one ear, face pale. Mira, he said, covering his mic. Control is asking why our sector isn't showing the same outage flags as the regional centers. Did you touch the anomaly filters? She covered her own phone and replied, Tell them I'm rerunning diagnostics. Stall for 5 minutes. 5 minutes? He hissed. They've already pinged your terminal twice. Mira, Elias said, faint through the phone. I hear voices. We must end this soon. Decide now. Will you stay and let them blindfold you, or will you walk? Into the dark with your eyes open? Her console pinged again. A new message flashed. Security override requested. Station MC Sveni. Acknowledge filter update. Yes, no. Non-response will trigger lockout. The system never asked nicely. Niceness meant someone had changed its behavior. Her reflection in the monitor's black border looked like a stranger's. Pale skin, smudged eyeliner, a faint white scar above her left eyebrow from the day she'd flown over her bicycle handlebars. Her grandmother had dabbed ointment on that scar and murmured, "You will see storms, Nina. Don't be afraid when others say the sky is clear." Well, Raj said, what do I tell them? She met his eyes. In them she saw the same thing she felt. Not certainty, but a small, sharp terror that the adults in charge had just admitted, by their over-control, that things were worse than they looked. If you got a call right before an earthquake, she said slowly, from someone who predicted the last 10 quakes down to the minute, would you listen? I'd report it, he said automatically. And if no one listened? She pressed. He hesitated, then gave a shaky half-smile. Then I'd make sure I wasn't standing under anything heavy. This is me, Elias said in her ear, telling you to move out from under the building. For the record, I hate this, she muttered. She opened a virtual session on her console, cloned her login, and set a script to mirror basic activity. To the system, it would look like she was still sitting there, dutifully clicking yes to every prompt. Then she logged out of the real session. The override prompt vanished. Mira, Raj said. If anyone asks, I'm in the restroom, she told him. If this turns out to be a false alarm, I will personally buy you the most expensive coffee in the city for the rest of your natural life. This is more than a false alarm, isn't it? He asked. She didn't answer. Instead, she reached out, squeezed his shoulder once, and said, Don't let them tell you there's nothing to see. Where are you going? He whispered. Home, she said, or somewhere that used to be. He gave her a look that was equal parts fear and admiration. Try not to end civilization without me. I'll do my best, she said, and turned away before she could change her mind. The corridor lights seemed too bright as she stepped out of the control room, like interrogation lamps. The big doors hissed closed behind her, cutting off the glow of the world map and the soft murmur of urgent voices. In the hallway, muted televisions carried news anchors reading off teleprompters with fixed smiles. Where temporary disruptions to certain communication services, experts assure us there is no cause for panic. International coordination led by the World Stability Council. Every screen carried the same talking points. No live call-ins, no shaky footage from citizens' phones. The world's most connected species suddenly appeared to have very little to say. Mira walked briskly, not running but not dawdling either. She passed two security officers deep in conversation, one of them gesturing angrily at a tablet. Neither spared her more than a glance. A badge and a confident stride went a long way. At the next junction, she ducked into a small supply alcove. Shelves lined the walls, cables, spare keyboards, maintenance jumpsuits. She found a gray utility jacket, shrugged it on over her black t-shirt, and grabbed a battered clipboard for effect. The transformation was minor, but when she glanced at the mirror mounted over the sink, she saw a different woman, less analyst, more underpaid tech. Her phone vibrated again. You have 12 minutes, Elias said without preamble. They will start counting heads soon. This place is practically a maze, she replied, stepping back into the corridor. You sure they won't notice one analyst missing? They built it to look controlled, he said. Inside it is chaos. Trust me, bureaucracies do not handle real-time crises gracefully. She believed that at least. She took the service stairwell down instead of the elevator, descending 3 flights past levels she'd never had reason to visit. The air grew cooler, more industrial. The polished white walls gave way to exposed concrete and pipes. On level -3, a heavy door opened onto the loading dock. The smell hit her first, diesel and cold metal, and the faint, stale tang of coffee from a vending machine in the corner. The space was wide, echoing, lit by humming fluorescent strips. A single truck idled near the open bay, its cargo doors yawning. Men and women in gray jumpsuits moved around it, scanning crates, joking, shouting half-heard instructions over the engine noise. None of them paid her any special attention. One more gray jacket in the swarm. Mira's heart hammered as she walked toward the truck, clipboard tucked under one arm. Each step felt like trespassing on a stage where she didn't know her lines. "Hey," a voice called. "You with logistics?" She turned. A man leaned against a pallet to her left, arms folded. He wore a yellow baseball cap, and on his left wrist a watch with a spiderweb crack across its face. Mira's mouth went dry. "My grandmother's name was Esperanza," she said, because she could think of no way to ease into it. The man's posture changed. He straightened slowly, eyes sharpening. "Then you're our passenger," he said. His accent was Appalachian, soft and rounded. "You cut it close. Get in the truck, Miss Chen." "You knew I would come," she said. "No," he replied. "But Father Elias said if you didn't, he would downgrade his expectations of the human race." Despite everything, a short laugh escaped her. It came out sounding more like a gasp. "What's your name?" she asked as they walked to the back of the truck. "Caleb," he said. "Just Caleb. I'm the friendly stranger your grandmother warned you about." "I'm pretty sure she warned me about all strangers," Mira said. "Smart woman." He pulled himself up into the cargo bay, offered her a hand. "Watch your step." She hesitated for one fraction of a second, staring at his outstretched hand and the darkness beyond. There was still time to walk away, to go back upstairs, to pretend she had never answered the phone. Then she remembered the way the data had twisted, the way the logs had rewritten themselves, like a liar correcting his story mid-sentence. She grabbed his hand and climbed in. The truck's interior smelled of oil and cardboard, and something spicy she couldn't identify. Crates were strapped down along both sides, leaving a narrow aisle. Caleb closed the doors most of the way, leaving a sliver of night visible before the metal clanged shut. The world shrank to the dim glow of a single interior bulb and the vibration of the engine under her feet. "You can sit on that crate," Caleb said, thumping a box labeled Generator Control Units. "Not very dignified, but we're short on sofas." Mira sat. "How long is the drive?" "About an hour to our stop," he said, moving to the front of the bay to bang on the wall. "Then longer, if you decide you like our company." "Where are we going?" she asked. "A place where the sky is clearer and the questions are louder," he replied. "You'll see." The truck lurched as the driver put it into gear. The floor vibrated under her boots. As they rolled forward, Mira felt the weight of the building they were leaving, the hundreds of screens and alarms, the people who believed they were watching over the world. "Do they know?" she asked softly. "The people I work with. Are they part of this council conspiracy?" Caleb shook his head. "Most of them are good folks trying to do good work. They'll follow orders a little too long is all. Some will wake up, some will adapt. A few will enjoy the new rules. It's always like that." "Always like that," she echoed, though she had no reference point for always. The truck hit a bump, rattling the crates. Somewhere a metal tool clinked against the floor. Mira clutched her clipboard like a shield. "You're taking this pretty well," Caleb observed. "Most people scream more on their first apocalypse." "It's not the apocalypse," she said reflexively. "Not yet." "Then we've got time to work with." He grinned. "That's the spirit." She pulled out her phone. No signal. Somehow, that was more unnerving than the mysterious vanishings she'd seen on the graphs. Her world had always been filled with invisible connections. To have them severed felt like losing a sense. As if sensing her thoughts, Caleb said, "We're going to hit more dead zones. The high-level outages you saw, those are the visible ones. Lower down, someone's flipping breakers in places no one thought mattered." "Everything matters," she said automatically. "Exactly," he replied. "You and Elias will get along." "You keep talking like I don't have a choice," she said. "Oh, you do," he answered lightly. "At the next checkpoint, you can hop off and go back if you want. God doesn't draft people. He just offers them really uncomfortable forks in the road." She thought of Raj turning back to his station because his family needed a paycheck and a son who believed the official statements. She thought of her grandmother, proud and stubborn, losing her TV show rather than stop reading passages about beasts and marks and final days. What if you're all wrong, as Mira asked? What if this is just a big hack, or a solar flare, or incompetence? What if I just ruined my career and committed about 6 felonies for a paranoid theory? Then you'll have a great story for future job interviews, Caleb said. And we'll look very silly. I am not afraid of looking silly. I am, she admitted. Then welcome to the club, he said. Everyone on our side has been called crazy at least twice before breakfast. The truck slowed, then stopped. Muffled voices came from the cab area, then the beep of a keypad being pressed. First checkpoint, Caleb said. Smile. The cameras love you. She swallowed, suddenly aware of every bead of sweat on her skin. Through the small gap at the rear doors, she saw a security barrier rising, lights sweeping over the truck. If the system had already flagged her disappearance, there would be guards, questions, orders to step out. The barrier lifted. The truck rolled forward. 1 down, Caleb murmured. 2 to go. At the second checkpoint, the delay was longer. Mira held her breath as shadowy figures walked around the truck, flashlights stabbing at the edges of the doors. Lot of traffic tonight, one voice said. Yeah, upstairs is freaking out about some network issue, another replied. We're on lockdown until they get it sorted. You think it's terrorists? Nah, the second voice said. If it was terrorists, they'd tell us so we'd feel important. This is just some suit who pushed the wrong button. The men laughed, the sound fading as they moved away. A signal crackled, the barrier opened, and the truck started moving again. Mira exhaled slowly, realizing she'd been gripping the crate so hard her fingers ached. Almost there, Caleb said. 3rd checkpoint's on an access road the council doesn't care about. Not enough cameras for them to feel safe. Who are you people? She asked. People who listened when someone like your grandmother said the patterns meant something, he said. We didn't know what exactly. We still don't. That's where you come in. You think I can read prophecy in your data, she said. I think you can read data in their prophecy, he countered. Same thing, different direction. The truck turned. The ride grew rougher, the pavement less even. A few minutes later, it slowed again. This is us, Caleb said. Decision time. The truck eased to a stop. He unlatched the back doors and pushed them open a crack. Cold night air rushed in, smelling of wet asphalt and pine. They were on a narrow side road just beyond the last floodlit security gate. In the distance, Mira could see the silhouette of the response center against the sky, a block of light and glass on the hill. Between them and the building, a line of tall fencing gleamed faintly. Cameras winked red along its length. On the roadside 100 yards away, a lone figure stood next to a dusty SUV, its hazard lights blinking. The man wore a yellow cap, just like Caleb's, though his was older, more sun-faded. You're not the only one leaving tonight, Caleb said. Others will follow, from other places, in other ways. But you're the first one from inside there. Mira stared at the building. Somewhere up in that glowing stack of windows was Raj, probably cursing at a system that wouldn't tell him the truth. Somewhere above him were decision-makers crafting phrases like minor disruption and temporary inconvenience. Her life was in there, her career, her reputation, her carefully controlled world of probabilities and risk assessments. You can still go back, Caleb said quietly. We won't think less of you. She thought of the gaps in the data, of logs that fixed themselves, of a dead priest calling her the last watcher on a wall that had already begun to crumble. No, she said, surprising herself with how steady her voice sounded. I can't. Caleb nodded, almost solemn, and hopped down from the truck. He offered his hand again, and again she took it. As her boots hit the gravel at the side of the road, the night sky opened above her. The response center's lights were behind her now. Ahead, the world was mostly darkness. She looked up. At first, she saw nothing unusual. Stars, a faint haze of high clouds, the pale smear of the city's distant glow. Then, as her eyes adjusted, she noticed a subtle shimmer across the vault of sky, like heat ripples over an invisible horizon. It moved slowly, rolling from west to east, dimming stars in its wake for a heartbeat before they reappeared. What is that? She whispered. Some people will call it an atmospheric anomaly, Caleb said. Some will say it's nothing at all. To me, it looks like the world blinking. The man by the SUV raised a hand in greeting. Caleb led her toward him. Behind them, the Global Response Center sat on its hill, full of screens and numbers and the illusion of control. Ahead, an old priest waited on a mountain, and somewhere across the oceans, a man in a perfect suit was rehearsing a speech that would make the world fall in love with him. Mira squared her shoulders and walked toward the unknown. The night of vanishing had begun. Chapter 2. Echoes in the Code. The mountain road wound upward in tight, nervous switchbacks, a single gray ribbon cut into dark trees. The truck's headlights carved tunnels out of the fog, catching occasional deer eyes that flashed like coins before vanishing. Mira sat in the passenger seat of the dusty SUV now, the supply truck long since traded for this less conspicuous vehicle at a forgotten gas station. Caleb drove one-handed, the other resting loosely on the wheel, as if he were taking a late-night joyride instead of helping a federal analyst defect from one of the most secure facilities on the planet. The dashboard clock read 3:42 a.m. "You look disappointed," Caleb said, not taking his eyes off the road. "In what?" she asked. "In the apocalypse," he said. "You keep staring out the window like you expected more fire." "Too much fire would mean I made this choice too late," she replied. "I'm allowed to hope for boring." "Fair." The city lights had fallen away an hour ago, replaced by scattered pockets of yellow, small towns, lonely farmhouses, the occasional service plaza still half lit. Above them, the sky had cleared enough to reveal a spray of stars, sharp and hard. Her phone, wedged in the cup holder, still showed no signal. "Do you have any idea what's happening out there?" she asked. "Bits and pieces," Caleb said. "We pick up shortwave, local chatter, whatever's not running through the council's pipes yet. Couple of flights went missing. A few city grids went dark for a while. Official story is solar interference and routine maintenance." He grimaced. "Solar flares have gotten very helpful lately." "Two missing flights?" she asked sharply. "Commercial?" "Unofficially, yeah. Officially, they landed safely at alternate airports that don't seem to exist." Mira looked back at the road, jaw tight. Aircraft data had been in her stream earlier. The thought of transponders blinking out at 30,000 feet made her stomach knot. "We track everything," she said, "even routine turbulence. There's no way you could lose a plane without the system screaming." "You saw this evening how loudly it screams," Caleb said, "and how quickly someone puts a hand over its mouth." They fell into silence again, broken only by the engine's steady growl and the occasional rattle of something in the back. After several more switchbacks, the road narrowed to barely more than a lane, gravel crunching under the tires. Pine trees closed in, branches knitting over the road like fingers. "Where exactly are we going?" Mira asked. "A monastery," Caleb said. "Technically, an old retreat center some monks bought cheap when the diocese decided real estate mattered more than contemplation. These days we call it a safe house. And Father Elias lives there." "When he's not being dramatic on burner phones, yes," Caleb said. "We have a few. Scattered places like this. Cells who believed your grandmother when she said the world was building a tower too tall." "She didn't exactly speak in technical terms," Mira muttered. "That's why we needed people like her and people like you," he said. "Different languages, same storm." The SUV rounded one final bend and emerged into a clearing. A cluster of stone buildings sat on the slope, their roofs dark against the paler sky. A low wall surrounded them, more symbolic than defensive. A single light burned over the main door. Caleb cut the engine. The sudden quiet made Mira's ears ring. "Welcome to the middle of nowhere," he said. "Watch your step. The gravel gets philosophical at this hour." He climbed out. Mira followed, the cold biting through her jacket. The air smelled of pine resin and wood smoke, sharp and clean. The front door opened before they reached it. A tall, thin man in a worn brown sweater and darker trousers stood framed in the light. Mira recognized him instantly, even though she'd only known him as a child. The black hair she remembered was white now, cut short, but his eyes were the same. Dark, alert, carrying both amusement and something heavier. "Nina," Father Elias Navarro said, "you grew." "People tend to," she said, and immediately hated how it sounded. He smiled, faint and tired. and they tend to armor their hearts when the world makes them choose. For a moment, neither of them moved. The years between them seemed to hang in the cold air like another kind of fog. Then he stepped forward and opened his arms. She could have refused. Pride and anger made a brief, hot attempt, but the memory of her grandmother's funeral, of wondering why this man had not come, had not written, rose up and collided with the reality that he was here now, alive, standing in front of her at the end of a road she never expected to take. She stepped into the hug. He smelled of smoke and old paper. His arms were stronger than they looked. For a second, she was 12 again, sobbing because the baptismal water had been too cold, and he had told her, laughing, that sometimes grace came with bad temperature control. When she pulled back, her throat hurt. "You should have come sooner," she said. "I should have done many things sooner," he replied. "But some seeds die if you dig them up before their time." "That's a very poetic excuse for abandoning people," she said. He did not flinch. "I accept the rebuke. Come inside. We will argue next to a fire instead of in the doorway, like fools." Caleb coughed gently. "I'll just put the car away and pretend I understand what's going on," he said. "You understand more than you like," Elias told him. "Don't pretend otherwise." Caleb saluted lazily and headed toward a small shed. Mira followed Elias into the building. The entry hall was simple: stone floor, whitewashed walls, a wooden bench along one side. Beyond it lay a larger room that had probably once been a dining hall. Long tables, mismatched chairs, a fireplace at one end. A wood stove crackled, filling the space with warmth. Several people sat around the tables, their faces lined with fatigue and curiosity. Some were older, a few younger than Mira. A couple wore clerical collars. Others looked like teachers, farmers, office workers. They all turned when she entered. "This is Mira," Elias said, "Esperanza's granddaughter, the watcher we have been waiting for." Mira wanted to protest the introduction. She was a data analyst, not a mythic figure. But the way the others looked at her, half hopeful, half wary, told her that role had already been assigned. A woman with close-cropped gray hair and a plaid flannel shirt stood and offered her hand. "I'm Ruth," she said, "former systems engineer, now professional coffee maker and amateur revolutionary." "Mira," Mira said, shaking her hand. "The others are Samuel, Linda, Father Mark, Santa, and Hugh," Elias said, gesturing around. "They will introduce themselves properly later, when you are not falling asleep standing up." "I'm not," she began, then realized her legs did, in fact, feel like someone else's. Elias nodded toward the stove. "Sit. Eat. We will talk about the end of the world after breakfast." "It's 3 in the morning," she said. "Then this is very early breakfast," he replied. Ruth ladled soup from a pot into a bowl and pushed it toward her. The smell of lentils and garlic made her stomach growl. As she ate, the others returned to their quiet conversations, though she could feel their glances like sparks on her skin. On the far wall, an old analog radio murmured, tuned to some local station. The announcer's voice crackled with static. "And experiencing ongoing communication disruptions. Authorities say there is no evidence of malicious activity. Citizens are urged to remain calm and limit non-essential travel." "Same script everywhere," Samuel muttered. He was middle-aged, with square shoulders and ink stains on his fingers. "At least they've upgraded from minor technical issue," Sana said. She wore a faded university hoodie, her black hair pulled back in a messy braid. That phrase was doing a lot of heavy lifting. Mira focused on her soup. Warmth seeped back into her fingers. The exhaustion she'd been holding off since the phone call in the control room began to creep over her, heavy and insistent. Elias watched her with a small, knowing smile. "You can sleep," he said quietly. "The world will not end tonight. It has a schedule, like everyone else." "What about the data?" she asked. "You said you had archives." "And I will show them to you," he said. "But if you try to read patterns with your eyes burning, you will see monsters in every graph. Rest first. The code will still be echoing in the morning." She wanted to argue, but the chair had become dangerously comfortable. "Fine," she said, "but only a few hours." "Spoken like someone who believes she still controls her own calendar," Ruth said dryly. "Come on, I'll show you a room before you pass out in the soup. Cleaning lentils out of keyboards is not fun, trust me." Sleep came in fragments. Mira dreamed of numbers falling like rain, of graphs dissolving into pages of her grandmother's Bible. She dreamed of airports blinking out on a map and reappearing on the surface of a stranger's hand. Somewhere in the dream, a man's voice, smooth, educated, spoke of unity and stability while a crowd cheered. She woke to pale light leaking around the edges of heavy curtains and the sound of bells. For a second, she didn't know where she was. The ceiling was wooden, low, the bed narrow. A small desk stood against the wall, stacked with books. Her shoes sat neatly beside the door, placed there by someone else. Then memory snapped into place. The road, the monastery, Elias's hug, the soup. The bells rang again, soft, insistent. Mira scrubbed a hand over her face, sat up and swung her feet to the floor. Her watch said 9:06 a.m. She had slept longer than she intended. Outside the small window, mist clung to the trees. Several people crossed the courtyard below, moving toward the main building. She splashed water on her face in the tiny adjoining bathroom, pulled on her boots, and headed downstairs. In the hall, she nearly collided with a man in a cassock carrying a stack of firewood. "Sorry," she said. "No harm done," he replied with a gentle smile. "You must be Mira. I'm Mark." "Elias mentioned you," she said. "Another priest he pulled into his conspiracy." Mark chuckled. "He prefers the term unofficial study group, but yes, he's waiting for you in the library." "Of course he is," she said. "Where else would a fugitive priest be?" The library was a repurposed chapel. The pews were gone, replaced by long tables and sagging bookshelves. Stained glass windows along one wall threw colored stripes across stacks of paper and humming computer towers. At the far end, where the altar had once stood, a projection screen hung from the ceiling. Elias sat at one of the tables, a laptop open in front of him, pages spread to either side. He looked up as she entered. "Good," he said. "You came voluntarily." "I did not relish the thought of sending Ruth to drag you out of bed." "She threatened me with lentils," Mira said. "Apparently that's her solution to everything." "Lentils have kept more revolutions alive than manifestos," Elias replied. "Sit." She sat across from him. On the table between them lay a row of external hard drives, neatly labeled in black marker. "You kept archives," she said. "I stole them," he corrected, "piece by piece. From friends in places you would recognize and enemies who never knew I was there." He handed her a drive. The label read, 2014-2016 Global Backbone, Raw. "Mira, when I disappeared, it was not just to protect you," he said. "It was because I discovered something inside the Council's early projects that terrified me. I lack the language to describe it. Your grandmother said, 'Wait, my granddaughter will grow into the words.'" "No pressure," she muttered. "Prophecy is terrible for work-life balance," he agreed. "Plug it in." She connected the drive to his laptop and watched as directories populated the screen. Massive log files, network snapshots, compressed dumps from major ISPs and satellite relays. "Where did you get all this?" she asked. "Friends in the early days of global coordination," he said. "Back when the Council still pretended to be a neutral think tank, and engineers still thought they were just building prettier roads, not walls." She opened one of the logs. The structure was familiar. Timestamps, IP addresses, protocol markers. She scrolled. "This is similar to what I see at the response center," she said. "Similar is not the same," Elias replied. "Watch." He tapped a key combination. A script window opened, code scrolling as it executed. "I have spent the last decade teaching myself enough about your world to be dangerous," he said. "I cannot see what you see, but I can point your eyes where mine tremble." On the screen, lines of data turned red at intervals, forming vertical bands. Each band was a few seconds wide, thousands of entries. "These," Elias said, "are echo marks." "Echo marks," she repeated. "What are they echoing?" He smiled thinly. "That is your question, not mine. Look at the pattern." She leaned in. The bands occurred irregularly, but they were not random. They clustered around certain dates, certain regions. "Cross-reference with headlines," he said. He handed her a printed list. Dates and brief notes. June 2014, regional bank failures in Southern Europe. September 2015, sudden currency drop in West Africa. March 2016, unforeseen power grid stress test in parts of Asia. The echo marks corresponded almost perfectly. You're saying, she said slowly, that before these unexpected events, there were small-scale vanishings in the data. Tests, Elias said. Rehearsals. They erased traffic, then watched how the system responded. When no one noticed, or when the only ones who did were dismissed as paranoid, they grew bolder. Mira scrolled further. More bands, more echoes. This log is raw, she said. No filters, no edits. Because it never passed through their new tools, he replied. These are old copies, taken before the council built their central clearinghouse. They did not yet have the power to reach back in time and erase the evidence. You think that's what they're doing now? I think you saw it with your own eyes, he said. Your logs changed while you watched them. That means the past is no longer fixed. It is negotiable. That's not possible, she said. Many things are not possible until ambition and technology shake hands, Elias replied. Then they become inevitable. She rubbed her temples. Okay, let's say you're right. The council, or some subset of it, has tools to modify historical logs and is using them to cover experiments in erasing parts of the network. To what end? Just because you can set fire to a barn doesn't mean you have a business plan. Elias reached for another folder, this one thinner. Inside were printed emails, memos, meeting notes. Many had redactions. You know of the Helios Initiative? He asked. Mira frowned. Energy Grid Harmonization Project. The council pitched it as a way to balance renewables across continents, reduce waste. It never fully launched. Publicly, no, he said. Privately, its software layer was repurposed. They called the new branch Aegis, a global identity and transaction framework. Anonymous at first, then less so. Always wrapped in the language of efficiency and security. He slid a memo toward her. The header bore the council's logo, a stylized globe wrapped in laurel branches. She read, Aegis provides an unprecedented opportunity to link individual behavior to real-time resource allocation, minimizing leakage and optimizing compliance. Initial tests in limited jurisdictions suggest significant gains in stability and predictability. Words like optimize and compliance made her skin crawl. Where did you get this? She asked. An old friend who thought he was just building better payment rails, Elias said. He sent it to me because in his words, you're the only one I know who still believes in sin. He thought this was sin, she asked. He wasn't sure, Elias said. That alone was enough to worry him. Mira flipped to the next page. A chart showed nodes labeled with country codes, arrows representing data flows, boxes labeled civil registry, health, finance, mobility. Totalizing, she said. They want everything tied together. Yes, Elias said. If you know where every person is, what they buy, what they say, and who they meet, you can make very accurate predictions. You can also make certain futures impossible. And the echo marks, she asked. Aegis needed clean baselines, he said. They parsed the world into segments, erased some portion of the noise, and watched how the rest behaved. Then they used those models to design something. I do not know exactly what. That is where you come in. I can't magic answers out of incomplete logs, she said. You can see further into them than I can, he replied. And you know the language of the people who built this machine. You can guess what kind of god they wanted it to be. He leaned back, studying her. Do you remember the night your grandmother lost her show? He asked. Mira grimaced. She didn't lose it. The network canceled her because she wouldn't stop talking about beasts with 10 horns on daytime TV. And because she would not take the council's money to soften her tone, Elias said. They wanted her to speak of challenges instead of judgment. She refused. They feared her not because of what she said, but because of who listened. Old ladies with too much time and not enough hobbies? Mira asked. Ordinary people who still believed their actions mattered, he corrected, who believed they could say no to something powerful if their conscience demanded it. Such people are inconvenient to systems that depend on seamless adoption. Mira looked back at the screen. Echo marks flickered in her peripheral vision. You're saying Aegis is a prelude to some kind of mark, she said slowly. a system where access to basic services depends on compliance. I am saying, Elias replied, that if the people who built this ever decide to make participation mandatory, they already have the switches in place. They can delete a person from the grid as easily as they deleted those packets. No bank account, no medical ID, no travel permissions. For most of the world, that is the same as disappearing. She exhaled. Digital excommunication? Exactly. He smiled humorlessly. The council would call it temporary suspension of privileges. And you think last night was, what, a dry run? Perhaps the last one, he said, or perhaps the first act. Either way, the world is about to be offered a savior. The word hung between them. Which is where your prophecies come in, she said. Which is where your data comes in, he corrected gently. Prophecy is only a lens. People can use it to see their fears or their hope. We need more than that. We need evidence. She tapped the drive. You have 10 years of it. I have 10 years of signs, he said. Evidence is what you will help me build. A knock sounded on the doorframe. Ruth leaned in, a mug in each hand. Interrupting your theological coding session, she said. News update. What kind? Elias asked. The kind with video, she replied. You'll want to see it. They gathered in the former dining hall, chairs pulled close to the largest of the old televisions. Ruth had rigged a laptop to feed into it, the image slightly stretched but clear enough. A news channel logo glowed in the corner. The anchor's hair was perfect, her smile taut. In a special address scheduled for later today, the anchor was saying, the newly elected Chancellor of the World Stability Council, Lucian Voss, is expected to outline a comprehensive response to the ongoing communications disruptions. A photograph appeared, a man in his 40s perhaps, with sharply cut dark hair, a clean jawline, and eyes the camera liked. He wore a simple suit, no tie, the top button of his shirt open to project relaxed competence. Mira felt a small chill. She'd seen that face before, in articles about trade agreements and climate accords. Voss had a reputation for being above politics, a phrase that usually meant more ambitious than public office. Here he is, Ruth said, our technocrat prince. Voss has only recently stepped into the public spotlight, the anchor continued, but insiders say he has been instrumental behind the scenes in crafting global agreements for years. His supporters praise his calm demeanor and data-driven approach to governance. Critics, however, say his ideas go too far, concentrating power in unelected hands. A short video montage played, Voss shaking hands with presidents, touring disaster zones, speaking at conferences. In each clip, he was surrounded by other powerful people, yet somehow remained the focal point. Elias watched, lips pressed together. You know him, Mira said quietly. I knew him, Elias replied. We were students together once. He wanted to save the world from its own stupidity. I believed him. And now? Now I believe he still wants to save the world, Elias said, but he no longer minds if it screams while he does it. The anchor went on. Sources tell us that Chancellor Voss will propose a new initiative, codenamed Aegis, to safeguard global communication and financial systems against what he calls malicious uncertainty. Details remain scarce, but early drafts suggest a universal digital identity standard and integrated transaction platform. Mira's stomach dropped. Aegis, she said. Same name, Ruth confirmed. Different branding. They're not even hiding. The camera cut to a clip of Voss speaking at a previous conference. His voice was smooth, lightly accented in a way that made his origin hard to place. Our systems were built for a world that no longer exists, he was saying. We are patching a steam engine with quantum code. We need a new foundation, one that reflects our interconnected reality, a world where no one falls through the cracks because there are no cracks. The audience had applauded. Nice line, Sana said. Shame about the implications. Mira couldn't tear her eyes from the screen. Voss projected sincerity so effortlessly that for a moment she wanted to believe him. Of course, people should be protected from falling through cracks. Of course, there should be safeguards. And yet, there's always a trade, she murmured. Remove all cracks, remove all exits. The anchor wrapped up the segment with a standard sign-off. Ruth muted the volume. So that's the man you dreamed about? Samuel asked. Elias. Your rider on the white horse? I prefer not to call him that, Elias said. He would take it as a compliment. He's not president or prime minister of anything, Sana said. Just chancellor of a council nobody voted for. Exactly, Ruth said. Democracy, but make it optional. Mira folded her arms. This is still politics, not prophecy. Populist technocrat wants more power. News at 11. If that were all it was, we could go back to bed, Elias said. But Voss now has access to Aegis, and Aegis has access to everything. Assuming your stolen memos are accurate, she said. He smiled faintly. You sound like your grandmother's favorite critics. Someone in this room has to, she replied. Good, he said. Skepticism is a virtue. Keep it sharp. Just don't let it cut your curiosity to pieces. Before she could answer, Ruth's laptop beeped. A new notification flashed. Jonas Reed just went live, she said. Independent stream. Looks like New York. Mira blinked. Jonas? You know him, Sana asked. We grew up on the same block, Mira said before she could decide whether to share. He's a journalist now. Freelance last I heard. Fun coincidence, Ruth said. Your friend is standing in front of a very confused crowd. She clicked the link. The screen flickered, then resolved into a shaky handheld shot of a city street. Jonas Reed looked like he hadn't slept in a week. His hair, dark and perpetually a day past needing a haircut, stuck up at odd angles. He wore a jacket zipped halfway, a camera slung around his neck, and a phone in one hand, held up to frame himself in the street behind him. Hey folks, he said, breathing a little hard. Jonas Reed here, because apparently I enjoy running toward things that look like they're about to explode. Quick update from downtown Manhattan, where reality is negotiable. Behind him, office towers rose into a sky smeared by gray clouds. Traffic lights blinked. People milled around, looking up at electronic billboards that displayed looping error messages. In theory, Jonas went on, nothing's wrong. Official feeds say isolated disruptions. My landlord says the rent still cleared his account, so that's one catastrophe averted. But I've been talking to people on this street for the last hour, and something doesn't add up. He turned the camera, approaching a woman in a business suit. Ma'am, you said you were on a flight this morning? He asked. Her eyes were wide, her lipstick slightly smudged. Yes, she said. From Chicago. We were supposed to land at LaGuardia, but halfway through the pilot said there was an issue. We circled for a long time. Then the screens in the cabin went blank. When they came back, the map showed us already landed. And you weren't, Jonas prompted. No, she said. We were still in the air. But when we finally did land, the ground crew said the logs showed we'd been on the ground for 20 minutes already. She shivered. It was like they had proof we'd already survived. Thank you, Jonas said. Stay safe. He turned back to the camera. I've talked to 3 other passengers with similar stories. Planes that seem to arrive twice, or not at all, depending on which system you ask. Meanwhile, my friends in the newsroom tell me their archives are glitching. Clips disappearing mid-playback. Old stories suddenly linking to page not found. He began walking, weaving through the crowd. Now, I'm not saying we're in a bad science fiction reboot, but I am saying that if officially nothing is wrong, while unofficially everything feels wrong, you might want to pay attention. Tell them about the bank, someone shouted off-screen. Jonas swung the camera toward a man in a delivery uniform. Right, Jonas said. This guy just told me his bank denied his card, then claimed his account never existed. Then 10 minutes later, everything was fine again. No explanation, just system update. The man nodded vigorously. They looked at me like I was crazy, he said. Like I'd imagined being a customer for 15 years. See, that's the pattern, Jonas said, facing the camera again. It's not just outages, it's memory holes. The system, whatever that really means, is editing its own story of what happened. And if you control the story, you control the blame. The stream stuttered, pixelated, then snapped back. Someone really doesn't like this broadcast, Ruth muttered. Jonas always did have timing, Mira said under her breath. On screen, Jonas stopped at the edge of a small crowd gathered around a portable monitor someone had set up on a crate. The council seal rotated on the screen, waiting. So here's where it gets fun, Jonas said. In a few hours, Chancellor Lucian Voss, yes, that Lucian Voss, will give a reassuring speech about how everything is under control. I'm guessing he'll propose something shiny and new to keep us all safe from uncertainty. Maybe a loyalty card for reality. Who knows? He looked directly into the camera. For a second, despite the thousands of miles between them, Mira felt as if he were looking straight at her. Whatever he offers, Jonas said, voice level, ask yourself, what do I have to trade for this safety? And will the receipt still exist tomorrow? The stream froze. Ruth frowned and tapped keys. Feed just dropped. Did his whole channel go down? Sana asked. Looks like it, Ruth said. Error message says, violates terms of service. No explanation yet. Memory holes, Mira said softly. Live. Echoes in the code, Elias added, growing louder. Later, back in the library, Mira stared at the drives and the reports and the frozen image of Lucian Voss on the television screen. Her world had always been built on the assumption that data, once recorded, had weight. Bias could twist interpretation, yes, but the numbers themselves were anchors. You could check them, verify them, audit them. Now those anchors were being quietly untied. You said I was a watcher, she said to Elias. What exactly do you expect me to do? Draw charts in a cave while the council rewrites the internet? I expect you to do what you already do, he said. See patterns, ask dangerous questions, and when the time comes, decide where to point the truth. That's vague, she said. Specificity comes later, he replied. For now, we gather. We map the echoes. We identify where the council's reach is weak. There will be gaps, places they cannot erase easily, old systems, offline records, human memories. Those will become our scaffolding. And Jonas, she asked before she could stop herself. He's already poking at their narrative. Then he will need allies, Elias said. You know him. He trusts you. When the moment is right, you can tell him what you see from this mountain, and he can tell you what he sees in the streets. And in the meantime, she said, in the meantime, he said, you will work. The rest of the day blurred into hours of code and conversation. Mira dug into the archives, writing scripts to compare old logs with newer public data sets, highlighting discrepancies. She built visualizations, heat maps of echo marks, timelines of vanishings laid over major council milestones. Patterns emerged. The earliest echoes were tiny, almost playful, milliseconds of missing traffic here and there, mostly in regions with robust infrastructure. As time went on, they grew bolder, carving seconds, then minutes, out of busy backbones in poorer countries, places with less oversight. Every major expansion of the Council's authority, new trade treaties, emergency response compacts, cybersecurity accords, was preceded by a spike in echo marks. They created problems, she said aloud at one point, pointing to a cluster, or at least amplified them, then offered themselves as the solution. Classic, Ruth said from the next table. Set the fire, sell the hoses. By evening, she had enough preliminary analysis to make her uneasy. They're not just testing deletion, she told Elias. They're modeling responses. They know within a very tight margin how much disruption a given population will tolerate before demanding intervention, and they're tuning their campaigns accordingly. Campaign? He asked. Information campaigns, she said. Outage here, targeted news there, financial hiccup over there. People blame weather, hackers, politicians, whoever the media points to. But the underlying pattern is deliberate stress. And now, he asked? Now, they're scaling up, she said. Last night was global. They pulled bigger chunks, then covered their tracks by blaming technical anomalies. And if Voss announces Aegis as the fix, we're looking at a classic manufactured consent scenario. Elias nodded. Good. You understand the stakes. She exhaled. Understanding isn't the same as knowing what to do. That comes later, he said. For now, you keep listening to the echoes. Mira glanced at the window. The sun had set, leaving the mountains in shadow. In the distance, faint glows marked small towns. The sky was clear again, stars sharp as pins. Her phone buzzed, startling her. She looked down. For the first time since the previous night, it had a signal. One new message waited. From Jonas Reed. You still awake, Code Witch? Tell me your mountain has better Wi-Fi than NYC. Mira stared at the screen for a long moment. Then, despite everything, the fear, the uncertainty, the weight of what she'd seen, she felt a small, stubborn smile tug at the corner of her mouth. The echoes were not just inside the code, they were in the people who refused to let their memories be rewritten. She typed back, barely. But the view's great. We need to talk. The world is lying. She hit send and looked up to find Elias watching her. Good, he said softly. The lines are opening. Outside, somewhere beyond the ridges, Lucian Voss was rehearsing a speech that would offer the planet a way out of chaos, at a price it didn't yet understand. Inside the monastery, surrounded by drives full of unruly, unedited history, Mira Chen listened to the echoes in the code and prepared, without fully knowing it, for the war over what would be remembered and what would be erased. Chapter 3: The Mountain Hermit. The bell woke Mira before dawn. 3 slow strikes, each spaced far enough apart that her mind could complete a full worry cycle between them. She lay still for a moment, listening to the echo of metal over stone, the rustle of wind in the trees beyond the monastery walls. For the second morning in a row, she woke up without the background hum of the city. No traffic, no sirens, no neighbor's TV leaking through thin walls. Only the creak of old wood and the faint murmur of voices below. She sat up, rubbed sleep from her eyes, and reached for her phone. No signal again. Night had apparently been generous. Morning was less so. Mira swung her legs out of bed and padded to the small window. The sky was a bruise-colored gray, just beginning to lighten along the eastern ridge. Mist clung to the trees like smoke that couldn't decide whether to rise. Somewhere under that mist, the world was building toward Lucian Voss's big moment. She got dressed, tugged on her boots, and headed down. The main hall smelled like coffee and wood smoke. Ruth was at the stove again, stirring something in a large pot and humming off-key. Caleb sat at one of the long tables, cleaning a rifle with the absent-minded care of someone brushing his teeth. Father Mark and Samuel were bent over a printed map, heads close together. Sana scrolled her tablet with fast, impatient swipes, lips pressed thin. "Morning," Mira said. "Barely," Ruth replied. "There's coffee, it's assertive." Mira poured herself a mug and took a cautious sip. It tasted like someone had boiled determination and strained it through gravel. "Wow," she said. "This could strip paint." "Exactly," Ruth said. "You're welcome." "Elias?" Mira asked. "In the library," Caleb said, not looking up. "He's been there since before the bell. Some hermits pray with beads. Ours prays with spreadsheets." Mira headed toward the library, mug in hand. She found Elias in the same chair as the night before, though the pile of notebooks around him had grown. He was reading from a thin folder, lips moving slightly as he traced a line with one finger. Sunlight, weak but persistent, spilled through the stained glass behind him, coloring the papers blue and gold. "You should consider occasionally lying down horizontally," she said from the doorway. "I've read studies suggesting it's good for longevity." He looked up, the creases around his eyes deepening. "Good morning to you too, Nina," he said. "I will lie down when there is less history trying to write itself in a single day." She crossed the room and set his own mug of coffee beside him. "Ruth says this will keep your heart beating out of pure fear," she said. "Fear is a poor motivator," he replied, lifting the mug anyway. "But caffeine has its uses." He took a sip, winced, and gave a small approving nod. "Ruth has improved the recipe," he said. "Last week it could also clean engine parts." "So," Mira said, pulling out a chair, "today's the day." "Voss's speech." "Yes," Elias said. "The unveiling of Aegis to a grateful world. You can almost hear the angels of marketing tuning their harps." "Do you think he knows exactly what he's doing?" she asked. "On a moral level, I mean. Is he a cartoon villain, twirling his mustache in a secret lair? Or does he genuinely think he's saving everyone?" Elias considered this. "When I met him, he believed the world was a patient in need of aggressive treatment," he said. "He thought most people did not deserve to choose their own medicine. It made him efficient." "You still haven't told me how you two ended up on opposite sides of the apocalypse?" Mira said. He smiled faintly. "Ah, the true reason you came to the mountain. Gossip." "Yes," she said. "Prophetic gossip with geopolitical consequences. Start talking." He set the folder aside and leaned back, folding his hands over his stomach. Very well, Fern, he said. I will tell you how a young seminarian and a future technocrat prince went on a pilgrimage together and ended up walking in different directions. He had not always been the mountain hermit, Elias told her. Once he had worn suits to meetings in glass towers, flown on planes paid for by organizations whose names sounded benevolent and whose budgets rivaled small nations. He had walked alone through hotel corridors lit by soft yellow lamps and wondered if he was selling his soul in 10-minute increments. I was 25, as he said, freshly ordained, full of zeal and arrogance. I wanted to save the world but had no idea what that actually meant. The church sent me to a conference on ethics and emerging technologies. He pronounced the title with air quotes so thick Mira could almost see them. It was in Geneva, of course, and he said, all serious moral crises are required to begin near lakes. Mira smiled despite herself. There were panels on everything, he continued. Genetic editing, AI decision-making, autonomous weapons. Very important-looking people in suits drew diagrams of responsibility on whiteboards. Most of them were there to argue that nothing should stop progress as long as it was less obviously evil than the last war. And you, she asked. I was there to say uncomfortable words like dignity and limits, he said. No one listened. They patted me on the head and said it was sweet that the church still cared. He sipped his coffee, eyes distant. On the third day of the conference, I met Lucian Voss, he said. He was not the chancellor then, obviously. He was a young economist, brilliant and impatient. He had just delivered a talk about global coordination failures, how pandemics and financial crises spread faster than our systems could respond. Let me guess, Mira said. He had charts. He had beautiful charts, Elias said. I did not understand half of them. But what impressed me was not the mathematics, it was his anger. He was furious that avoidable suffering persisted because institutions were slow, fractured, and self-protective. So you agreed with him? She asked. Oh yes, Elias said. We stayed up late arguing about how to fix everything. I said hearts had to change before systems did. He said systems had to change so hearts would have fewer chances to be cowardly. Classic chicken and egg, Mira said. Exactly, he said. But for a time, we believed we were on the same side. We both joined an informal group that met after the official sessions. Activists, researchers, a few rogue bureaucrats. We called ourselves the Circle, because every idealistic group must have a melodramatic name. They always do, she agreed. The Council for Global Stability did not exist yet, Elias said, but some of its future architects were there. They wanted to build something new, an advisory body that would not be trapped by national politics. Lucian was at the center of it. He had a gift for making people feel both guilty and hopeful. That's a dangerous combination, Mira said. Yes, Elias replied softly. I did not know how dangerous then. He told her about those early years, how he was invited to sit on ethics boards that rubber-stamped policy frameworks already decided. How Lucian asked him to write reports on the moral implications of data collection. How he tried, unsuccessfully, to make those reports more than decorative fig leaves. I kept thinking I could nudge them, Elias said. If I stayed in the room, perhaps I could slow the worst impulses, protect the vulnerable. Your grandmother called it baptizing a monster. She told me monsters do not mind holy water if it makes their skin look better. She would, Mira said, smiling sadly. Then came Helios, Elias said. Mira straightened. She knew this part of the story from the logs and memos. Hearing it from the man who had been there was different. Helios began as an energy project, he said. At least that was the public face. They wanted to harmonize power grids across borders, share surplus, prevent shortages. It was idealistic in its way. And underneath, she asked? Underneath, they were building a nervous system, he said. To harmonize grids, they needed real-time data about consumption, production, distribution, more than any single government had ever collected. They built sensors into everything, meters, transformers, household devices. Purely for efficiency, they said. He smiled faintly at her expression. Yes, he said. I see the same look on your face now that I saw in the mirror then. He drank more coffee, then went on. I began to worry when I saw the side projects, he said. Helios teams were embedding with telecoms, banks, hospitals. They called it infrastructure modernization. The result was that more and more aspects of daily life were passing through a few choke points. Choke points the circle controlled. And Lucian? Mira asked. Where was he in all this? In the center, as always, Elias replied. He argued that information needed a home, someplace where it could be analyzed ethically, carefully, without the distortions of politics. He saw Helios as the prototype. When Helios faltered, when some countries refused to give up control of their grids, he pivoted. To Aegis, she said. Yes. Elias's eyes darkened. Aegis was the spiritual child of Helios. If you cannot convince governments to surrender control of their infrastructure, convince individuals to surrender control of their identities. He reached for the thin folder he'd been reading when she entered and slid it toward her. It started small, he said. Pilot programs in refugee camps, disaster zones, places where people had already lost everything. Mira scanned the documents. They described biometric ID, trials, fingerprints, iris scans, even DNA sampling. The language was humanitarian, restoring identity, enabling access to aid, ensuring no one falls through the cracks. It's easier to test on people who can't say no, she murmured. Exactly, Elias said. If you question such programs, you look like a monster. Who doesn't want refugees to have secure IDs? He tapped one of the pages. Lucian took me to one of these camps, he said. He wanted me to see how Aegis could be a force for good. He was not lying. At least he did not think he was. What did you see? She asked. I saw order, he said. Neater lines. Faster distribution of food and medicine. Children with plastic bracelets instead of paper tags. It looked better than anything I had seen in those places before. That doesn't sound so bad, Mira said. It wasn't, he said. Not at first. That was the trap. For a time, Aegis was used exactly as advertised, as a tool to restore dignity, to give the displaced a way to prove they existed. Then the experiments grew bolder. He pulled out another stack of papers, this set with more redactions, more handwritten notes in the margins. Behind closed doors, the circle began to ask different questions, Elias said. If Aegis can track who receives aid, can it also influence who asks for it? What happens if we quietly prioritize those who attend certain information sessions or who live in more stable neighborhoods? Can we nudge populations toward desired behaviors using resource access as a lever? Social engineering, Mira said, using survival as an incentive. Yes, he said. I argued that this crossed a line. Lucian said the line was an illusion, a relic of an age when we pretended choices were free while leaving people to die of preventable causes. So you left, she guessed. Not yet, he said. I compromised. I told myself I could still do more good inside than out. I wrote strong language for oversight committees. I insisted on transparency benchmarks. I refused to bless certain expansions. It made me feel useful. It also made me a problem. What changed, she asked. A blackout, he said, not unlike the one you saw last night. He told her about the village in South America where Helios had run a resilience test, temporarily cutting power and network access to measure how quickly alternative systems kicked in. Officially, it was an accident caused by a software patch. Unofficially, it was a planned experiment. I found internal emails afterward, he said. They spoke of acceptable collateral inconvenience and valuable behavioral data. No mention of the hospital where ventilators failed, or the small clinic that lost its vaccine refrigerators. Mira felt her stomach clench. How many died? She asked. Dozens, he said. Perhaps more. Their deaths were listed as complications of pre-existing conditions. Nothing in the official record tied them to the test. And Lucian? She asked. I confronted him, Elias said. I went to his office, one of those glass aquariums where important men pretend to be transparent. I slammed the reports on his desk and accused him of playing God with real people's lives. What did he say? She whispered. He said, you knew we were going to do hard things, Elias. You just hoped they would be clean. The words hung in the library, heavy as stone. He told me, Elias continued quietly, that any true transformation required sacrifice, that the old world would not give way politely, that the suffering caused by their experiments was a necessary down payment on a more stable future. He actually said down payment? Mira asked, appalled. Yes, Elias said. He used the language of finance for human pain. I told him that was the language of idolatry. He laughed and asked if my God offered better interest rates. That matches the story you told me on the phone, she said. He had many such lines, Elias replied. He was always ready with a joke that turned accusation into banter. So you left then, she said. I tried, he said. I submitted my resignations, withdrew from committees. I gave a speech at a small conference warning that we were building something too powerful for any group of humans to wield. And, she asked. Nothing happened, he said. My speech did not go viral. The audience nodded politely and checked their phones. A few colleagues patted my arm and said I was too idealistic. The circle quietly revoked my access. Lucian sent me a message saying he was sorry to lose a valued conscience, but that the work would go on. Of course it did, Mira said. I went back to parish work, he said. Heard confessions, blessed babies, buried the dead. I told myself that was enough, that perhaps the world needed small faithfulness more than grand gestures. But you couldn't let it go, she guessed. No, he said, because even from my little church, I saw the effects of what they were doing. New ID programs, new smart services, people whose benefits suddenly disappeared because an algorithm decided their risk score was too high. I started hearing confessions from engineers who worked on systems they did not fully understand. He gestured at the drives on the table. I began collecting their stories, their logs, their doubts, he said. Your grandmother helped connect me with others. She used her fading platform to point some of them my way. And the bus accident? She asked. He smiled sadly. Ah, yes, he said. My grand theatrical exit. It was, necessary. Necessary for what? She pressed. For me to go where the circle would not follow, he said. And to protect you. He told her how he had been invited to speak at a conference in Central America, a gathering of activist priests and human rights workers. Helios representatives would also be there, presenting data on how their systems had improved accountability in aid distribution. I planned to confront them publicly, he said. I had documents, testimonies. Your grandmother begged me not to go. She said it was a trap. I said traps were for the arrogant, and I was merely stubborn. Same thing, Mira said. Yes, he agreed dryly. As it turns out, on the way to the conference, his bus had been scheduled to cross a remote mountain pass. Heavy rains had washed out part of the road the day before. There were news reports, warnings. Still, the route went ahead. The driver told us not to worry, Elias said. He said the engineers had assured him the sensors would warn if the road was unsafe. Mira swallowed. Helios sensors. Yes, he said. Installed the year before. The bus never reached the conference. It went over the edge. He paused, eyes far away. What happened? She asked softly. I was not on it, he said. He let the words sit there, simple and brutal. I intended to be, he added. I had my ticket. But the night before, an old woman I barely knew knocked on my door. She said she had dreamed of water and metal and that I must take the later bus. I told her I did not believe in such omens. She smacked me on the head with her cane and said, Your grandmother does. Listen to her. Mira blinked. She knew my grandmother. Everyone's grandmother knows everyone, he said. It is a secret network more powerful than Aegis. He gave a small smile, then sobered. I changed my ticket, he said. When the bus fell, my name was still on the original manifest. The authorities assumed I had died with the others. And you let them, she said. Yes, he replied. I realized in that moment that someone had tampered with the sensor logic. The road should have been flagged as unsafe hours earlier. Either Helios's systems had failed catastrophically, or someone had adjusted thresholds to keep the road nominal. To kill you? She asked. Perhaps, he said. Or perhaps I was simply one more inconvenient voice in a vehicle that could be written off as an accident. Either way, I saw an opportunity. The circle believed I was gone. That gave me room to move. So you went underground, she said. I went upward, he corrected. To the mountains. Your grandmother helped arrange it. She knew people who still believed in hiding places. Her throat tightened. She knew you were alive. Yes, he said. We kept in contact carefully. She sent me rumors, clippings, names of people like Ruth and Samuel. I sent her what I learned from my network. She wanted to tell you, but we agreed it was too dangerous. Until you had grown into your gifts, it was better that you be invisible to them. Mira looked down at her hands. She spent years grieving you publicly and writing you privately, she said, and I had no idea. Sometimes love has to look like abandonment to those who are not in on the plan, Elias said quietly. It is a terrible bargain. I apologize for your part in it. She blew out a breath. Apology noted, pending further bitterness. Bitterness is allowed, he said, as long as it does not become your whole diet. He picked up his mug again. In the mountains, I became what Caleb calls a hermit, he said. I grew a beard, wrote too many notes, and annoyed the local wildlife by singing psalms off-key. Sounds on brand, she said. We also built networks, he continued. Not the kind your council likes. Small, human ones. Farmers who noticed odd patterns in subsidies. Bank clerks who saw strange account freezes. Techs who wondered why certain servers received special patches at 3 in the morning. And all that fed into your archives, she said, gesturing to the drives. Yes, he said. Little pieces, collected over a decade. Enough to see the outline of the beast, if not its full shape. He looked at her over the rim of his mug. And now, he said, the beast is ready to announce itself. As if on cue, bells rang again in the distance, different from the chapel chime, higher, shriller. Ruth appeared in the doorway. They've just announced Voss's speech time, she said. We've got an hour. Satellite feed's glitchy, but I think we'll get it. Then we must prepare, Elias said, standing. History is about to perform a monologue. He glanced at Mira. Come, he said. You knew me as a ghost. Now you will watch my old friend try to become a god. They packed into the dining hall again, chairs pulled close, mugs of coffee and bowls of Ruth's determined soup in hand. Ruth sat near the laptop, her fingers hovering over the keys like a pianist. Let's see if they let us watch, she said. The television flickered, then stabilized on the logo of a major international news network. A countdown timer ticked in one corner. 0.1234. Pre-show, Sana said. Time for talking heads to say nothing. Sure enough, the screen filled with pundits speculating about what Voss would propose. Some saw Aegis as a logical next step in global governance. Others expressed mild concern about over-centralization, then reassured viewers that safeguards would surely be in place. This man says he's cautiously optimistic, Samuel muttered. Translation, his consulting firm already signed a contract. Mira barely heard them. Her attention was split between the screen and her phone. She had sent Jonas a message earlier. We need to talk. The world is lying. And he had responded with a thumbs-up emoji and a promise to stream whatever he could from outside the council building. Now his channel showed as live, but every attempt to open it resulted in an error. Somebody doesn't want independent angles on this, Ruth said. Try mirroring through that Lithuanian relay, Sana suggested, the one that uses older protocols. Ruth frowned, typed, and grinned. Got him. She opened a separate window. Jonas's feed appeared, slightly delayed, lower resolution, but working. He stood in a plaza surrounded by towering glass buildings. Behind him, a sleek structure with the council's seal over the entrance rose like a minimalist temple. Okay, folks, we're back, Jonas was saying to his viewers. Had a fun little outage there. I'm sure it was just a coincidence and not at all related to me calling this event the coronation of King Algorithm. A small crowd milled around him. Activists with handmade signs, journalists with cameras, curious onlookers. Armed security officers stood in loose lines watching. Officially, this is a public address by Chancellor Voss about recent disruptions, Jonas said. Unofficially, this is where he pitches his big idea. Aegis, the universal digital hug that will make us all feel safe and very, very trackable. He held the camera up to capture some of the signs. No one owns my ID. Stability control. First, they erased the logs. That last one's my favorite, Jonas said. I'd like to meet whoever wrote it. Call me, mysterious nerd. Mira felt a small, inexplicable flush. Think he knows it's you yet? Ruth murmured. Shut up, Mira said without real heat. The network feed's countdown hit 0. The anchor's voice grew solemn. We now go live to the World Stability Council headquarters, where Chancellor Lucian Voss is about to address the world on what he has called a turning point in our shared history. The shot shifted to a spacious auditorium. Rows of flags framed a simple stage. Voss stepped into view, walking to the podium with unhurried confidence. He wore a dark suit, no tie, the same slightly open collar from the earlier footage. His hair was perfect. His expression was grave but calm. Around him, cameras clicked. Lines of text scrolled silently across the bottom of the screen in multiple languages. "Brothers and sisters," he began, his voice warm and measured, carrying easily without seeming to strain. "Citizens of a world that feels more fragile every day." "That's a hook," Sana muttered. "Look vulnerable. Sound strong." "For the past 48 hours," Voss continued, "our planet has experienced a series of unprecedented disruptions. Flights diverted, communications delayed, financial transactions interrupted. Lives once again shaken by forces they cannot see." Images flashed behind him, planes on runways, people staring at blank screens, stock tickers freezing. "If you are afraid," he said, "you are not alone. If you are angry, you are not wrong." Mira glanced at Elias. His jaw was tight. "For too long," Voss went on, "we have tried to manage a hyper-connected reality with tools designed for a simpler age. Our systems are a patchwork of legacy code and political compromise. Every time we fix one leak, another appears." Graphics appeared, a tangled web of icons, banks, telecoms, hospitals, government agencies, connected by fraying lines. "We live," Voss said, "in a world where a glitch in one continent can empty ATMs in another, where a misconfiguration in a single data center can leave millions without access to vital services, where malicious actors exploit the cracks to sow chaos and profit from confusion." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "It does not have to be this way." He pressed a button. The tangled web dissolved, replaced by a cleaner diagram, a central circle labeled Aegis, with radiating lines connecting to simplified icons. "Today," or he said, "I propose a new foundation, a shared shield for our shared world." He practiced that line in the mirror, Caleb said. "Aegis," Voss continued, "is a universal digital identity and transaction framework built not to control people, but to protect them. It is a voluntary system that allows each person to carry, securely, proof of who they are, across borders, across services, across crises." The camera cut to shots of smiling aid workers handing out tablets in refugee camps, parents holding children with wristbands, farmers tapping cards at mobile clinics. "With Aegis," Voss said, "no child will be turned away from a hospital because their records were lost in a flood. No family will lose their savings to a corrupt official who manipulates local ledgers. No voice will be erased because a server in some distant nation went offline." Mira shifted in her chair. "He's using all your talking points," she said to Elias. "Why wouldn't he?" Elias replied. "We wrote the early drafts together. He just edited out the limits." Voss continued, weaving a story of empowerment and security. "He said voluntary 3 times in the first 10 minutes. Each time, the word sounded less like a promise and more like a suggestion. Aegis is built on privacy by design," he said, "encrypted at every layer, governed by an independent council with representation from all regions and traditions. No single state, corporation, or individual, including myself, will control it." "Liar," Ruth said flatly. "But make no mistake," Voss added, letting his voice drop. "Those who choose to join Aegis will enjoy a level of resilience and assurance the old systems cannot match. When the next shock comes, and it will come, the shield will hold for them." "And those who don't," Mira whispered. As if he'd heard her, Voss smiled faintly. "No one will be forced to join," he said. "But crises have a way of revealing what truly works. I have faith that when people see the stability Aegis provides, they will choose it freely." On Jonas's feed, the tone was different. He had moved closer to the big screen in the plaza, capturing both himself and Voss in the frame. "Translation," Jonas said to his viewers, voice low. "You don't have to join. You just get to watch your access crumble while your more obedient neighbors glide through life on the golden path." Behind him, a woman shouted, "Ask him who controls the independent council." Someone else yelled, "What happens when governments make it de facto mandatory?" Security officers shifted subtly, forming tighter lines. Back on the network feed, a journalist asked a vetted question about safeguards. Voss replied with smooth reassurances about oversight boards and transparency portals. Notice what he's not saying, Sana murmured. Nothing about how Aegis IDs will interface with law enforcement, surveillance, or credit scoring. Those details will appear in the fine print, Elias said, long after the cameras turn away. The speech went on for another 20 minutes. Voss described pilot successes, quoted statistics about fraud reduction and aid efficiency, invoked stories of people saved by early versions of the system. If Helios was their nervous system, Mira said quietly, Aegis is the skin. Yes, Elias replied, and the collar. At the end, Voss spoke directly to the camera. I know you are tired of fear, he said. Tired of fragility. Tired of watching the same patterns of crisis and confusion destroy the things you love. I am tired too. Aegis is not a magic cure. It is a tool. But with your trust, it can be the beginning of a world where we spend less time surviving and more time living. He paused, letting his gaze travel across the lens. Let us build that world together, he said. Let us choose stability, not chaos. Trust, not suspicion. Connection, not isolation. He stepped back. The room erupted in applause. In the plaza on Jonas's feed, the reaction was mixed. Cheers from some, boos and shouted questions from others. Jonas turned the camera to capture a man holding a sign that read, Aegis, Elegant Cage. You heard the man, Jonas said. You can have safety or chaos. No mention of freedom. Funny that. His stream stuttered. Uh-oh, he said. Looks like the great shield of stability doesn't like criticism getting too contagious. If this cuts off, the picture froze, then dissolved into a generic content unavailable message. Ruth cursed under her breath. Channel just got nuked, she said. Permanent suspension. Reason. Coordinated harmful misinformation. Fast, Sana said. They're getting faster. Mira stared at the blank space where Jonas's face had been. They're already using Aegis standards on platforms, as she said, even before the official rollout, testing how quickly they can erase someone. Echoes in the code, Elias said, now shrieking. On the main network feed, pundits were already praising Voss's bold vision. Markets, the scrolling ticker suggested, had begun to rebound on the news alone. Governments lined up to endorse the plan. One after another, world leaders appeared via split screen, pledging to work with the council to implement Aegis in their countries. Some of them genuinely believe it will help, Elias said. They are drowning in crises. When someone throws them a life jacket, they do not check who is holding the other end of the rope. And the rest? Mira asked. Some see an opportunity to outsource their least popular decisions, he said. Let the council be the bad cop. Others see a way to lock in their own power by tying it to the system. Ruth muted the TV. So, she said, turning to the room, the shield is officially in play. What's a small group of mountain weirdos going to do about it? All eyes shifted to Elias and then to Mira. She felt the weight of their gaze like an extra gravity. I can keep mapping the patterns, she said slowly. Find where their reach is weakest. Older systems, jurisdictions that resist integration, communities with strong offline networks. If Aegis can't see everything, it can't control everything. And I can find out who's getting erased, Ruth said. Channels, accounts, organizations. Build a list before they vanish completely. Sana and I can look at legal frameworks, Samuel added. Even technocrats need signatures. There will be treaties, contracts, memoranda, loopholes. Mark and I will keep the place running and the soup hot, Father Mark said, and pray since no one else here seems enthusiastic about that job. Caleb snapped his rifle back together with a soft clack. And I'll make sure we're not surprised up here, he said. If the council starts caring about hermits, we'll know. Mira looked at Elias. And Jonas, she said. He's already on their radar. If they're willing to erase his channel this fast, he will need allies, Elias said. People inside and outside the system. You are uniquely placed, Nina. You know their language, and you know his. You're suggesting I work both sides, she said. Deep analysis up here, contact on the ground. That's not exactly low risk. None of this is low risk, he said. The question is merely, Where would you like your courage to fail you? At a keyboard or in front of people who trusted you to speak? She glared at him. You are extremely annoying for a holy man. I take that as a compliment, he said. She stood, pushing back her chair. Fine, she said. I'll work. I'll map. I'll talk to Jonas when he finds a way back online. But let's be clear, we're not just observers anymore. If we do this, we're choosing sides. You chose a side when you walked out of that control room, Elias said gently. All that remains is to act like it. Ruth nodded. Welcome to the resistance, kid, she said. Don't worry, we don't have matching t-shirts. Yet. Outside, the sky had fully brightened. Faint contrails crossed it, planes still flying for now. In the valleys below, invisible signals raced along lines and through towers, carrying Voss's speech into homes and offices all over the world. In one quiet pocket of that world, a so-called mountain hermit and his reluctant protege began to plan. Chapter 4, Collapse of the Old Order. The first crack in the old order appeared as a line of text on Mira's screen. It was small, almost polite. Clearinghouse delay. Settlement queue exceeds threshold. She'd seen warnings like it many times before. Financial plumbing was always groaning under the weight of the world's transactions. Some days the queues backed up like drains after a storm. Banks waiting for confirmations, exchanges waiting for settlements, algorithms sulking because their numbers didn't add up fast enough. Normally, the system compensated. Backups drained overnight. Interest fees settled quietly. A few traders lost bonuses. The world moved on. This time, the warning didn't clear. Mira stared at the screen in the monastery library, cold coffee forgotten at her elbow. Sunlight poured through the stained glass, turning the monitors into kaleidoscopes of color and code. Talk to me, she muttered at the alert. Where's the clog? Beside her, Ruth leaned over another terminal, headset half on, juggling 3 different encrypted chat channels. Outside, she'd set up a string of mesh network antennas, jury-rigged from scavenged gear, old routers, and an unhealthy disregard for warranties. Together, they gave the monastery intermittent, fragile windows into a world increasingly wrapped in Aegis-friendly infrastructure. It's the Euro-Atlantic Clearing Union, Mira said, fingers flying as she pulled more data. Their main settlement engine just jumped to triple its normal queue. And it's stuck. Stuck like give it a minute? Or stuck like find your cash under the mattress? Ruth asked. Stuck like if this goes on for another hour, half the world's banks start screaming, Mira replied. Ruth swore softly. I'll ping Sam. He's got contacts in Frankfurt who still owe him favors. Mira drilled into the queue. Transactions scrolled past. Huge blocks of interbank transfers, derivatives settlements, cross-border payments. Some were flagged as priority, others as non-critical. All of them were held in limbo. Something felt wrong. Traffic jams in clearinghouses usually built gradually, like rush hour. This looked more like a dam bursting in one instant and then freezing mid-collapse. She ran a time series analysis. The queue had jumped at exactly 09:0 UTC, not 08:59:58, not 09:02, exactly to the millisecond. You're kidding me, she whispered. That timestamp was too clean, too theatrical. Real glitches were messy. They bled across seconds as load built and systems failed. This was a switch. She checked other clearinghouses. Similar patterns appeared in London, Singapore, New York. Not identical, different scales, different directions, but all spiking within the same narrow window. At 09:00 UTC, someone had put their fingers on the arteries of the global financial system and squeezed. Ruth's headset buzzed. She listened, frowned, and turned to the room. Sam's contact says they got a level crimson protocol, she said. Whatever that means. Trading desks are being told to halt certain categories of transactions and route everything through. You guessed it, Aegis pilot rails were available. Already, Mira said. The speech was barely 12 hours ago. Visionary leaders move fast, Ruth said dryly, especially when they spend 10 years rehearsing. Elias appeared in the doorway, as if summoned by the word 10. You see it? He asked. It's not just communication now, Mira said. They're hitting money. He nodded slowly, eyes grave. Then the real panic will begin. On the other side of the world, Jonas Reed stood in a bank lobby and tried not to punch an ATM. Again, he told the machine, enunciating each word like a threat. Check, my balance. The ATM word. The same message flashed. Unable to process request. Contact your financial institution. A line of increasingly anxious people stretched behind him. Some clutched paychecks. Others held out debit cards like rosaries. This is ridiculous, the woman behind him said. My phone says my direct deposit hit last night. The app just keeps timing out. Yeah, Jonas said over his shoulder. At least your app opens. Mine says my account is temporarily unavailable, which is a fun euphemism for we lost your money in a digital black hole. A security guard approached, attempting a professional smile that never quite reached his eyes. Sir, the machines are experiencing network issues, he said. If you step aside, maybe someone else. I'd love to step aside, Jonas said. I'd love to step into a world where money isn't fairy dust in a server farm. But since we're here, he pulled out his phone, flipped to the camera, and started filming. Hey folks, he said to the lens. Jonas here, currently starring in a live-action remake of It's a Wonderful Life Without the Wonderful Part. Quick question. How many of you have been told in the last 24 hours that your account is unavailable or your card doesn't exist? Hands went up behind him. Voices chimed in. They told me my mortgage payment bounced, someone said. But the money was there yesterday. They reversed my unemployment deposit, another added. Now they're saying I never qualified in the first place. The guard stepped between Jonas and the crowd, hand hovering near his belt. Sir, filming inside the branch isn't allowed, he said. I'm going to have to ask you to... To what? Jonas asked, still recording. To trust the process? To go home and hope the system remembers we exist? We tried that yesterday. Didn't go great. His stream interface flashed a warning, connectivity unstable. Of course it's unstable, he muttered. He cut the feed, saved the video locally, and opened a messaging app instead. A low-tech, peer-to-peer tool that still limped along when bigger platforms choked. 2. Mountain Witch message. Your boyfriend just ate the global checkbook. He hit send. Seconds later, a reply bubbled onto the screen. From Mountain Witch. Message. He's not my anything. And yes, clearinghouses are jammed. They're pushing banks toward Aegis rails. 2. Mountain Witch. Message. You sound entirely too calm about the words clearinghouse jammed. From Mountain Witch. Message. Would you prefer I scream in all caps? He considered replying with an elaborate string of terrified emojis, then thought better of it. The connection was too shaky to waste. 2. Mountain Witch. Message. People can't access cash. How long before stuff breaks? Her answer came fast. From Mountain Witch. Message. Depends on where you are. A few days in rich cities, hours in poor ones, minutes in certain markets. They're playing chicken with the whole world. Jonas pocketed the phone and looked around the lobby. People were starting to shout. The branch manager had emerged from his glass office, his tie askew, his face shiny with stress. He spoke in soothing phrases about temporary disruptions and alternative channels, but every time someone asked if their money was safe, his eyes flickered. Jonas stepped back, lifting his camera again. I know they'll shut this down, he told his viewers as the stream sputtered back to life. But you need to see what stability looks like on the street. They tell you Aegis is about protection. What they don't say is, the fastest way to make you grab a lifeline is to cut all the other ropes. A notification flashed in the corner of his screen. Content flagged. Financial misinformation. Review pending. He grinned without humor. And the best time to silence critics, he added, is while they're standing in line with everyone else, wondering if their rent exists. In the monastery, Mira watched graphs convulse. Currency charts looked like heart monitors in cardiac arrest. Spikes and plunges, erratic beats. The dollar surged, then dipped. Smaller currencies collapsed altogether, their values dropping to levels that would bankrupt entire nations. It's coordinated, she said. This isn't panic, it's choreography. Samuel, hunched at the next table with a legal pad, pushed his glasses up his nose. Can you prove that in court? He asked. Which court? She said. The ones whose pensions are tied to the markets currently on fire? He grimaced. Fair point. She traced the flows. The main clearinghouses were indeed jammed, but a new set of rails, labeled with bland test codes, tied quietly to Aegis pilot programs, remained open. Payments routed through those paths cleared in seconds. Governments and large corporations, already pre-approved, shifted their traffic there. It's a carrot and a stick rolled into one, she said. Old channels get unreliable. New Aegis rails look smooth. If you're a finance minister watching your currency crash and some council liaison whispers, we can give you access to the stable path if you sign here. What do you do? Sell your sovereignty for a slightly less terrifying spreadsheet, Samuel said. Exactly, she said. Ruth's headset crackled. Got another one, she called. Minister from some mid-sized country just gave a press conference, announced they're joining the Aegis Stabilization Framework to protect their citizens from market volatility. They'll frame it as responsible governance, Elias said from the doorway, his face lined. A parent buckling a seatbelt on a child who doesn't understand the dangers. Mira pulled up the announcement. The language was familiar. Partnership, resilience, enhanced oversight. What does the fine print look like? She asked. Samuel waved his legal pad. We've seen a leaked draft from a similar agreement, he said. It commits signatories to progressively harmonize identity, transaction, and compliance standards with Aegis protocols. In plain language, update your national systems so Aegis can see and, if necessary, override them. And if they don't sign, she asked. He shrugged. Then their currencies keep bleeding and their citizens blame them instead of the council. Not a lot of politicians have the spine for that. Mira leaned back, rubbing her eyes. We need to slow this down, she said. If they lock too many countries into Aegis rails before people understand the cost, it'll be almost impossible to unwind. Any ideas? Ruth asked. Maybe, Mira said slowly. If their new rails look like the only stable option, we have to show they're not. Not by lying, but by forcing them to reveal their own vulnerabilities. Elias's gaze sharpened. You are thinking of sabotage, he said. I'm thinking of transparency, she replied. If Aegis rails are the shiny, stable showcase, we expose the cracks in the glass, trigger a visible failure they can't erase in a way that doesn't hurt ordinary people more than they're already hurting. Is that possible? Samuel asked. Maybe, she said. Depends how deeply the rails are integrated and where we can nudge them without causing a full systemic collapse. Ruth raised an eyebrow. Define nudge. Mira stared at the scrolling data, heart pounding. Nudge means introduce noise where they've assumed perfect control, she said. Force inconsistencies. Make their infallible system cough up errors in public. If the world sees Aegis glitch the way their old systems do, it breaks the spell. Still sounds like sabotage, Elias said, even if your motives are pure. Is it sabotage to cut a wire on a runaway elevator? She shot back. If they strap the world into a machine with no emergency brake, someone has to improvise one. He considered her for a long moment. Once you begin, he said quietly, they will notice. You are proposing to step from watching the wall to throwing stones from it. I already left the wall when I walked out of the response center, she said. Now I have to decide whether I'm just a spectator or an accomplice. To them or to you. Ruth glanced between them. As someone who spent most of her life keeping other people's systems from crashing, can I just say I find it very on brand that my midlife crisis involves deliberately breaking them? Samuel sighed. If we do this and it goes wrong, we could accelerate exactly what we're trying to prevent. If we do nothing, Mira said, we watch Aegis become the default operating system of human life. You know what they say in my field, default wins. Elias closed his eyes briefly. Pray aloud while you work, he said. If you are going to pull God into a debugging session, you might as well warn him. While the mountain debated sabotage, a woman in a glass tower stared at a screen and tried very hard not to panic. Dr. Amira Saleh had built her career on calm under pressure. Cryptography was not a field for drama. It rewarded patience, rigor, and a certain stubborn refusal to be impressed by cleverness. Now cleverness stared her in the face. "This can't be right," she said. Her office overlooked a gray river and a city skyline of modernist ambition. Inside, the space was spare. A desk, 3 monitors, an overwatered plant, a whiteboard filled with equations. On the wall, a framed certificate from a prestigious university and a photo of her parents in front of a small market in Cairo. The monitors glowed with simulations of Aegis transaction flows. On most of them, numbers behaved as expected. On one, they did not. Amira zoomed in. Each Aegis ID was supposed to generate a unique cryptographic token when used in a transaction. The token proved that the person was who they claimed to be, without revealing anything else about them. A neat trick of math she had helped design. Zero-knowledge proof, she had explained once to a journalist. The system knows you have a valid key without needing to see your key. The journalist had nodded, pretended to understand, and gone back to writing about the digital future of trust. Zero-knowledge proofs were beautiful, elegant, honest. What she saw now looked like their evil twin. In the simulation logs, certain tokens were being marked with an invisible flag, a secondary bit string that wasn't part of the original design. Tokens with that flag moved differently. They encountered invisible speed bumps, additional checks, unexplained delays. A few were quietly rejected, their transactions rerouted, their users shunted to manual review. Amira had only noticed because of a rounding error in a performance test. An extra millisecond here, a slightly higher failure rate there. Small things, but small things mattered when you were scaling to billions. She ran a comparison. Flag tokens correlated almost perfectly with a set of profiles. Users from regions labeled high risk in an internal document, people whose behavioral scores fell outside a preferred range. "Show me the spec," she said to the empty room. She pulled up the latest technical blueprint. The addition wasn't there. Officially, the flags did not exist. They existed now. "Who approved this?" she whispered. A knock at her door made her jump. "Dr. Saleh," a voice said. "You still alive?" She minimized the simulation just as the door opened. Marcus Lee, her lead engineer, leaned in. He was young, brilliant, chronically sleep-deprived, and currently carrying 2 coffees and a packet of crackers. "Emergency breakfast," he said. "You missed the good muffins. We're down to hospital food." She tried to smile. "Thanks," she said. "Put it there." He set the coffee on her desk. She glanced at the monitors. "Please tell me those numbers mean everything's fine," he said. She hesitated. Marcus was loyal, capable, and deep in Aegis's guts with her. But there were layers even he didn't see. The flags sat in code branches marked with access tags she'd never encountered before. "Performance is interesting," she said. "Interesting like we'll win awards? Or interesting like we'll be blamed for the fall of civilization?" he asked. "A little of column A, little of column B," she said. He dropped into the chair opposite her, rubbing his face. "Our contact in policy just called," he said. "Voss wants a briefing by end of day on how soon we can roll out mandatory Aegis IDs for council staff and contractors. Says it'll set the tone." "Mandatory," she repeated. "I thought we were still in voluntary mode." "Publicly, sure," Marcus said. "But he wants to make sure the people on the inside are true believers. Or at least good beta testers." She stared at her minimized window. "Have you seen any undocumented changes in the last patch?" she asked carefully. "Something that might affect token handling?" He shrugged. "I mean, there was that hotfix from the security team last night. They said it was to harden the trust anchor. Needed elevated privileges, but that's above my pay grade." He took a sip of coffee, grimaced. "This tastes like one of your proofs," he said. "Technically correct, morally questionable." "Can you pull the diff?" she asked. "Already tried," he said. "Access denied. It's locked behind council-only permissions." He looked at her. "But you have those, don't you? I've seen your badge color." She did. As lead cryptographer, she'd been granted the highest technical clearance. "Apparently," she said. "Then you can see what they change," he said. "Figure out why the latest test runs are behaving like a moody teenager." He stood. "Heads up. Rumor is some smaller countries are already getting Aegis-based emergency liquidity lines. They're calling it the Stability Corridor." She frowned. That's fast. Voss doesn't waste a good crisis, Marcus said. Anyway, my lot is waiting for me to tell them whether their code is saving the world or destroying it. I'd like to at least pretend I know which. He left, closing the door. Amira exhaled slowly. She reopened the simulation, then opened a secure console and tried to access the hotfix branch. Access confirmed. Dr. A. Saleh. Lines of code spilled across the screen. Someone had added a conditional function to the token validation process. The function cross-referenced each token with a separate database, a risk ledger populated by inputs from law enforcement, financial regulators, health agencies, and, she realized with a sick twist, Aegis's own behavioral models. If the risk score exceeded a certain threshold, the token was tagged. Tagging didn't outright deny access, not yet. It simply prioritized the transaction differently, subjecting it to additional scrutiny. But the logic could be changed. A single parameter altered, and the same mechanism could deny access entirely. She scrolled to the top of the file. Attribution. Security Team, Directive 7. Author L. Voss. Approved. Her chest tightened. Lucian Voss had personally approved the flagging mechanism. She sat back, fingers numb. She had told herself Aegis was neutral, a tool that could be used for good or ill, its morality determined by policy, not math. She had built walls in the architecture to prevent misuse. Now she saw those walls being repurposed as channels. Her phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number flashed. "We need to talk. Anonymous, if you prefer. I think Aegis is being weaponized." She stared at it, pulse pounding. Amira wasn't prone to paranoia. Years of working on secure systems had trained her to distrust coincidences, but also to recognize random noise. "This didn't feel random," she typed back. "Who is this?" The answer came almost immediately. "Someone who watched our pilot tokens get used to deny aid in a place that doesn't officially exist. We're not supposed to notice. Some of us did. I heard you might care." She swallowed. Her name had circulated among idealists in the project, people who still believed Aegis could be a shield instead of a cage. She'd become a quiet confessor for engineers who saw things they didn't understand. "Talk later," she wrote. "Right now I need logs. As far back as you can get." "Unfiltered. You and me both," the stranger replied. "Check your secure drop in 10, and be careful. The system is forgetting people. It might try to forget you too." Amira looked back at the code. Flags, risk ledgers, Voss's signature. The old order was collapsing outside. Inside this tower, the new one was sharpening its teeth. In the mountain library, a debate had turned into an argument. "We hit them here," Mira said, jabbing at a cluster on the screen. "The Aegis pilot in the Baltic corridor. It's big enough to matter, small enough not to take the whole world down if we miscalculate." "That corridor runs medical supply chains," Samuel objected. "You want to mess with that?" "I want to force visible discrepancies," she said, "not shut it off. We can introduce errors in non-critical reporting layers, make their perfect audit trail contradict itself. If they pride themselves on immutability, we show the world it's mutable." Ruth pointed at another map. "What about the South American Agricultural Network?" she asked. "Sam's contacts say Aegis isn't fully hooked there yet. Their own local systems still handle most transactions. Less council oversight, more room to maneuver." "Too messy," Mira said. "We need somewhere they trust their own code enough to be lazy. Otherwise, they'll blame local infrastructure." "Every option hurts someone," Samuel said, "even if it's just reputational damage. You're asking us to undermine confidence in a system that's currently the only thing keeping some governments from dissolving." "And that system is built on a lie," Mira snapped. "If we prop it up because we're afraid of what happens when people see the truth, we're no better than the council." Elias, sitting quietly in the corner, cleared his throat. "Truth can kill," he said. "Lies can also kill. The commandment is not, 'Thou shalt never disturb anyone.' It is, 'Thou shalt not bear false witness.'" Mira turned to him. "So what's our witness? That Aegis is dangerous? Or that the people running it are arrogant?" "Both," he said. "But you are not prophets of doom. You are witnesses to possibility. Whatever you do, remember that." She exhaled, forcing herself to calm. "I'm not suggesting we crash Aegis," she said. "I'm suggesting we prove it's not the Infallible Shield Voss claims it is. We can do that by targeting its reputation, not its core function. Create anomalies that force public scrutiny. How? Ruth asked. Use their own tools against them? Yes, Mira said. Every system has monitoring dashboards, health checks, integrity verifiers. If we can feed those different answers, then the front-end reports, auditors will notice. Or they'll try to cover it up, and that becomes the story. Samuel rubbed his temples. You're assuming auditors haven't already sold their soul, he said. I'm assuming not all of them have, she replied. Someone on the inside is uneasy. Systems this complex always have dissenters. We have to give them something undeniable to latch onto. Elias leaned forward, hands clasped. Let me ask a question from another angle, he said. If you do nothing, what happens in a month? Mira looked at the cascading charts. A month, she said. Most major economies sign onto Aegis rails. Social benefits start requiring Aegis IDs for efficiency. Non-integrated systems are labeled legacy risks. Companies begin refusing non-Aegis customers. Within a year, saying no becomes practically impossible for anyone who wants food, work, or healthcare. And if you act, he asked. If we succeed, we slow adoption, she said. We give people time to organize, to demand oversight, to build alternatives. If we fail, we become a convenient scapegoat. Look, the reason Aegis glitched is because terrorists attacked it. We must lock it down even more. Silence settled over the room. Sounds like every meaningful choice in history, Ruth said finally. Do nothing and watch something terrible become permanent, or do something and risk making it worse? Exactly, Mira said. Elias stood. Then pray, he said. Not for clarity. Life rarely gives that. But for courage and mercy. Courage to act, mercy to recognize when you are wrong, and to change course before you become what you fight. Mira swallowed. Okay, she said. We start small. No dramatic crashes. We pick a pilot corridor and nudge its numbers just enough to force an investigation. One that can't be handled quietly. Ruth's fingers danced over her keyboard. I've got a few old exploits we might be able to adapt, she said. Some of their monitoring software still runs on libraries I know like bad relatives. If we can get a foothold, we can plant a discrepancy. Samuel sighed. I'll draft a statement, he said. A statement? Mira asked. In case they trace it back here, he said. If we're going to poke a dragon, we should at least be able to say why. Maybe someone listening won't agree we're monsters. Elias smiled faintly. Always the lawyer. Someone has to be, Samuel replied. Mira turned back to the screens. Let's get to work, she said. They targeted the Baltic corridor. It was a neat, self-contained network linking a handful of countries with strong digital infrastructure and enthusiastic technocrats. Aegis had pitched the pilot as a model of next-generation cooperative finance, real-time settlements, dynamic credit lines, automated compliance. Perfect, Mira said. High visibility, high arrogance. Ruth found a vulnerable node in an old monitoring appliance left plugged into a corner of the corridor's architecture, forgotten by engineers focused on the shiny new Aegis layers. Everyone loves legacy boxes, she said. No one wants to touch them in case they break something, which means no one patches them either. Through that dusty door, they slipped a sliver of code, just enough to intercept certain health metrics and alter them before they reached the dashboards. Remember, Mira said, we're not stopping transactions. We're just telling their sensors different stories than their ledgers. They programmed the discrepancy to appear intermittently in patterns that suggested non-random interference. A few token validations would show inconsistent timestamps. A handful of high-profile transfers would appear to route through nodes that didn't exist. Like ghost packets, Ruth said. And if the council tries to quietly fix it? Samuel asked. We'll be watching, Mira said. If they patch around it without public disclosure, we'll leak the before and after logs. Someone like Jonas will make noise. Assuming Jonas still has a platform, Ruth said. He'll find one, Mira said. They launched the script. For several minutes, nothing obvious happened. The corridor's transaction volume stayed steady. Banks continued to settle trades. Governments continued to use emergency Aegis credit to plug their bleeding budgets. Then the first alert appeared. Corridor health, minor anomaly detected. Token routing mismatch. Another, audit trail warning, non-deterministic timestamps. These are internal alerts, Ruth said, scanning. Not public, yet. Give them time, Mira said. Candy-coated systems hate when their teeth ache. Throughout the day, more anomalies popped up. A small number of transactions showed impossible paths, nodes that should have been inactive clocked, sudden bursts of activity. Integrity verifiers flagged discrepancies between independent logs. Within hours, someone inside Aegis had ordered a deep inspection. Amira Saleh read the anomaly report and felt both dread and a prick of grim satisfaction. Show me the diff, she told Marcus. He pulled it up on the main screen in their war room, a spacious, windowless space filled with monitors, whiteboards, and exhausted engineers. There's no evidence of external intrusion, he said. No signature from the usual suspects. But the logs disagree with each other in ways they shouldn't. Some of the tag, checksums don't match. That shouldn't be possible, another engineer said. Our hashing is deterministic. Either the data's been corrupted or someone is lying, Amira finished. She zoomed in on one of the mismatches. A high-value transfer between two major banks had passed all the usual checks, but the integrity monitor claimed it had taken an impossible route, bouncing through a node that hadn't been active in weeks. This looks like someone inserted noise into the monitoring layer, she said, not the transaction path itself. Marcus frowned. Why? If you're going to attack Aegis, why not hit the money flows? Because crashing the flows would hurt a lot of innocent people, Amira said quietly. Whoever did this wants us to look at our own tools. Marcus stared at her. You think this is a protest? He asked. From inside? Or outside, she said. Someone who understands enough of our architecture to poke a specific nerve. A notification pinged on her private console. Secure drop updated. She opened it. A collection of logs, memos, and screenshots appeared. Evidence of Aegis tokens being quietly used as gatekeepers in regions not yet publicly listed as pilots. In one, aid workers in a sealed-off stability zone were forced to deny food to people whose tokens had been mysteriously marked revoked. The accompanying note from her unknown contact was short. They're testing exclusion. This isn't a hypothetical anymore. We're on a clock. Her stomach twisted. Dr. Saleh, Marcus's voice cut in. Council liaison is asking for an assessment. They want a reassurance statement for Voss's team, preferably one that says, minor anomaly, no systemic risk. She looked from the Baltic anomalies to the unauthorized flagging code to the leaked evidence of token-based denial. Once she had believed she could keep Aegis honest from within. Now she saw the walls closing in. Tell them, she said slowly, that we're investigating an integrity issue that affects a limited segment of the corridor, that we need time before we can responsibly assess impact. Marcus nodded, tapping on his tablet. And Marcus, she added. Yeah? Tell them I'm invoking Protocol 9. He blinked. That's serious. It's what it's for, she said. Protocol 9 was a rarely used provision buried in Aegis's technical governance charter, one she had insisted on years ago. It allowed the lead cryptographer to demand an independent audit by external experts if she believed core integrity was at risk. It had never been used. Are you sure they won't just bypass it? Marcus asked. Maybe they will, she said, but they'll have to do it in writing. She looked at the anomalies again. And if we're going to have a fight, she murmured, I want a paper trail. In the monastery, the Chaidu, first mainstream ripple arrived in the evening. Ruth's laptop chimed with a news alert. Here we go, she said, pulling it up on the big screen. Regional Business Channel. Let's see how they spin Aegis Corridor has a migraine. A nervous-looking anchor stared into the camera, graphics swirling behind him. Reports of minor technical irregularities in the Baltic Stability Corridor, he said. Officials stress there is no risk to deposits or transactions, and that the Aegis rails are performing within expected parameters. A split screen appeared. On one side, a council spokesperson smiled reassuringly. On the other, a financial analyst frowned. The integrity monitors did exactly what they're supposed to do, the spokesperson said. They detected an inconsistency and triggered an investigation. This proves Aegis is working as designed. But how did the inconsistency occur in the first place? The analyst pressed. We were told Aegis offered a tamper-proof audit trail. Are you saying? I'm saying, the spokesperson cut in smoothly, that all complex systems experience noise. What matters is how they respond. The old order often hid such glitches. Aegis reveals and corrects them. Translation, Ruth muttered. We didn't mess up. The system is just very honest about how perfect it is. Samuel pointed at a line of text in the ticker. Look at that, he said. Independent cryptographic audit requested by Aegis Technical Leadership. That's your Protocol 9, isn't it? Mira read the tiny caption. Aegis spokespeople confirmed that an external review will be conducted to reassure partners and the public of the system's robustness. Someone inside pulled a fire alarm, she said. Good, Elias said. You're not alone. She let herself exhale. Their nudge had not crashed anything. It had forced the council to admit, however delicately, that Aegis was not infallible. But it wasn't enough. They'll try to control the narrative, she said. Frame this as a success story. Look how responsibly we handle issues. We need more. More nudging, Ruth asked? Or more Jonas? Both, Mira said. She opened her secure chat with Jonas. From Mountain Witch message. Enjoying the bank run? Check the Baltic business channels. Our dragon stubbed its toe. A moment later from Jonas. Message. Saw. They're calling it a minor irregularity. My landlord calls missed rent a felony. Need more details. Can you talk? She glanced at Elias. He nodded. Go, he said. Your friend is in the city. You are our line to the ground. She slipped out to a smaller room Ruth had wired as a secure communication nook. The connection was slow, but functional. Jonas's face appeared on her screen, grainy but unmistakable. He had dark circles under his eyes and a bruise along one cheekbone she didn't remember from before. What happened to your face? She blurted. Occupational hazard, he said. Turns out security doesn't appreciate it when you ask loud questions in front of cameras. You okay up there, Snow White? Mountain Witch, remember? She said. We don't do princess branding. He grinned, then sobered. Bank lines are getting longer, he said. Some places are setting withdrawal limits. People are pissed. Government just announced they're exploring the Aegis stabilization framework to ensure continuity of essential services. You feel the air quotes from there? Yes, she said. They're very loud. He leaned closer to the camera. Tell me what you did, he said. She hesitated. What makes you think I did anything? She asked. He raised an eyebrow. Because I've known you since you rewired the neighborhood Christmas lights to blink in Fibonacci sequences, he said. And because the timing is too cute. Voss unveils Aegis, clearinghouses choke, governments panic, and then one of his showcase corridors mysteriously starts coughing up contradictions. If it's not you, I'll be offended. Despite herself, she smiled. We didn't break anything vital, she said. We just misaligned some mirrors, enough to force an audit. Good, he said simply. They need all the mirrors they can get. I've got people sending me screenshots of disappeared posts, vanished channels, accounts that never existed. It's not just money, they're editing memory. I know, she said. We're seeing it in the logs. But listen, someone inside Aegis triggered an external audit protocol. That means there's at least one person in the machine who doesn't like what they are being asked to build. Can you reach them? He asked. Maybe, she said, if we can send a signal through the right channel. For now, we need you to amplify what's already public. Don't let them hide this as routine. He nodded. I can work with minor irregularity, he said. Make it sound like the system's allergic to its own marketing. He tilted his head. You know this is only going to get uglier, right? He said. Once they tie Aegis to access, real access, to food, medicine, jobs, people will crawl over broken glass to accept it. I know, she said. That's our next problem. Can't wait, he said dryly. By the way, some of my followers keep asking what Mountain Witch thinks. I told them she's an urban legend who lives in a server rack and only appears when the graphs misbehave. That's, not entirely wrong, she said. He smiled softer this time. Seriously, Mira, he said. Be careful. The more noise you make in their system, the more they'll look for you. Same, she replied. They've already erased your main channel once. Yeah, but they haven't met my backups, he said. Internet Hydra. Cut off one head, three more mediocre podcasts grow in its place. She laughed. Talk soon, she said. Soon, he agreed, and the screen went dark. She sat there for a moment, listening to the faint hum of the makeshift equipment, the distant murmur of voices from the main hall. The old order was collapsing, not with a single dramatic explosion, but with 1,000 carefully engineered stumbles. The new one rose on the promise of stability, its foundation poured from the very fear it had helped create. Mira stood, joints stiff. Back in the library, Elias looked up as she entered. Well? He asked. He's still annoying, she said. And he's in. He'll push the Aegis story as far as his remaining channels let him. Good, Elias said. We will need loud voices in the valley and quiet ones on the hill. Ruth glanced at the latest alerts. Speaking of valleys, she said, we've got another announcement. This one's not about corridors, it's about people. She projected a news bulletin onto the bigger screen. Council staff to pilot Universal Aegis ID program. All employees, contractors, and associated personnel will receive integrated digital identity credentials enabling seamless access to facilities, systems, and compensation. Participation is described as strongly encouraged and an important step toward demonstrating confidence in the Aegis framework. Mira felt a chill. This is where it starts, she said. Soft mandates, career consequences for saying no. Elias nodded. And soon, he said, it will move beyond staff to health workers, teachers, police, then to benefits, licenses, everyday life. The mark of access, Samuel murmured. Mira's gaze hardened. Then Chapter 5 is here, she said. They're about to tie identity to survival. Elias looked at her. And you, he said, are about to decide how far you're willing to go to untie it. She looked at the screens. Flickering charts, error messages, headlines. The digital storm her grandmother had warned about was no longer a distant threat. It was here, rewriting the world in real time. The old order was collapsing under the weight of its own contradictions. In the rubble, Aegis rose, offering safety at the cost of something harder to quantify and easier to lose. The right to exist without permission. Mira flexed her fingers, feeling the ghost of keys under them. Then we get ready, she said, because the next phase won't just be about money. Chapter 5, The Mark of Access. They called it Onboarding Day. Amira Saleh stared at the calendar notification on her screen and wondered when the word onboarding had stopped meaning a few HR forms and started meaning enter the new operating system of human life. Reminder, Aegis staff identity enrollment, mandatory briefing and credential, issuance location, atrium level 3, time or 9, das Uhrchen, 11:30, dress code, business casual. Note, participation is strongly encouraged as a demonstration of confidence in the Aegis framework. Strongly encouraged. The phrase had gained weight in the last 48 hours. It felt like a polite hand on the back, steering you toward a door you hadn't agreed to walk through. Ready to be upgraded? Marcus asked from her doorway. He wore a crisp shirt that failed to disguise the wrinkles under his eyes. His badge hung prominently on a lanyard, as if proximity to the Aegis logo might protect him from what was coming. Amira shut the notification. Do we get capes? She asked. Or just bracelets? Bracelets, cards, and the option of a subdermal chip if you want to skip the jewelry, he said. They say the chip is the most secure. No risk of losing it. No risk of someone stealing your ID. No risk of taking it off, she said. He gave her a look. Come on, he said. We've both lived our careers in secure spaces. This isn't that different. New badge, new protocol. It's different, she said. Our old badges didn't talk to the banking system. He shrugged, not arguing. If we don't show up, people will notice it, he said. You're the one who pulled Protocol 9. They're already wondering if you're a liability. She stood, straightened her jacket, and picked up her old badge. Let them wonder, she said. But I'll go. I want to see the machine up close while it's still pretending to be a party. The Atrium Level 3 looked like someone had tried to combine a tech expo with a wellness retreat. Banners with the Aegis logo, Stylized shield, minimalist lines hung from the high ceiling. Sleek booths lined the space, staffed by smiling representatives in matching polos. A looping video played on a massive screen. Montages of people tapping wristbands at doors, paying for groceries with a wave, boarding trains with nothing but a glance at a scanner. Soft music hummed under it all, patriotic without naming any country. Council staff queued obediently at registration tables. Each person was handed a brochure, a consent form on a tablet, and a choice card. Choose your credential style. Smart card, wearable band, subdermal smart tag. Like picking a phone plan, Marcus murmured, except this one comes with moral implications. Amira scanned the consent form. It was written in reassuring language. By enrolling in Aegis staff identity, you agree to the secure use of your biometric data for access, authentication, and compensation-related purposes. Your data will be encrypted and processed in accordance with the Aegis Privacy Charter. You may opt out of biometrics at any time by following the official revocation procedure. She knew what the revocation procedure looked like. Paperwork, delays, suspicion. And if we don't sign? She asked the woman at the table. The representative's smile tightened by 0.5 millimeter. Participation is strongly encouraged, she said. Those who choose not to enroll may experience delays in accessing certain facilities and systems. Some roles may eventually require Aegis credentials as an essential operational tool. In other words, Marcus translated under his breath, keep your analog soul if you want. Your digital job will go on without you. Amira selected the smart card. It felt like the least invasive. She was not ready to let anyone inject a chip into her skin, not because she feared the technology itself, but because she distrusted the people who were rushing it. You're not going for the full cyborg upgrade? Marcus asked as they moved to the next station. I prefer my polymers external, she said. They sat in molded chairs facing a row of iris scanners and palm readers. Technicians guided them through the process. Look into the lens, a technician said to Amira. Keep your eyes steady. The scanner's ring of light glowed. A soft chime indicated success. Now your palm, please, he said. She placed her hand on a glass plate. It was warm, faintly sticky from the last person's anxiety. Perfect, he said. Your biometric key is now bound to your Aegis staff ID. You'll receive your physical card shortly. And if I resign, she asked. He blinked, thrown. Your employment status won't affect the integrity of your identity, he said, recovering. Your Aegis ID is designed to accompany you for life. That wasn't what I asked, she said. He offered the kind smile people used when they had a script and no authority. Any revocation or modification of access privileges can be processed through the appropriate channels, he said. The system is very flexible. Flexible was one word for it. She stepped aside, waiting for her card to print. On the far side of the room, a line had formed at the subdermal station. A nurse in a white jacket swabbed wrists and pressed a small injector against the skin. People winced, then smiled for the cameras. The council had invited media to cover the historic adoption of Aegis by its own staff. Look, Marcus said, there's policy. He nodded toward a man in a tailored suit rubbing his wrist where a chip had just been placed. A team of photographers surrounded him. He lifted his arm, showing the small bandage and the glint of a sensor under the skin. I believe in the future I built, Marcus mimed. That'll be the quote. Amira's card slid out of the printer, warm and smooth. Her face stared back at her from the glossy surface, overlaid with the Aegis crest and a cluster of micro-holograms. Along the bottom, a tiny line of text read, Status, Trusted Entity, Level 4. She turned the card over. A chip glinted, inscrutable. Trusted, she thought, for now. 3 floors. Below, someone tried to buy lunch. This card worked yesterday, the woman said, voice rising. My wages go into this account. I checked the balance this morning. I'm sorry, ma'am, the cashier replied. The terminal's rejecting it. Do you have Aegis? The line shuffled impatiently. Jonas observed from the back, phone in hand, pretending to scroll while he recorded. The cafeteria belonged to a large hospital in the city. Nurses, doctors, cleaners, techs, patients, and family members moved through it in a blur of scrubs and tired eyes. A new sign hung over the registers. For your security, We are upgrading to Aegis-compatible payment systems. Aegis ID and verified accounts will enjoy priority processing and enhanced fraud protection. Small text at the bottom added, non-Aegis cards may experience temporary disruptions during the transition. Temporary disruptions, the woman repeated, hearing the words but not the corporate cushioning around them. My kids are waiting upstairs. I don't have time for this. The cashier looked helpless. There's an ATM down the hall, she offered. It's out of cash, someone else in line said. I just tried. Jonas moved closer, positioning himself where his camera could capture the sign, the woman's card, the rejection message on the screen. Declined. Verify identity through Aegis. He zoomed in. Hey, he said softly to the woman. Can I ask you something on camera? You don't have to show your face if you don't want. She looked at him, eyes flashing between anger and humiliation. I just want to feed my kid, she said. What do you think your little video is going to do about that? Maybe nothing, he said. Maybe something. But if they're going to choke people like this, the least we can do is make it visible. She considered, then nodded once. Fine, she said. Just don't use my name. I don't want my boss seeing this. He angled the camera to keep her face out of frame. Tell me what happened, he said. She held up the card. I work here, she said. Been here 8 years. We just got paid. Now they say the system needs extra verification, but no one told us we needed Aegis to buy a sandwich. You have an Aegis ID? He asked. No, she said. I got the email about enrolling, but I have kids, double shifts. No time to go stand in some line for a new ID I didn't ask for. Behind them, another cashier waved a man through. Tap your wrist here, sir, she said. Perfect. Aegis verified. Next. The man with the wristband smiled, barely aware of the difference between his smooth transaction and the line backing up next to him. This is how they do it, Jonas said to his viewers, keeping his voice low. They don't pass a law saying, you must join Aegis. They just make it so exhausting not to let you give in. The livestream chat flickered with comments. This is happening at my pharmacy. My mom's benefits card stopped working this morning. They told us we need Aegis to access the new priority queue. I thought they said it was voluntary. Jonas ended the segment with a tight smile. If you're watching this and thinking, I'm fine, I have Aegis. Remember, any system that can deny her today can deny you tomorrow, he said. Nothing about this is neutral. He saved the video locally in 3 different encrypted folders. He no longer trusted any platform to hold his work without losing it. His phone vibrated. From Mountain Witch message. They've started tying cafeteria payments to Aegis? Hospitals first. Of course, he replied. From Jonas message. Food plus exhaustion plus fear require easy leverage. Where are we on your unmarked plan? The answer took a minute. From Mountain Witch. Message building slowly. Come up the mountain soon. You should see what we're trying. He looked around the hospital, tired faces, blinking machines, the constant beeping of monitors. Soon, he whispered, if they let me. On the mountain, the monastery had acquired a second personality. By day, it was what it had always been in the stories. Stone walls, smoke from the chimney, autumn leaves drifting across a courtyard, a place where bells marked the hours and prayer and soup filled the spaces between. By night, it was a development lab. Ruth had turned one of the smaller rooms into a humming nest of hardware. Old servers, routers, solar-backed batteries, tangled cables. Handwritten diagrams covered the walls, taped over faded religious art. On one, a sketched starburst labeled off-grid mesh, connected circles labeled farm, clinic, school, market. Sana sat at a table, laptop open, drafting a manifesto in between coding sprints. Samuel had turned a corner into a legal war room, printed laws and treaties pinned in cascades with lines of red string between them. Mira stood in front of a whiteboard, marker in hand. We can't compete with Aegis for convenience, she said. They have scale, funding, and control of most of the big pipes. If we try to out-tech them head-on, we lose. So we don't, Ruth said. We go small, local, messy, harder to control. Exactly, Mira said. Their weakness is complexity. Aegis tries to harmonize everything. Identity, payment, access, all under one roof. That makes it powerful, but it also makes it brittle. We build redundancy instead. She drew 3 overlapping circles labeled trust, value, and identity. We create community-level webs, she said, old-fashioned in some ways, mutual credit, local currencies, face-to-face trust networks, but with enough tech to keep them from being crushed by the surrounding system. Sana nodded. Digital guild, she said, groups that vouch for each other. If one person gets cut off from official channels, the group covers them via the unmarked network. We start where Aegis is weakest, Samuel added. Regions with spotty infrastructure, places with strong local cultures, communities already suspicious of centralized control. They'll be more open to alternatives. And cities, Ruth asked? Your friend Jonas is filming in asphalt land. Hard to build chicken swap economies there. We don't replace everything, Mira said. We triage, focus on essentials, food, medicine, shelter, communication. If we can give even a small percentage of people a way to survive without Aegis approval, it buys time. She tapped the board. We call it the unmarked network. Catchy, Caleb said from the doorway, leaning on his rifle. Kind of ominous, too. Good, Samuel said. Maybe it'll annoy the right people. Father Mark, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. Remember that not everyone who joins Aegis does so with evil in their heart, he said. Some will be trying to protect their families, their communities. We must not turn this into a war between the pure and the tainted. There is no such thing. We're not starting a purity cult, Sana said. We're building a fallback option. Fallbacks can turn into fortresses, he replied. Just keep your doors wider than theirs. Mira nodded. We design it so you can move in and out, she said. No oath, no permanent mark. If someone wants to use Aegis for some things and the unmarked network for others, fine. The point is choice. Ruth spun her chair. Technically, we can piggyback on some of the old infrastructure Aegis hasn't fully eaten yet, she said. FM bands, community Wi-Fi, ad hoc mesh networks from repurposed phones. We've used versions of this for disaster zones. We just never thought we'd be using it against an intentional disaster. Legal cover, Samuel asked. Thin, he answered himself. But remember, most governments have disaster response statutes that allow for alternative communication and aid channels when official ones break down. We can argue we're operating under those in areas where Aegis failures are de facto disasters. That might work, for a while, Elias said, until they rewrite the laws. Which they will, Samuel said, but they can't rewrite customs as fast. If we embed the network in social practices, mutual aid, neighborhood councils, co-ops, it'll be harder to uproot. Mira drew arrows from the circles on the board. First step, she said, we need pilot communities, places where we have existing contacts willing to test this. If it works there, we can scale cautiously. Your grandmother's old parish, Elias said softly. The people there still remember her broadcasts. They don't trust the council, and they've lived on the edge of systems for years. Mira's chest tightened at the mention. Okay, she said. Them. And we asked Jonas for leads in the city, tenants groups, clinic workers, community organizers, people who already operate in the cracks. Ruth cracked her knuckles. I'll start putting together a portable kit, she said. Something a group can deploy themselves with minimal tech skills. Plug-and-play resistance. Add instructions written for stressed, sleep-deprived non-engineers, Sana said. We're not handing these to hackers. We're handing them to exhausted moms and overworked nurses. On it, Ruth said. Mira stepped back from the board. We're not going to save everyone, she said. We're not going to stop Aegis from becoming dominant. But if we can keep some pockets of non-marked life alive, if we can preserve the idea that existing without permission is possible, that matters. Elias smiled faintly. A remnant, he said. We're not a Bible study, Elias, she said. And yet, he replied, we are living in one. The first unmarked pilot launched on a Tuesday in a town the council's maps barely acknowledged. It sat in the shadow of a defunct factory, its main street lined with closed shops and stubborn survivors. The big employers had left years ago, chasing lower costs elsewhere. What remained were families who couldn't or wouldn't move, a handful of small farms, a clinic, a church, and a lot of memories. They called it San Isidro. The council called it Zone 14C. They turned my neighborhood into a coordinate, Jonas muttered as he read the classification in a leaked document. He and Mira watched the rollout from two very different vantage points. In San Isidro, a handful of people gathered in the church basement. Old folding chairs, a smell of dust and coffee, faded posters from fundraisers long past. At the front of the room stood a middle-aged woman with wire-rimmed glasses and a stubborn jawline. Her name was Anna, and she had known Mira's grandmother. "We listened to your abuela on the radio," she had told Mira over a shaky video call. "She told us storms were coming. We thought they'd look like hurricanes. Turns out they look like men in suits with contracts." Now, Anna addressed the dozen people in the room. "This is not about choosing between God and Aegis," she said. "It's about making sure we can feed our children if Aegis decides we don't fit its model of a good citizen." A laptop on a folding table showed Mira's face, beamed in from the monastery. "Hi," Mira said, raising a hand. "I know this looks like a hacker movie, but it's mostly going to be very boring. That's what you want in an alternative network. Boring and reliable." A few people chuckled. Ruth's voice came faintly from off-screen as she guided them through plugging in the first node, a small, rugged box with antennae, powered by a solar-backed battery. "This will create a local mesh," she said. "Your phones can connect to it even if the main network goes down or decides it doesn't like you. Think of it as a walkie-talkie system that also knows how to handle spreadsheets." They set up simple apps, a ledger for tracking mutual credit, a directory of who could offer what, childcare, repairs, food, a basic messaging tool that worked over the mesh. "We're not replacing your bank accounts overnight," Mira said. "We're giving you a backup tab at the neighborhood store. If someone's card fails, they can buy on credit in the unmarked ledger and settle later however you agree. Cash, work, whatever. You decide the rules." "And if the council says this is illegal?" someone asked. "Then we point to your country's disaster statutes and argue you're just doing what people have always done in crises." "Helping each other," Samuel's voice answered from another laptop. "They'll huff and puff. They might even send someone to frown. But for now, they're too busy chasing bigger fish." "Bigger fish like me," Jonas said into his own camera, broadcasting a documentary segment about San Isidro's experiment. He kept the town's name vague, its location fuzzed, faces carefully framed. The point wasn't to give the council a target. The point was to give others an idea. "This is happening in more places than you think," he told his viewers. "Little nodes of no thanks popping up where people have learned the hard way that centralized systems don't remember their names unless there's a contract involved." He showed a shot of Anna scanning a handwritten note with her phone, syncing a transaction to the local mesh. "Is this going to replace the global financial system?" he said. "No. Is it going to keep some people afloat when the global system decides they're an acceptable rounding error? Maybe, and maybe is better than no." The comments rolled in. "How do we set this up in our neighborhood? We don't have a tech person. My church might do this. Can you send instructions?" Mira watched the chat feed from the monastery. "It's starting," she said. "Slowly, but it's starting." Elias nodded. "Seeds," he said. "Scattered on rocky soil, some will die. Others will find cracks." In the tower, Amira watched the opposite process unfold. Aegis adoption graphs looked like exponential curves on her screens. Each day, more organizations signed up. Banks, hospitals, schools, transit authorities, social service agencies. Every new integration brought a new wave of transition issues. She saw the tickets. Non-Aegis card declined. Legacy ID no longer recognized. Patient records temporarily inaccessible pending Aegis verification. Each one came with a suggested script for support staff. Reassure the user that their data and rights remain intact. Encourage them to enroll in Aegis for a smoother experience. Encourage. She sat in on a training session for frontline staff. A friendly facilitator in a blazer walked them through common scenarios. "What if someone refuses Aegis on principle?" a woman in the back asked. "Says it's the mark of the beast or whatever?" The facilitator laughed lightly, inviting everyone else to laugh with him. "You respect their beliefs," he said. "You affirm their right to choose. And then you calmly explain that while Aegis is voluntary, certain services may be more difficult to provide without it. Focus on the benefits: faster processing, fewer errors, greater security. And if they still say no, she asked, document the interaction, he said, and move on. Don't argue. The system will adjust around them. The system will adjust around them. The phrase lodged in Amira's chest like a splinter. Later, alone in her office, she opened the secure drop again. Her anonymous contact had delivered on their promise. Unfiltered logs from stability zones, internal memos about risk scoring, notes from lower-level engineers disturbed by what they were asked to implement. In one zone, Aegis tokens had been required to board evacuation buses during a flood. Officially, no one had been turned away. Unofficially, several people with pending verification statuses were told to wait for the next bus. The next bus never came. Temporary glitch, the report said. Regrettable, but unavoidable. She closed the document, stomach tight. Her Aegis staff ID card sat on her desk, its hologram shimmering. Trusted entity, level 4. She opened the anomaly report from the Baltic corridor. The external auditors had begun their work, but their scope had been quietly narrowed. Language in the mandate had been edited overnight. Original: audit all aspects of Aegis integrity, including monitoring, flagging, and risk scoring mechanisms. Revised: audit transaction integrity and resilience. Risk management tools are out of scope. She knew who had rewritten it. The edit metadata didn't lie. Lucian Voss. He had replied to her Protocol 9 with a compromise. A show of openness, carefully constrained. She stared at the line. Risk management tools are out of scope. In other words, you may examine the pipes, but not the values. The code, but not the motives. Her phone buzzed. Call from Lucian Voss, Chancellor's office. She answered slowly. Dr. Saleh, his voice came smooth as ever. Thank you for your diligence. I understand you raised concerns about the corridor anomalies. Integrity is my job, she said carefully. And you do it well, he replied. I wanted to personally reassure you that we take your concerns seriously. Aegis must be beyond reproach. Then why narrow the audit, she asked. A pause. Because we are in a crisis, he said. The world is watching. We cannot afford to paralyze the entire system while we examine every line of code you and your colleagues have written. That would cause the very harm we seek to prevent. If risk tools are misused, they could cause more harm than a temporary audit, she said. He sighed softly. You and I both know tools are neutral, he said. It is people who misuse them. We will address policy questions after we stabilize the infrastructure, one battle at a time. Policy is baked into architecture, she said. If you build a flagging mechanism tied to behavioral scores, you are building policy into the code. I built nothing, he said lightly. I approved optimizations proposed by experts. For security. You would not want terrorists or money launderers to waltz through the system unchallenged, would you? There is a difference between targeted enforcement and invisible, systemic exclusion, she said. You speak like a philosopher, he said. I need you to speak like an engineer. Tell me, can we trust Aegis to process transactions correctly? If you define correctly as according to its current rules, yes, she said, but I'm no longer sure the rules are just. Another pause, longer this time. You have a conscience, he said. That is why I advocated for your position. But conscience must be balanced with pragmatism. The old order is collapsing, Dr. Saleh. People are scared. They need something that works. If we wait for perfection, we will lose them to chaos. Or we will lose them to you, she said softly. He chuckled. To us, he corrected. You are part of this, whether you like it or not. Aegis bears your imprint as much as mine. That's what I'm afraid of, she said. Then do your job, he said. Make it as trustworthy as possible. Leave the politics to those of us who understand the whole board. Politics is just math with human bodies, she said. You can't out-calculate morality. Perhaps not, he said, but we can minimize suffering. If you define suffering as instability, she said. He did not answer. Get some rest, Dr. Saleh, he said finally. You've been working nonstop. We need you healthy. The world needs you. The call ended. Amira stared at her reflection in the darkened monitor. You're wrong, she told it. The world doesn't need me. It needs people who remember what we built this for. She picked up her staff ID, turned it over, and considered dropping it into her mug of coffee. Then she put it back down. Not yet, she thought. Not while I can still see inside. The announcement came 3 days later. It was buried in the middle of a longer council press release about emergency preparedness in the age of uncertainty, written in dense bureaucratic language. Mira almost missed it. She sat at the library table, skimming the document on Ruth's laptop, half her attention on a graph showing Aegis adoption. Curves, harmonized response frameworks, dynamic allocation of resources, she muttered. Same soup, different seasoning. Then her eyes snagged on a sentence. In order to ensure efficient and equitable distribution of emergency aid during crises, the Council recommends that participating states prioritize individuals and communities with verified Aegis identities in initial triage and deployment phases, while making best efforts to assist all affected populations. She read it again, slowly. Ruth, she said, highlight this. Ruth leaned over, read and swore. Equitable, she said. They used the word equitable in a sentence about prioritizing Aegis holders. Mira stood, heart pounding. Bring everyone in, she said. Now. They gathered in the hall around the projected text. Elias, Ruth, Samuel, Sana, Father Mark, Caleb. Samuel read aloud, voice flat. Pushacham prioritize individuals and communities with verified Aegis identities in initial triage and deployment phases. He lowered the page. This is it, he said. This is the line. They'll say it's about logistics, Sana said. Verified IDs make it easier to track who's received what, avoid duplication, reduce fraud. They're not wrong, Ruth said bitterly. It is easier. It always has been easier to help the people on your list. And now the list is Aegis, Caleb said. Congratulations, Herd. The fence just became the feeding trough. Elias closed his eyes briefly, then opened them. In plain speech, he said, this means if your house is in a flood zone and you do not have an Aegis ID, you will be last in line for rescue. They won't phrase it that way, Samuel said. They'll talk about phased deployment. But on the ground, first buses, first food drops, first medicine, they go to the marked. Mira felt as if the room were tilting. We have to get this out, she said. People need to understand what this means before the next disaster hits. Jonas, Ruth said, already opening a channel. He'll know how to frame it. Mira typed fast. From Mountain Witch Message. New Council Guidance. Emergency aid prioritizes Aegis holders. Translation. The mark is now the line between life and death. You need to blow this open. The reply came quickly. From Jonas. Message. Send exact wording. Plus, Doc, if we don't make people mad with this, nothing will. She attached the excerpt in the full press release. Elias watched her. This is the moment your grandmother talked about, he said quietly, when access becomes mark-dependent. When those who say no are not merely inconvenienced, but endangered. Mira swallowed. She also talked about a mark on the hand or forehead, she said. We're not there yet. Logos move slowly from metaphor to hardware, he said. You've seen the chips. She thought of the nurse pressing injectors against wrists in the atrium, the bandages, the media smiles. We're not there yet, she repeated, but we just took a step. Samuel pinched the bridge of his nose. Legally, this is still guidance, not binding, he said. But you know how it works. Governments will adopt it to look responsible. Insurance companies will cite it. NGOs will follow to keep their funding. Within a year, it will be de facto law. So we build faster, Sana said. More unmarked pilots, more local resilience, more people who know how to help each other without waiting for the official trucks. And more stories, Elias added, stories of ordinary courage. If all people hear are warnings and technical briefings, they will collapse into fear. They must also hear that resistance is possible. Mira looked out the small window. The sky over the mountains was clear, deceptively peaceful. We can't stop the council from making this policy, she said. We're too small, but we can make sure the world hears what it really is, a price list. And we can make sure, Ruth said quietly, that at least some people have a way to live without paying it. Jonas's video dropped that evening. He filmed it in a cramped apartment, the city glow filtering through thin curtains, sirens faint in the distance. He held up a printed copy of the council guidance. "They buried it," he said to the camera. "Page 4, paragraph 7, under enough jargon to sedate a lawyer. But it's there." He read the sentence aloud, then set the paper down. "Let me translate," he said. "In the next flood, fire, epidemic, or war, if you have an Aegis ID, you get to stand in the priority line. If you don't, you go to the best efforts line, the maybe later line, the after we've taken care of the compliant line." He leaned forward. "I don't care what your religion is," he said. "I don't care if you think this is the mark of the beast or the mark of bureaucracy. I care that we are dividing access to survival based on membership in a system run by people you did not elect, cannot really question, and cannot easily leave." He held up his own wrist. It was bare. "I don't have an Aegis chip," he said. "Maybe someday I'll be forced to get one to keep my job or my apartment. Maybe someday you will too. But we need to be very clear right now about what that means." This stopped being about convenience the moment they tied it to who gets on the first rescue boat. He sat back. "So here's my ask," he said. "If you already have Aegis, use your priority to help those who don't. Share food, rides, information. Refuse to treat your ID as a badge of superiority." He pointed at the camera. "And if you don't have Aegis," he said, "start learning how to live in the cracks. Find your neighbors. Build trust. Look for those weirdos setting up mesh networks and mutual credit schemes. They might be your lifeline when the official line closes." He ended with a warning and a promise. "The mark of access is here," he said, "not as a tattoo on your skin, but as a conditional in a database. You can ignore that, or you can start asking, if I'm only allowed to exist when the system approves, who do I belong to?" He uploaded the video to 3 platforms and a dozen peer-to-peer nodes. Within hours, it was flagged. Within a day, it was deleted from 2 of the big platforms for promoting distrust in critical infrastructure. Within a week, bootleg copies circulated via unmarked nodes and private chats. In the monastery, Mira watched one of those copies, more pixelated with each re-upload, and felt both fear and something harder to name, a thin, stubborn thread of hope. "They can't erase everything," she said. "No," Elias said. "Not while people remember. Not while they're willing to tell each other what they saw." He looked at her. "And not while you keep listening to the echoes," he said. "The next movement will be louder. The mark of access is only the beginning." She nodded, weary but resolute. "Then we prepare for chapter 6, she said, "whatever that turns out to be." Outside, the world's databases adjusted their tables. Flags flicked on and off next to names, accounts, neighborhoods. The new order tightened its grip, one optimization at a time. In a small mountain monastery and 100 other unremarkable places, people quietly practiced something that refused to fit in any database field: saying no. Chapter 6. The First Refusals. The storm didn't look like judgment at first. It looked like weather. Satellite images showed a familiar spiral of clouds, tightening over warm water. Weather anchors drew arrows in circles, their voices pitched somewhere between concern and professional excitement. Storm models shifted from potential to probable to inevitable. On the monastery's small screen, the hurricane spun slowly, a white wheel over dark blue. "They always name them something soft," Ruth said, chewing on a pen. "Grace, Lily, Matthew. You'd think by now they'd just call one corporate liability." "This one's called Helena," Sana said. "Category 2 right now. Projections say 4 by landfall." "Where?" Caleb asked, leaning over the back of her chair. "South Atlantic coast," she replied. "Several major cities in the path, plus a lot of low-income coastal communities. Old infrastructure, bad drainage, rich people on higher ground." "Perfect testing ground," Mira said quietly. She stood behind them, arms folded, eyes on the swirling mass. The storm track overlay showed a fat cone of uncertainty reaching inland like a blunt finger. "You really think they'd use a hurricane to test Aegis?" Caleb asked. Samuel answered without looking up from the printed emergency guidance he was annotating. "They don't have to use it," he said. "They built the framework. The storm is just the opportunity. Remember the line, Prioritize individuals with verified Aegis identities in initial triage and deployment phases. This is where we see what those words mean. Never let a good crisis go to waste, Ruth muttered. Elias stepped into the room, closing the door against a gust of mountain wind. How long until landfall? He asked. 48 hours, give or take, Sana said. Local authorities already issuing evacuation recommendations. Not orders. Recommendations. Recommendations, Samuel echoed. So when people without Aegis IDs are left behind, it'll be their fault. They chose not to leave. Mira dragged her eyes from the storm graphic. We need to watch the response, she said, and we need to decide if and how we intervene. Ruth raised an eyebrow. Intervene in a hurricane? In the human part, Mira said. The allocation, the access. This is the first major test of Aegis first aid, which means it's also our first real test of the unmarked network. Caleb straightened. San Isidro isn't in the path, he said. No, Mira said. But they gave us something equally important. Proof that unmarked systems can work. Now we need a pilot in a place about to get hit. Somewhere our contacts can stand up a node fast, where Aegis penetration is high enough that the Council's bias will be obvious. Jonas will be heading straight for the worst of it, Ruth said. Idiot loves a storm. Good, Elias said. We will need eyes in the flood. 2 days later, Helena hit the coast. By then, the World Stability Council had already held 3 press conferences. The first was about preparedness. Lucian Voss appeared flanked by maps and graphs, his tone calm and vaguely paternal. We cannot stop storms, he said, but we can ensure our response is swift and coordinated. Aegis enables us to track resource distribution in real time, reduce duplication, and make sure help reaches those most at risk. Footage played of drones dropping supply packages, trucks rolling out, workers scanning Aegis IDs at distribution points in previous stability events. The second press conference was about partnerships. Government officials from several coastal states pledged to implement the Council's emergency guidance. We will prioritize Aegis-verified residents for initial evacuation and aid, one governor said, not to exclude anyone, but to ensure we can account for everyone we help. The mark of access, Jonas said into his camera, now with official endorsement. The third press conference came just hours before landfall. It was shorter. Voss appeared again, this time with a more urgent backdrop. Live feeds of churning clouds and rising surf. This storm will test us, he said. It will test our infrastructure, our communities, and our resolve. But we are not helpless. We have tools our grandparents could only dream of. If you have an Aegis ID, make sure it is up to date. It will help us help you. He paused, then added almost as an afterthought, and if you do not worry. We will make every effort to assist all in harm's way. Mira muted the screen. Every effort, she said. That's lawyer speak for, we'll do what we can after we've done what we want. Samuel nodded grimly. The phrase all in harm's way has a lot of wiggle room, he said. If the flood zone map changes, people outside the Aegis grid might simply slip off it. Ruth's headset crackled. Jonas just went live, she announced. He's in one of the coastal cities, and he sounds like he's about to get blown into next week. Rain still looked like rain, even when it came sideways. Jonas hunched against it, one hand holding his hood, the other gripping his phone on a stabilizer. The wind tried to yank both away. He stood at the edge of a parking lot that had become a shallow lake. Water lapped at car bumpers. Palm trees thrashed. Sirens wailed somewhere deeper in the city. Okay, folks, he shouted into the microphone, raising his voice over the howl. Jonas here, reporting from what used to be Beachfront Plaza and is now generously Beachfront Pond. Helena is very enthusiastic. He panned the camera. Behind him, people clustered under a highway overpass, dragging suitcases and bags, holding kids and pets. A makeshift checkpoint had been set up. Plastic barriers, battery-powered lights, soaked volunteers in vests, a handful of police. At the end of the line, buses waited with their hazard lights blinking. Above the scene, an LED board flashed evacuation info. One line stood out. Aegis ID, start priority boarding. Jonas zoomed in on the sign. I'm going to say that again, he said. Aegis ID equals priority boarding. In case you thought the emergency guidance was a theoretical. He approached a woman near the front of the line, careful not to catch her face fully on camera. "Excuse me," he said. "How long have you been waiting?" "3 hours," she said, shouting over the wind. "My grandma can't do stairs. They told us to wait for the bus with the lift." "You have Aegis?" he asked. She held up her wrist. A blue band glinted. "Yes," she said. "The app said we get priority, but they keep bringing full buses. They scan people, then wave them through. If your ID's not green, you go to the other line." Jonas shifted the camera toward the other line. It was longer. Older people, families, folks clutching plastic grocery bags instead of suitcases. Some had physical IDs, state cards, driver's licenses. Others had nothing but their faces. Above that line, a smaller sign read, "Additional boarding as capacity allows." A man at the front of the non-Aegis line argued with a security officer. "I signed up," he said. "Look, I've got the verification email. It says pending. The system's just slow." "I'm sorry, sir," the officer said. "Until your Aegis status is confirmed, you're not in the priority group. Please step aside." "The water's coming up the street," the man said. "You want me to wait until it reaches my knees before you update your database?" Jonas swung his camera back to his own face. "In theory," he said, "everyone will get on a bus eventually. In practice, we're already seeing what priority looks like when resources are limited." His chat flared. "My city, too. They told my grandma she wasn't in the system yet. Emergency shelters near me are asking for Aegis at check-in. This is insane." He moved closer to the buses. A volunteer with a scanner held a tablet in one hand, gesturing with the other. "Next!" she called. A man stepped forward, dripping. He held up his wrist, where a band blinked. She scanned it. The tablet chimed pleasantly. "Aegis verified," she said. "Bus 3. Hurry." Behind him, a woman with 2 children in tow stepped up. "ID?" the volunteer asked. The woman held out a tattered state card. The volunteer shook her head. "Aegis," she repeated. "I don't have it," the woman said. "I tried to sign up at the clinic, but they said I needed a phone. I don't have one." The volunteer winced. "I'm sorry," she said. "You're not in the priority group. You'll have to wait for the next storm?" Jonas cut in. The volunteer shot him a look, then glanced at his phone. "You can't film here," she said. "We've had instructions." "Instructions from who?" he asked. "The rain? Because it doesn't care very much about privacy." A police officer moved toward him, expression firm. "Sir," he said, "you're interfering with emergency operations. Step back." Jonas stepped back, but kept filming. As he did, a small, quiet rebellion unfolded near the bus door. A nurse in scrubs, her own Aegis band glowing, took the arm of the woman with children. "She's with me," the nurse told the volunteer. "She's caregiving for my neighbor's kids. You have them down as my dependents. Check." The volunteer hesitated, checked the tablet, and then nodded. "Okay," she said. "Group boarding. Go." The nurse hustled the woman and children onto the bus. Jonas caught her eye. She gave the tiniest shrug. "What else was I supposed to do?" and disappeared inside. He lowered the camera for a moment, rain dripping off his hood. "They built a fence," he said softly. "Some people are already passing others through the gaps. The question is how long they'll be allowed to keep doing that." In the tower, the gaps were being noted. Amira sat in a monitoring room repurposed as a crisis coordination hub. Maps covered the walls, digital pins marking shelters, clinics, evacuation centers. Streams of data ran across the main display. Number of Aegis verifications processed, supplies distributed, buses dispatched. A smaller panel showed exception events, instances where Aegis protocols had been overridden. She watched one log entry scroll past. Site: Coastal City Evac Point, 14B event, manual group admission. Non-Aegis individuals tagged under verified Aegis ID holder 54731. Result: admitted outside standard priority sequence. Flag: review. "How many of those today?" she asked the analyst beside her. "Hard to say yet," he replied, "but early numbers suggest about 5 to 10% of priority entries include non-Aegis dependents or associates." "Dependents," she repeated. "Are they really dependents or just people someone decided to cover?" He shrugged. The field interface allows grouping for families, he said. We're not going to ask a parent to leave a kid behind because their individual Aegis hasn't synced yet. But it also allows someone with Aegis to sneak non-Aegis individuals through, she said. Is that a problem? He asked. We're supposed to be helping people. It depends who you ask, came a voice from behind them. They turned. A woman in a dark suit with a security badge stood in the doorway, arms crossed. She introduced herself as Director Kwan, Head of Compliance for Emergency Response. I've been watching the exception logs, she said. We're seeing a pattern. Field workers are stretching the grouping protocols. People are in danger, the analyst said, bristling. They're making judgment calls. Judgment calls are how we ended up with corrupt systems in the old order, Kwan replied coolly. Aegis is supposed to remove arbitrary favoritism. If we let staff treat the mark as optional whenever their feelings are engaged, we undermine the entire principle. What principle is that? Amir asked. Efficiency or control? Kwan's gaze flicked to her. Equity, she said. If we start allowing exceptions for people with sympathetic stories, the ones who don't have someone to vouch for them get left behind. The whole point of Aegis is to have a clear, consistent rule. And that rule is, marked first, Amira said. Kwan didn't flinch. Marked verifiable, she said. We can't help people we can't reliably identify and track. That's not true, the analyst muttered. We've been helping unmarked people for centuries. Badly, Kwan said. I'm not here to debate philosophy. I'm here to ensure protocol. The Chancellor has been very clear. She tapped the exception log. We're issuing a directive, she said. Staff who repeatedly override Aegis prioritization without documented cause will be removed from frontline duty. We cannot afford freelancing in a crisis. Amira's stomach nodded. Removed, she said. As in reassigned? As in suspended pending review, Kwan said. If they can't follow procedures now, we can't trust them when the stakes are higher. The stakes are people drowning, the analyst said. Exactly, Kwan replied. And that's why we must be disciplined. Dr. Sally, I trust you'll help ensure these systems reflect that discipline. She turned and left. The analyst blew out a breath. She scares me more than the storm, he said. Amira stared at the log again. Manual group admission. Non-Aegis individuals. The numbers were small, but each one represented a tiny act of refusal. The first refusals aren't people saying no to Aegis, she thought. They're people saying no to letting Aegis be the only yes. The next day, the council made an example. An internal memo circulated, then leaked. Subject, temporary suspension. Field Nurse L. Ortega. During the current emergency response, Nurse Ortega repeatedly admitted non-Aegis individuals to priority evacuation and aid streams without proper documentation, in violation of established protocols. While we appreciate her dedication, such deviations undermine the fairness and effectiveness of the Aegis framework. Effective immediately, Nurse Ortega is relieved of frontline duties pending retraining. Jonas read the memo on a cracked tablet in the back of a flooded community center. Retraining, he said to his viewers. That's one way to say you cared about the wrong people. He held up a printout of the memo and a photo of the nurse, cropped to obscure her face, but showing her scrubs and badge. This is the person I saw yesterday at the bus line, he said. I recognize the eyes. She bent the rules to get a mom and 2 kids onto a bus. Today she's punished for it. He leaned closer. And here's the kicker, he said. That memo calls her actions a threat to fairness. As if fairness means following an algorithm even when you can see with your own eyes that it's leaving people behind. The chat exploded. I know her. She's been at that hospital for years. I got on a boat because a volunteer ignored my status. They're punishing mercy. In the monastery, Mira watched the stream with clenched fists. Do we know where she is now? She asked. Still in the city as far as I can tell, Ruth said, fingers flying over keys. Suspended, sitting at home, and probably wondering if she did the right thing. She did, Elias said quietly. We should reach out, Sana said. People like her are exactly the bridge we need. Principled insiders push just far enough to start questioning. How? Caleb asked. The council will be watching her channels. They'll assume anyone contacting her is part of some conspiracy. We are part of some conspiracy, Ruth said. We just happen to be the good one. Mira pulled up a map. The storm had moved inland. leaving behind flooded neighborhoods, downed lines, power outages. One area flashed red on the overlay, an outer district of the same coastal city, cut off by water, labeled limited access, secondary response phase. "What's that?" she asked. Santa zoomed in. "Zone 9D, she read. "Predominantly low income, poorly integrated into Aegis. The guidance says they'll receive full support as capacity allows after primary zones are stabilized." "In other words," Caleb said, "they're at the back of the line and the line is underwater." Mira looked at Elias. "This is where we test the unmarked network," she said. "For real." He held her gaze for a long moment. "Are you certain we're ready?" he asked. "No," she said, "but I'm certain they're not ready to wait until Aegis decides they exist." Ruth pushed her chair back. "Okay," she said. "Field kit deployment time. Who do we know in Zone 9D?" Sana pulled up a separate file. "A pastor," she said. "Friends of Anna put us in touch last week. Name's Carlos. He runs a small church and a community pantry. He was cautious but interested. Said the idea of a backup system smelled like something my grandfather would have approved." "Can we reach him?" Mira asked. "Maybe," Ruth said. "Regular networks are spotty, but we built in a low-bandwidth beacon for exactly this. Old-school radio piggyback. I can send a ping and see if anyone picks up." "Do it," Mira said. "If he answers, we walk him through setting up an unmarked node. Food, water, informal credit, whatever they can manage. We'll coordinate with Jonas for on-the-ground intel." Caleb frowned. "And if the council notices?" he asked. "They will," Elias said. "The question is when, and what they will decide it means." "Good news, bad news," Ruth said an hour later. "Bad first," Mira said. "Bad news, official networks into 9D are rubble," Ruth said. "Cell towers down, power out in half the district, main data center flooded." "And the good?" Elias asked. "Good news, that means Aegis is half blind there," she said. "And we got a ping." She turned up the volume. Static crackled from a small speaker, then resolved into a voice. You said to call this frequency if the world started acting like a bad sermon," the man said. "I think we qualify. This is Carlos in 9D. We've got water in the streets and nothing on the trucks." Mira leaned closer. "Carlos, this is Mira," she said. "Up in the mountains. We talked about the mesh kits." "Ah, the ghost granddaughter," he said. His voice was tired but wry. "Your abuela would be annoyed we waited this long." "We're sending you instructions," she said. "Do you still have the box we mailed?" "Yep," he said. "I was using it as a doorstop. My wife said that was an insult to whoever built it." "Your wife was right," Ruth said. They walked him through unboxing the node, connecting it to a car battery, plugging in antennae. Within 20 minutes, a tiny unmarked network pulsed to life in a 3-block radius. "Okay," Mira said. "Here's what it can do right now. 1. Local messaging. People with phones can connect and send text even if the main network is down. 2. Share a simple ledger. We're uploading a template. You can track who has what, food, dry space, skills. And 3, Ruth added, we've preloaded some emergency protocols. If someone needs medicine or evacuation and the official channels aren't responding, the node can relay their location to us and to any allied groups nearby. Think of it as a digital flare." Carlos whistled softly. "You built all this from a mountain?" he asked. "From many mountains," Elias said, stepping closer to the mic. "And from many little valleys like yours?" Carlos chuckled. "You sound like her," he said. "The way you talk. Half data, half prophecy." Elias smiled sadly. "Blame her," he said. "She infected us." Mira nodded. "Carlos," she said, "you're about to be very busy. Once people realize they can talk to each other and keep track of favors without Aegis, they'll come to you. Use it to organize distribution. No one eats twice until everyone has eaten once." "Already our rule," he said. "We just never had an app for it." She hesitated. "And Carlos," she added, "if the council comes asking questions." "You didn't hear about this from us." "I heard about it from my grandfather," he said. "He taught me how to keep ledgers on paper when the banks lost our account. This is just prettier paper." The unmarked node in 9D lit up like a small, stubborn star. Within hours, dozens of devices connected. Old smartphones, a battered tablet at the clinic, a laptop running on a generator at the church. Messages flew. We have clean water at the school. Bring your own containers. I can cook if you bring rice. Have big pot, no stove. Pharmacy on 3rd Street flooded, but I salvaged some meds. Need help sorting. Can anyone check on Mrs. Lopez? She didn't make it to shelter. Carlos and a handful of volunteers sat in the church coordinating. Make the ledger big on the screen, he told a teenager at the laptop. Group it. Food, medicine, shelter, skills. People need to see what we have before they panic about what we don't. At the clinic, a nurse named Estrella used the node to request supplies. Need antibiotics, bandages, clean syringes. Official lines down. Any partner clinics. On net, the message reached the monastery, then hopped sideways through other unmarked nodes in nearby districts and small towns. Within an hour, a small independent clinic on higher ground responded. We can spare some. Can send volunteer with backpack if we know route. Mira watched the exchange with something like awe. It's working, she said. We're threading needles they don't even see. Don't get cocky, Ruth said. We're one blown transformer away from losing half this. Still, Sana said, for now there are people in that district who are less alone because we pushed some packets around differently. That counts. Samuel nodded but looked worried. What's wrong? Elias asked him. We're leaving footprints, he said. Even if Aegis is half blind and 9D now, they'll reconstruct later. Someone will ask how these people communicated when official networks were down. Some of them will brag. They'll say, we had our own system. The council will notice. They were going to notice eventually, Mira said. The question was whether we'd have anything to show for it when they did. The question was answered sooner than she expected. 3 days after landfall, as floodwaters began to recede and the council shifted its messaging from urgent to resilient, a small team arrived in Zone 9D. They didn't wear Aegis logos. Their jackets bore a more neutral insignia, the emblem of the National Emergency Management Agency, but each of them wore a slim blue band on their wrist, and one carried a discreet scanning device. They introduced themselves at the District Coordination Center, a school gym that now smelled of damp concrete, sweat, and canned soup. Just here to conduct a post-event assessment, the team leader said. Her smile was tight but rehearsed. We want to learn from your experience so we can improve future responses. Carlos, who was bone-tired and suspicious, nodded slowly. Happy to share, he said. We've got notes, lots of notes. He did not mention the unmarked node glowing quietly in the next room. We're especially interested, the team leader continued, in how communities coped when Aegis verification was temporarily unavailable in some areas. Our data shows pockets of activity here that don't match official logs. Carlos's heartbeat quickened. Activity? He asked. You mean people helping each other? Yes, she said, which is wonderful. We just want to understand how they coordinated so effectively without standard channels. One of her colleagues wandered over to a hand-drawn map tacked to the wall. Colored pins marked resource points. Lines indicated ad hoc routes. This is impressive, he said. Who made it? Carlos smiled faintly. Everyone, he said. We asked people what they saw and put it up. Very advanced technology, paper. The team leader's eyes flicked to the other room. And in there, she asked, what are you running? Generator, Carlos said. Keeps the lights on. And the Wi-Fi? She pressed. Dead, he lied. Cell service is spotty. The colleague with the scanner drifted casually toward the doorway, wristband flashing softly. Mira watched the scene unfold from the monastery via a laggy video feed, stomach tight. They're sniffing, Ruth murmured. That scanner's not just for show. It's picking up signal patterns. On the screen, the colleague paused near the room with the unmarked node, frowned slightly and looked at his device. Ma'am, he called. I'm picking up some kind of local network, non-standard protocol, not Aegis, not main grid. The team leader's smile thinned further. Mr. Carlos, she said, turning back, are you running unauthorized communication systems here? Carlos held her gaze. We're running communication systems, he said. They were unauthorized by the flood, not by people. That's not an answer, she said. No, he agreed. It's a better question. Her jaw tightened. These kinds of systems can interfere with official operations, she said. They can propagate misinformation. They can compromise safety. They kept Mrs. Lopez from drowning, he said. She's 80. The official operations forgot her street existed until yesterday. The colleague stepped into the side room. On the monastery feed, a distorted image of the man and the unmarked node appeared briefly from a cheap webcam. Ruth, Mira said sharply, can we wipe it remotely? Not cleanly, Ruth said. We can shut it down, but taking it out now will just make them more curious. They already have signal logs. The colleague picked up the node, turning it over. This is sophisticated, he said. Who gave you this? Carlos hesitated. A friend, he said. From church. The team leader's eyes sharpened. Which church? She asked. The one with the broken roof, he said. We're not exactly a franchise. She sighed. Look, she said, softening her tone. I understand your instinct. In a crisis, people improvise. But we're building a coordinated framework now. Shadow systems like this create blind spots. Next time, they could get someone killed. We need you to hand over the equipment. The room grew quiet. People who had been sorting canned goods and mopping floors looked up, tension thickening the air. Estrella, the nurse, stepped forward. With respect, she said, this shadow system let me find out which kids had asthma and who had insulin left when your tablets were dead. If it wasn't for that box, we'd have lost more people. The team leader didn't look at her. She kept her eyes on Carlos. I don't doubt your intentions, she said, but intentions don't scale. Standards do. And your standard says marked first, Carlos said. Our standard says measurable first, she countered. Aegis lets us measure. These, she gestured at the node. Do not integrate. They fragment. They decentralize, Carlos said. That's different. Perhaps, she said. But for now, we cannot have unsanctioned networks operating in emergency zones. Please, hand it over. In the monastery, everyone watched Carlos. This is it, Sana whispered. First real face-off. Carlos looked at the node, then at his neighbors. It's not mine to give, he said finally. It's ours. We built it together. The team leader's voice cooled. Then I'll remind you, she said, that non-cooperation with official emergency protocols can affect future assistance. Grants, reconstruction funds, infrastructure projects, they all depend on trust. You mean obedience, Estrella said. I mean alignment, the leader said. A long silence. Then Carlos smiled, slow and sad. Lady, he said, we lived through 3 reconstruction projects already. Each time someone got rich and we got a new slogan. We're still here. You want to pull out one little box that helped us not die? Fine. Take it. We'll build another. He nodded to a young volunteer. Unplug it, he said. The volunteer hesitated, then did as he was told, handing the node to the official. She wrapped it in a neutral-looking bag, as if it were evidence or contraband. Thank you, she said. We'll evaluate this for safety. Good, Carlos said. Maybe you'll learn something. The team left shortly afterward, promising follow-up meetings and surveys. When the door closed behind them, the room exhaled. On the monastery feed, Carlos looked straight into the camera, as if he could see back through it. Tell your mountain people, he said. We're not angry they made us a target. We were already a target. At least now we hit back once. Mira swallowed hard. I'm sorry, she said. Don't be, he replied. You gave us a rehearsal. Next time we won't need the box. We'll have the habits. Elias murmured an old blessing under his breath. Seeds, he said again. Some were eaten, some sprouted. News of the unauthorized network in 9D filtered upward. In the tower, Director Kwan briefed a group of senior staff, Amira among them. It appears, Kwan said, that we have parallel systems emerging in some zones, informal communication and resource-sharing networks that operate outside Aegis visibility. She tapped a screen showing a simplified diagram, official Aegis paths in blue, a small defiant node in red. At present, she continued, their impact is minor, but left unchecked, they could undermine the consistency we are trying to build. We recommend a policy of cautious containment. Define containment, someone said. Coding them as risk factors, Quan replied, encouraging partners to dismantle such systems after crises, incentivizing compliance with Aegis standards through funding mechanisms. And if that doesn't work? Another asked. She shrugged. Then we escalate, she said. Access is a privilege. Those who insist on a shadow networks may have to accept limited access to shared resources. Amira, who had been quiet, spoke up. Those shadow networks kept people alive when Aegis was offline, she said. We've seen the logs. They filled gaps we didn't even know we had. Exactly, Quan said, which proves my point. Unregulated improvisation can be effective in small pockets, but it doesn't scale. It also erodes trust in the unified system. If people believe they can survive outside Aegis, why would they fully commit to it? Because they might prefer freedom to dependence? Amira suggested. A few heads turned. Quan's expression didn't change. Freedom is meaningless when you're underwater, she said. Stability comes first. After that, we can talk about philosophical preferences. Lucian's earlier words echoed in Amira's mind. One battle at a time. She looked at the diagram again. In her head, the red node was not a threat. It was a datum, a proof of concept. She thought of Nurse Ortega, suspended for helping unmarked families, of Carlos handing over the node with a promise to rebuild. People are already refusing, she thought. Not loudly, not yet, but they're choosing other loyalties over the system. Aloud, she said nothing. Not yet, not here. In the monastery, night came, and with it, prayer and planning. They sat around the long table, exhausted but wired. We lost a node, Ruth said. We kept logs. We gained a community that knows how to self-organize under pressure, Sana said. That's worth more than hardware. And we showed Aegis we exist, Samuel added. They won't forget that. No, Elias said, but we did not exactly introduce ourselves. They see a vague pattern. They suspect shadow operators. They do not yet know names. Caleb frowned. For how long, he asked. We keep poking corridors, spinning up nodes, feeding Jonas stories. They're not idiots on the other side. No, Mira agreed. They're very smart. That's what makes them dangerous. She rubbed her temples. I thought the first refusals would be bigger, she admitted. Mass protests, states saying no, but it's smaller. A nurse bending a rule, a pastor refusing to give up the idea of his own ledger, a field worker grouping a non-Aegis mother as a dependent. Elias smiled gently. That's how it starts, he said. Faith, stubbornness, conscience. They rarely announce themselves with fireworks. They begin as small disobediences, where obedience would be easier. We need more of them, Sana said. More pockets of no. We also need to protect them, Samuel said. Nurse Ortega lost her post. Carlos may lose funding. The more people step out of line, the more examples the council will make. Mira nodded slowly. Then our work splits, she said. One track, build technical alternatives, like the unmarked nodes. Another, build narratives that make refusal not just possible, but honorable. Stories, Elias said. Stories, she agreed, about people like Ortega, Carlos, the unnamed volunteer who pretended that woman and her kids were dependents. Jonas is already telling some of them. We need more tellers, more angles. Ruth yawned. I'll settle for more sleep, she said. And maybe a week without inventing new ways to be on a watch list? Father Mark, who had been quiet, spoke up. There is another kind of refusal, he said. Not just refusing the mark, but refusing hatred. They looked at him. He folded his hands. I've been listening, he said. To you, to the news, to the angry messages Jonas reads. There's a temptation growing among people like us, people suspicious of Aegis, to see those who accept it as traitors or fools, to divide the world into pure and marked. We're not doing that, Sana said. Not yet, he said, but pressure distorts hearts. If the mark becomes a weapon against the unmarked will be tempted to use shame and rejection as their own weapon. That road ends in camps, no matter who is driving the bus. A long silence. We'll watch it, Elias said quietly. In ourselves first. Mira stared at the candle flickering on the table. In the response center, she said, we had a joke. We'd say, the data doesn't care about your feelings. It sounds smart, detached, objective. She shook her head. But it was never true. Someone chose what to measure. Someone chose what to ignore. That's feelings too, just disguised as numbers. She looked up. Now we're measuring something different, she said. Refusals, acts of conscience. We can't afford to be indifferent about how we talk about them. Elias nodded. Then we walk the narrow path, he said, resisting without despising, refusing without dehumanizing. Caleb snorted softly. Easy, he said. We just have to be better people than anyone has ever managed to be in a crisis. Exactly, Elias said. We might fail, but we must try. That night, as the others drifted off to their respective watch posts and sleeping rooms, Mira sat alone in the library. She opened a fresh file and began to write. Not code, not graphs, names. L. Ortega, nurse, suspended for prioritizing humans over protocol. Carlos, pastor, node host, turned surrender into defiance. Estrella, clinic nurse, advocate, anonymous volunteer at bus line 14, grouped unmarked as dependents. Dr. A. Saleh, architect inside the machine, sent warning logs. She paused over the last name. She had not heard Amira's voice, had not seen her face, but she had read the patterns in the logs, the timing of Protocol 9, the shape of internal dissent in the anomaly reports. Somewhere in that tower, she thought, someone is refusing too. She saved the file under a simple title, First Refusals. Then she opened her secure chat to Jonas. From, Mira message. Helena showed us the line, and who's willing to step over it? We'll need them, all of them. The reply came a few minutes later, time-stamped late, city time. From, Jonas, message. Storm's passing, water's not. People are pissed, and some are awake. Send me more names. I'll send you more stories. She closed her eyes. For the first time since leaving the response center, she allowed herself to imagine something beyond survival. The possibility that scattered acts of refusal might someday become something larger. Not a movement, not a brand, a memory. Of a time when people looked at a mark that promised safety and said, in 100 small ways, not at that price. Chapter 7. Fault Lines in the Tower. Amira learned to lie with her face long before she learned to lie with her code. The face was easier. The face could be trained in mirrors and conference rooms. Calm eyes, neutral mouth. A tone of voice that said, I am competent and therefore not a threat. Code was harder. Code remembered what you had intended. That morning, the Council's Unity campaign briefing filled the main auditorium of the Aegis headquarters. The room was sleek and acoustically perfect, designed to make every word sound like a principle. Lucian Voss stood on stage with the same unhurried confidence he always carried. The confidence of a man who believed history was a tool set he had mastered. Helena was a test, he said, not just of our systems, but of our narrative. A slide behind him showed a split image. On the left, chaotic footage of floodwater and evacuation lines. On the right, bright promotional visuals of Aegis workers scanning IDs, delivering supplies, smiling at cameras. The world must understand that Aegis did not create scarcity, he continued. Aegis revealed it, and managed it better than the old order ever could. Amira sat 2 rows back, hands folded, expression blank. He was good at this. He didn't deny the discomfort people had experienced. He reframed it. If you were placed in the non-priority line, it wasn't because the mark system was unfair. It was because the old order hadn't prepared you for the modern world. You hadn't updated yourself. The storm in this framing was almost secondary. We will launch a global recalibration of trust, Voss said. A coordinated, multilingual campaign emphasizing 3 truths. 1. Aegis saves lives. 2. Aegis is voluntary. 3. Aegis is the future. The audience applauded on cue. Amira felt something cold and precise settle in her chest. Voluntary is becoming a marketing word for inevitable. After the briefing, she walked the long corridor back to her office, passing glass rooms filled with engineers hunched over dashboards. The building smelled like coffee, ozone, and ambition. Marcus jogged up beside her. Did you hear the part about narrative? He asked. We're apparently also in PR now. We always were, she said. He gave her a quick sideways look. You okay? He asked. You've had that, I'm reevaluating my life choices face all week. I'm fine, she lied expertly. He nodded, accepting the lie because it was easier than the alternative. By the way, he said, lowering his voice, compliance just sent a new directive. They want to expand risk ledger integration to all emergency response partner systems. Faster flag propagation, more consistent triage. Her steps slowed. That was supposed to be restricted to high-risk financial filtering, she said. High risk keeps expanding, Marcus replied. They want your sign-off on the crypto pathway changes. She felt the walls of the building tighten around her. I'll review it, she said. He hesitated. You pulled Protocol 9, he said quietly. You're one of the few people who can still say no without being immediately escorted out. Don't overestimate my invincibility, she said. I'm not, he said. I'm hoping you remember you have leverage. He left her at her door, where her Aegis staff ID badge beeped its polite approval. Inside her office, Amira opened the directive. The new spec introduced a real-time humanitarian risk overlay, a technical euphemism that made her want to throw something fragile. The overlay would allow emergency services to instantly read Aegis risk flags when allocating evacuation seats, shelter beds, and medical supplies. Official justification: preventing fraud, ensuring safety, managing scarce resources rationally. Unspoken reality: a scalable mechanism for invisible exclusion. She scrolled to the approval line. Required signatures. Lead cryptographer, Saleh. Compliance director, Quan. Chancellor's office. Her finger hovered over the trackpad. Signing would make the mechanism stronger and harder to abuse by outsiders. Refusing would delay implementation, but also label her a bottleneck. Either way, Voss would probably get what he wanted. She opened her secure console and accessed the unfiltered logs from Helena. Exception events, manual overrides, group admissions. She pulled up the file on Nurse Ortega. It was worse than the leaked memo had implied. The internal reconstruction suggested Ortega's deviations had directly reduced fatalities in her microzone. The data showed fewer hypothermia deaths, fewer missing children, faster clinic stabilization. The system had punished her for improving outcomes. Amira sat back, breathing slowly. Then she opened a new encrypted folder and created a document labeled Ethics Cell Internal Only. She had never written those words in any official environment. The risk of discovery wasn't theoretical. It was professional suicide with a side of legal consequences. Still, she typed, objective: prevent Aegis from becoming a universal exclusion engine. Methods: slow harmful expansions through procedural friction. Preserve evidence of misuse. Protect conscientious staff where possible. Create clean data trails that prove the difference between safety and control. She hesitated, then added, coordinate discreetly with trusted outsiders to ensure public scrutiny. She stared at line 5 for a long time. Outsiders was a big word when your building had walls of glass and your life had become a badge scan. But she had already received messages from anonymous dissenters. The pressure wasn't just inside her head, it existed in the building's bones. She opened her secure messaging app and typed to the unknown contact who had first warned her weeks earlier. I'm forming a small internal group. Quiet, technical, focused. If you're real, I need 2 more names who can be trusted. The reply came 10 minutes later. You're late, but welcome. I'll send names. And a warning. Compliance is monitoring unusual access patterns. Don't be heroic. Be boring. Amira smiled faintly. Boring was a survival tactic she could respect. On the mountain, Mira watched the tower fight itself through the only language she trusted: patterns. Helena had been their first big field test. It had given them proof that unmarked nodes could save lives, and proof that the council would move to contain them. Now she sat in the monastery library with Ruth and Sana, staring at a map dotted with tiny green lights, communities that had successfully deployed basic unmarked kits. There are 32 active nodes now, Ruth said. Some are stable. Some are basically a prayer held together with duct tape. 32 is still fragile, Sana said, but it's a constellation. Caleb entered, shaking rain off his jacket. Jonas is on a secure relay, he said. He says he has something big. Mira's pulse kicked. They moved to Ruth's comms nook. The signal was jittery, but Jonas's face appeared, half lit by what looked like a car's interior light. You look like you haven't slept since the invention of stress, Mira said. I'm flattered you think I slept before that, he replied. He glanced off camera, then back. Okay, he said. I've got a source inside Aegis, or maybe a source adjacent to a source inside Aegis. You know how these things go. Do not say trust me, Ruth said. Wasn't going to, Jonas said. I'm allergic to my own cliches. He pulled up a document and shared his screen. It was a bundle of internal reports labeled Public Order Event, Memory Management Review. Mira leaned closer. What is that? She asked. Short version? Jonas said. Aegis apparently tested historical integrity adjustments during the protest wave last month. Sana's face tightened. Adjustment, she repeated. Here's what the doc says, Jonas continued. In at least 2 cities, local authorities integrated Aegis identity verification with civic access systems, permits, transport, and public livestream channels. When protests escalated, they activated something called civic stability mode. He scrolled. The language was clinical, the way violence often becomes when described by people who don't want to think about it. Civic stability mode implied deprioritizing unverified citizen streams, limiting amplification of high-risk content clusters, archiving and re-indexing event tags for misinformation mitigation. Mira felt the temperature in her body drop. You're saying they didn't just police the streets, she said. They policed the record. Exactly, Jonas said. The source claims that within 48 hours, searches for specific protest slogans returned 0 results on major platforms that had integrated Aegis trust signals. The events didn't disappear in reality. People obviously remember, but they vanished from the official memory layer. Ruth swore softly. This is a soft book-burning algorithm, she said. Is this documented misuse or intentional design? Sana asked. Jonas shrugged. The doc frames it as anti-disinformation, but there are embedded metrics celebrating the reduction in unverified narrative spread. The tone is proud. Mira looked at Elias, who had been standing just behind them. That's your nightmare, she said. He nodded once. Control of bread becomes control of speech, he said. Control of speech becomes control of memory. Jonas continued. My source wants this out, he said, but they're terrified. They want plausible deniability, and they want a guarantee that if they're discovered, someone will confirm the documents are real. Mira exhaled. That someone is likely me, she said. Or Ruth, Jonas said. She has the most, I will break your narrative with tools energy. Flattery won't save you, Ruth said, but she was already pulling metadata. Mira scanned the doc. There were internal access stamps, audit trails, cross-references to real deployments in cities she recognized. It looked real. Too real. This is bigger than Helena, Sana said. Much bigger, Mira agreed. This isn't just access control. This is reality control. Jonas nodded. Exactly. If people can't even prove what happened last month, how will they prove what happens next year? Mira's mind snapped into motion. We need a secure public drop, she said. Multiple mirrors. We don't rely on any single platform. We push it through unmarked channels, independent, journalists, academic networks. We make it impossible to erase without making the erasure itself the headline. Samuel joined them at the doorway, catching the last phrase. Legally, he said, this is dynamite. If we can demonstrate coordinated memory management tied to identity flags, we reframe Aegis as not merely administrative infrastructure, but an information governance regime. Fancy way of saying digital imperialism, Ruth said. Exactly, he replied. Jonas held up a hand. One more thing, he said. My source says compliance has started classifying unmarked networks as pre-extremist infrastructure. That means they're about to shift from passive containment to active disruption. Caleb's expression darkened. Meaning raids, he said. Meaning targeted cyber operations, funding pressure, maybe even arrests under new emergency stability laws, Jonas said. They'll test the soft route first, but the direction is clear. Mira felt the familiar tug of a hard decision. They had been building quietly, trying to stay small enough to survive. Small was about to stop working. That evening, the monastery table became a strategy matrix. Ruth projected 3 columns. Expose, expand, fortify. Expose, as she said, means we publish the memory management docs now. Blow a hole in their trust narrative. Expand, Sana said, means we accelerate unmarked deployments before they tighten the net. Turn 32 nodes into 100. Fortify, Caleb said, means we harden our own operational security. Assume we're a target, because we are. Elias watched them calmly, as if he'd sat through 100 councils like this in older centuries. What can we do that helps the most people in the shortest time? Father Mark asked. Mira answered without hesitation. Expose, she said. If we change the public story, we buy space for everything else. Samuel tapped his pen. There is risk, he said. If we publish and they claim it's fabricated sabotage, they'll use it as justification for new crackdowns. Which they are already planning, Ruth said. At least this way, the crackdown looks like what it is. Caleb nodded reluctantly. Okay, he said, but if we expose, we also fortify. Tonight. Mira turned to Elias. You once told me, she said, that I had to choose where my courage would fail me, keyboard or people. He smiled faintly. And you chose both, he said. She rolled her eyes. Don't make this sentimental, she said. It's bad for my brand. Your brand is the least of our worries, Sana said. Meanwhile, in the tower, Amira faced her own expose or comply moment. Director Kwan had sent her a private meeting request. Kwan's office was immaculate. No personal photographs, no clutter. The workspace of someone who didn't want the world to know she had a private self. Amira sat across from her at a glass table. You've delayed signature on the Humanitarian Overlay Directive, Kwan said. I'm reviewing the cryptographic implications, Amira replied. Your review window is unusually long, Kwan noted. Amira held her gaze. Because the implications are unusually far-reaching, she said. If we bind risk ledger flags to emergency triage tokens in real time, we create a mechanism for systemic exclusion during crises. Kwan's mouth tightened. We create a mechanism for consistent resource allocation, she corrected. And who defines consistent? Amira asked. The Council, Kwan said, as if that were an answer that ended the universe. Amira set down a printed report. This is a performance analysis from Helena, she said. Manual overrides improved outcomes in several microzones. The system punished those overrides because it prioritizes protocol compliance over human survival. Kwan glanced at the report but didn't touch it. You are conflating short-term emotional heroism with long-term governance, she said. Aegis must scale. That requires discipline. Discipline without conscience is cruelty with better metrics, Amira said. Kwan finally looked down at the report. Be careful, she said softly. You are speaking as if you are outside the institution you serve. Maybe I am, Amira said. A beat of silence. Kwan leaned back. The Chancellor respects you, she said, but he will not allow you to block strategic deployment. If you refuse to sign, he can reassign approval authority under emergency governance provisions. So this is a courtesy meeting, Amira said, before you take my keys. Think of it as an invitation, Kwan said. Join the future we are building. Don't become a symbol the system must outgrow. Amira stood. I won't sign today, she said. Kwan nodded once, as if noting the weather. Then I suggest you watch your access patterns, she said. People who hesitate during turning points often discover the system has already turned without them. That night, Amira returned to her office and found her console privileges partially restricted. She could still access core cryptographic functions. She could no longer access certain compliance branches. The walls were moving. She opened her secure message channel to the ethics cell she had begun assembling. 2 names had joined her quietly, a data integrity analyst and a systems architect who had worked on the pilot mobility networks. She wrote, "They're narrowing my access. We need to move evidence now. If we wait, we lose visibility." The analyst replied, "We have a packet. The memory management framework you suspected. It's real. Deployed in 2 cities. I can package clean logs." Amira's breath caught. The same framework Jonas's source was mentioning. The tower was splitting along an invisible seam, and the crack had reached her office. She typed back, "Send. I'll verify cryptographic signatures. Then we push through a neutral relay. No direct links." The architect responded, "Neutral relay is compromised. Compliance is sweeping for atypical exfil patterns. We need a human courier route." Amira stared at the line. Human courier. She thought of the old world. Paper documents smuggled in briefcases, whispered names, analog courage. Aegis had made digital networks powerful and fragile at the same time. She typed, "I may have a workaround. We'll use a sanctioned audit channel to move test data that contains the real logs disguised in noise. Steganographic packaging, boring enough to pass filters." The analyst replied with a single word, "Elegant." Amira allowed herself a small smile. Then she got to work. At dawn, the Mountain Network published the first major leak. Jonas released a video accompanied by a decentralized document drop. He didn't claim certainty beyond what he could defend. He showed the internal memory management slides, explained the technical meaning of re-indexing, and linked the concept to real-world symptoms people had already experienced: missing search results, vanished tags, live streams throttled into silence. "This isn't an accident," he said, sitting at a battered desk with rain still drying in his hair. "This is a design choice framed as safety." He leaned forward. "If your identity system can decide which stories are verified enough to remain searchable, then your identity system is no longer just about who you are. It's about what you're allowed to remember." Within hours, copies spread through unmarked tensors of communication, mesh nodes, peer-to-peer archives, encrypted group channels, old-fashioned USB handoffs. Mainstream platforms flagged and removed the content in predictable waves. Each removal created more copies. It became the story. A major international news outlet cautiously referenced the documents, careful not to quote too much, but enough to spark public questions about Aegis's expanded remit. Independent journalists were less cautious. Protests began in 2 cities, smaller than the last wave but sharper in tone. Instead of chanting about Voss personally, people held signs that read, "Who owns the past? No ID should govern memory. Stability is not truth." In the tower, those protests were watched with rising alarm. Quan held a closed-door meeting. "The narrative is destabilizing," she said. "We must identify the source nodes of dissemination." A screen displayed a heat map of unmarked activity, faint, incomplete, but growing more detailed. "The mountain cell is no longer a hypothesis," she said. "It is a priority risk." Amira stood at the edge of the room, silent, heart hammering. Some of the logs used in Jonas's drop bore cryptographic signatures she recognized. Her own verification stamps, subtle, deniable, but real. She had crossed the line, not into heroism, into consequence. Late that night, Mira stood in the monastery courtyard, cold air biting her cheeks. Ruth joined her, handing her a mug of tea. "We did it," Ruth said softly. "We made them blink." "Did we?" Mira asked. Ruth nodded toward the library window, where Sana and Samuel were tracking public response. "Even mainstream analysts are asking questions about scope creep," Ruth said. "That's polite code for, why is your ID system inventing a ministry of memory?" Mira exhaled. "Good," she said, "because if people understand that Aegis isn't just a wallet or a badge, but a storytelling engine, they'll be harder to tame." A wind slipped through the trees like a quiet warning. Caleb appeared at the edge of the courtyard. "We've got movement on the ridge trail," he said. Mira's stomach dropped. "Council?" Ruth asked. "Don't know yet," he said, "but it's not hikers and it's not deer." Elias stepped out behind him. "Then the tower's fault line has reached the mountain," he said quietly. Mira tightened her grip on the mug. She had wanted to buy time. They had bought attention instead. Sometimes those two were the same currency. "Okay," she said, voice steadying. "We don't panic. We execute the contingency plan. Move drives, split the team, protect the unmarked seed kits." Ruth nodded. Sana called from inside, her voice sharp with urgency. "Mira, new alert. Aegis just issued a counterstatement. They're launching something called Truth Shield. It's a verification layer for public content tied to Aegis trust scores." Mira closed her eyes for one beat. "Of course they are," she said. Elias put a hand lightly on her shoulder. They will always answer refusal with architecture, he said. The question is whether the human heart answers architecture with obedience or with new imagination. She opened her eyes. Then we need more imagination, she said, and we need to survive long enough to use it. Chapter 8. The Hunt for the Unmarked. The night they first saw the lights on the ridge, no one said the word raid out loud. It hummed in the room anyway. Mira stood by the monastery window, the glass cold against her fingers. Down in the valley, night had already swallowed the narrow road, but on the opposite slope, just above the tree line, two pinpricks of white shone where no one local ever parked. They didn't move. They just watched. Caleb lowered the binoculars. Same spot as an hour ago, he said. Not hikers, not lost campers. They're waiting for something. Or someone, Ruth muttered from the table, where a half-disassembled router lay between pliers and wires. Sana crossed her arms. How long until we admit the monastery is on someone's map? Elias sat on one of the worn wooden chairs, hands wrapped around a mug that had long since gone cold. The question, he said quietly, is whether they're drawing a circle around this place or just putting a pin in it for later. Mira turned back toward the others. They all looked tired in different ways. Ruth's wiry, restless energy, Sana's tight shoulders, Samuel's ink-smeared fingers, Caleb's steady watchfulness, Elias's calm sadness. The monastery had been a refuge for so long that part of her still wanted to believe stone walls and altitude could protect them. Then Sana's tablet chimed. She glanced down, frowned, and swiped it awake. The alert wasn't from any of their internal systems. It was from a mainstream news channel, the kind they only watched now to see which story Aegis was telling about itself. A banner ran across the screen. Aegis announces Truth Shield, new tool to fight misinformation and protect public safety. Sana tapped the headline. Lucian Voss's face appeared, composed, reassuring, standing behind a sleek lectern with the Aegis crest faintly glowing on the wall. His voice filled the quiet library. In recent months, he began, we have seen how quickly false narratives can spread and undermine both rescue efforts and civic stability. In times of crisis, misinformation is not harmless. It can cost lives. It can delay aid. It can turn neighbor against neighbor. He paused just long enough to let the weight of the word lives settle. To protect our shared reality, he continued, Aegis is introducing Truth Shield, a verification layer that allows citizens and institutions to see at a glance whether information comes from trusted, verified sources. Beside him, a graphic appeared. Green shields labeled verified, amber shields labeled contextual, and gray shields labeled unverified. At the very bottom in smaller text, a red outline read, high risk. Truth Shield does not silence anyone, Voss said. It simply adds clarity. It illuminates what can be trusted. In a noisy world, we all deserve that protection. Ruth snorted softly. I love when people call dimming other voices illumination. Samuel shook his head. They're collapsing truth and identity into the same metric. If you don't have Aegis, your story starts one step away from reality. And people are tired, Sana said quietly. After Helena, after the shortages, who's going to argue with something that claims to protect them from chaos? Mira watched Voss's calm face. He didn't look like a man authorizing a hunt. He looked like a man offering a safety harness. In the coming week, he finished, partner platforms and public institutions will begin integrating Truth Shield indicators. You will see a simple icon beside posts, broadcasts, and announcements. Your guide to a more trustworthy information ecosystem. Together, we can make sure that truth travels as fast as fear. The broadcast cut to analysts nodding earnestly. Caleb set the binoculars down with a soft thud. So that's the story, he said. If your voice doesn't come wrapped in their stamp, it's not just unimportant, it's unsafe. Elias took a slow breath. They've moved, he said, from deciding who eats first to deciding who gets believed first. No one disagreed. Jonas felt the change before he saw the icon. He woke to the smell of instant coffee and damp concrete, the twin perfumes of his borrowed basement apartment, and did what he always did before his first cup. Checked the overnight numbers. The Helena retrospective he'd posted the day before, The one about the two lines at the evacuation checkpoint in Nurse Ortega's quiet defiance should have been climbing by now. It was the kind of piece that normally found second wind when people woke up angry. Instead, the graph lay flat, not low, flat, as if the video had walked into a room where sound couldn't travel. He clicked into the dashboard. Comments were there, but clumped at odd intervals, like they'd been held somewhere and released in batches. Shares trickled instead of surged. View retention looked normal. Discovery looked strangled. Then he saw it tucked under the title like an afterthought. Truth Shield Notice. Unverified source. He stared for a second, then laughed out loud, a sharp, disbelieving sound. Of course, he muttered. Here we are. He set up the camera on a crate, sat on the edge of his narrow bed, and hit record. So, he began, holding up his phone so the label was clearly visible. It turns out my eyes are no longer a verified source. He smiled thinly into the lens. Truth Shield has arrived. If you listen to the Chancellor, you know the pitch. This isn't censorship, it's clarity. He held up 3 fingers. Clarity apparently means 1. If you were there and you don't have the right bracelet, your story is suspicious. 2. If a government press office rewrites your story, it becomes pure as snow. And 3. If you dare to point out that difference, you're destabilizing. He lowered his hand. Let's test something, he said, because I am at heart a scientist of petty experiments. He cut the recording and immediately sent a message to Liana, a paramedic he'd met in Helena, who wore her Aegis band openly now because her job required it. Hey, I'm going to send you a clip. Post it from your account, no commentary, just a neutral caption like, Perspective on Helena Triage. Don't ask questions. Just trust me, she replied almost instantly. That's usually my line. Send it. He uploaded his video again, unlisted, and sent her the link. Then he went back to his original post and watched the numbers crawl. 40 minutes later, his phone buzzed again. It's up, already taking off. What did you do? He opened her account. Same footage, same timeline, same shaky, handheld frame of Nurse Ortega stepping out of line to pull 3 kids into the priority queue. No Truth Shield label, likes and comments pouring in. The graph there looked like it used to look on his own channels, before Helena, before the leaks, before the system decided his voice was an infection. Jonas sat back on the bed. It's not about the content, he said, mostly to himself. It's about the costume. He opened a second live stream, keeping it short. Update, he told his followers. I reposted the Helena clip through a friend who wears a shiny Aegis band. Her version is soaring. Mine is unverified and moving like it's underwater. So when they tell you Truth Shield is about the truth of what's in the video, remember this. Apparently the camera doesn't matter. The wrist does. He ended with a tight smile that wasn't really a smile at all. Later that afternoon, he tried to book a bus. There was a sanitation strike in one of the coastal towns hit hardest by Helena, and he had a source there who claimed their local aid queues had quietly begun to require Aegis bands. Even for basic water pickup, he chose the cheapest bus company, selected a night departure, and entered his details. The app hung for a moment, then displayed a polite message. We're experiencing high demand. Priority allocation is available for Aegis-verified riders. Please try again later. He frowned, refreshed, tried again. Same message. He tried a second company, a third. On the 4th attempt, the wording changed. Due to recent stability measures, certain routes may require Aegis verification to complete booking. You may still travel, but your reservation will be processed on a secondary schedule. He backed out of the app and swore softly. It wasn't that he couldn't travel. It was that his ability to move had been turned into something optional. By evening, 2 of his backup video channels, not his main ones, the smaller mirrors he used when things got hot, flashed new error messages when he tried to log in. Account suspended for coordinated distrust in critical infrastructure. The words blurred for a second. So that's what I do now, he said to the empty room. I coordinate distrust. He sat down, pulled a notebook toward him, and began writing down names and phone numbers. Trusted people in different cities. If the network wouldn't carry his voice cleanly anymore, he would send it by bus and train and whispered conversation. The council, he realized, had built a cage that didn't need walls, just enough friction to make your world smaller. The letter to Zone 9D arrived on a Friday, when the church office always smelled faintly of wax and boiled rice from the soup kitchen below. Carlos found the envelope in the mail tray, heavier than the bills and donation slips that usually filled it. The Aegis crest sat in the corner, embossed, as if the logo itself needed extra weight. He slid it, opened with a butter knife, and unfolded the thick paper. Dear community partner, in recognition of your resilience and collaboration during the recent emergency operations, we are pleased to inform you that your zone remains eligible for continued reconstruction support. To streamline future responses and ensure equitable allocation, we encourage you to harmonize your coordination systems with Aegis-aligned tools. Unauthorized or parallel networks, for example, unintegrated communication or resource tracking systems, may compromise public safety and could affect future allocation eligibility. That last sentence sat there, bland and sharp. He read it twice, then took the letter downstairs to the back room, where Estrella was restocking shelves with donated canned food. She scanned it quickly, lips tightening. They wrote resilience like a compliment, she said, and then immediately called what made us resilient a liability. Carlos leaned against the doorframe. They don't want to admit that the only reason we kept people fed when the official delivery stalled was because we stopped waiting for their trucks. She set the box down a little harder than necessary, and now they want us to plug our storage into their system. He nodded. So that next time, when they decide we're secondary priority again, our shelves will update politely in their ledger, and no one will be able to claim ignorance. That evening, they gathered a small group in the church basement. Volunteers, a few small shop owners, 2 teachers, the neighborhood mechanic, and a man named Fabio, who worked for the Municipal Water Authority and wore his Aegis wristband openly because his job now required it. Carlos laid the letter on the table. This is the price, he said. More funding, more food, in exchange for connecting everything that helped us survive to a system that once told us to wait. One of the teachers, a woman in her 30s with paint on her hands from a mural project, tapped the paper. What happens, she asked, if we say no? Samuel's voice echoed in Mira's mind. They weaponize scarcity. Carlos answered softly. Maybe nothing right away. Maybe delays. Maybe inspections. Maybe the next time we're at the bottom of the priority list, they say, you didn't integrate. This is the consequence. Fabio cleared his throat. My band gets my family through checkpoints faster, he said, lifting his wrist. But it doesn't make my neighbor's house any less flooded. If they make me choose between this and them, I don't like the odds. Estrella looked at him. What would you do? He hesitated. I can't lose my job, he said, but I can misread some meters. A faint, crooked smile. And maybe forget to log a few extra liters going to the soup kitchen. That's what they're afraid of, Carlos said. Marked people acting like bridges, not walls. They all sat with that for a moment. The letter had not threatened police. It had not mentioned raids. It didn't have to. The danger sat in that one phrase. Could affect future allocation eligibility. The storm had taught them what it felt like to be on the wrong side of eligibility. The council was betting they would never risk it again. Back at the monastery, Ruth had talked about soft failure like a hypothesis. On the road, she turned it into a pattern. In the first town where they'd quietly helped set up an unmarked ledger for a clinic, using spare equipment and a sympathetic nurse, the system worked beautifully for a week. It tracked medicines, flagged shortages early, and let them prioritize actual patients instead of eligibility scores. On the 8th day, the mesh network dropped at exactly 14:1. It came back at 15:15. The next day, the same thing happened. The third day, the drop lasted 2 hours. The clinic staff started to worry. Maybe we overloaded it, the young doctor suggested, fiddling with the node box. Maybe it's not stable enough. Ruth, sitting in the back hall with a diagnostic rig balanced on her knees, shook her head. It's not the hardware, she said. It's interference. Someone's spraying noise at this segment of the spectrum for just long enough to make you look unreliable. In another town, a school that had begun using a simple unmarked ledger to track meal distribution found that its logs were randomly duplicating entries. Not in a way that cost food, but in a way that looked sloppy. It's like the system wants us to feel stupid, the cafeteria manager told Sana over a secured call. I know we're doing it right, but the numbers keep wobbling. If your logs look bad, Sana said, how will it look when a government inspector walks in and compares them to Aegis's timestamps? The woman's silence on the line was answer enough. They were seeing the same strategy everywhere. Small, plausibly deniable disruptions aimed not at breaking unmarked nodes outright, but at eroding trust in them. They don't want to flip a switch and shut us down, Ruth told Mira in the cramped back of the truck one night, her laptop casting pale light over her face. That would look too much like fear. They want us to seem like a bad idea, a risk, an amateur solution next to their professional infrastructure. Mira rubbed her temples, feeling the fatigue settle into the spaces behind her eyes. If you can convince people that trusting their neighbors is technically dangerous, and she said, you don't need to send anyone with a gun. Amira read the internal memorandum twice before she let herself react. Subject: expanded application of pre-extremist infrastructure monitoring from Compliance Director Kwan. Summary: non-integrated identity and resource coordination systems have demonstrated potential for destabilization in post-crisis contexts. Truth Shield telemetry will be used to identify and monitor such systems, with the goal of encouraging lawful integration or, where necessary, enabling lawful dismantlement. There were attached slides, neat and clinical, heat maps of anomaly zones where aid distribution didn't fully match Aegis's predicted patterns, a bullet point about shadow governance structures emerging in the aftermath of Helena, a list of potential risk indicators, including community-led ledgers, decentralized communication networks, and unregistered mutual credit tools. The last phrase made her think of the first time she'd heard about the monastery and their coinless economy. This is not just about technical compatibility, Kwan said in the meeting that followed, her hands folded on the table. This is about governance. Every crisis teaches people something. Helena taught certain communities that they can survive with parallel systems. We cannot allow that lesson to harden into an alternative order. Alternative order was such a careful way to say another way to live. Amira kept her expression neutral. Someone across the table asked, what about public perception? We don't want to appear as if we're punishing resilience. We aren't, Kwan said. We are ensuring that resilience flows through safe, accountable channels. Truth Shield will help us frame unintegrated systems as a public risk without needing to criminalize them directly. If a community chooses to run a parallel network, they also choose the consequences. Consequences. The word felt colder than any of the numbers on the screen. After the meeting, Amira returned to her office and closed the door. Her access logs showed another small change. Tighter restrictions around certain compliance branches, slightly delayed responses when she pinged deep systems. The walls were moving in slow, almost polite increments. She sat down, opened a secure notepad, and wrote a single question. What can I still do from inside that will matter once I'm gone? The answer wasn't to stand up and shout. That would only get her removed. The answer was information. Truth Shield gave her the pretext. She filed a request for a cross-domain, false positive mitigation study on Truth Shield's early deployments, arguing that mislabeling legitimate content as high risk could undermine trust in the system. Kwan approved it, perhaps seeing only a conscientious engineer trying to make their new toy less brittle. For 12 hours, Amira had a window into the guts of the thing Aegis was building. She didn't look for a master switch. Those didn't exist, not in a system that big. Instead, she mapped. Where did Truth Shield's verification backbone lean on old municipal infrastructure? Where were its identity signals routed through third-party providers that had their own vulnerabilities? Which regions were still partially dependent on local agreements rather than fully standardized protocols? She built a profile of pressure points, not to attack, but to avoid. It was a survival map disguised as a technical risk assessment. When she had enough, she generated a test data package, embedding the true map inside a sea of innocuous performance graphs and latency charts using steganographic tricks that would look like noise to any automated scan. Digital exfiltration would be suicide. So she turned to flesh and bone. A facilities technician named Hottie had once joked to her, half-whispered in a stairwell, "If I need my hand scanned just to fix a toilet, maybe the system has gone too far." She found him in the maintenance bay that smelled of metal and dust. "I need a favor," she said, holding out a sealed envelope and a perfectly ordinary external drive. "There's an audit firm that still insists on receiving some test data by hand. Compliance is behind. I can't leave my terminal unsecured for long today. Can you take this to the courier drop?" He eyed the envelope. "Since when do you use couriers?" "Since the network became noisy and everyone got paranoid," she said lightly. "It's boring stuff. Latency tests. Nothing anyone would want to steal." He glanced toward the security camera above the loading dock. "You're sure this isn't one of those moral moments people like to talk about?" "If it makes you feel better," she answered, meeting his eyes. "Assume it's exactly that." He held her gaze for a beat, then took the envelope. "I know someone who drives supply runs to some of the rural clinics," he said. "If this really is as boring as you claim, it'll arrive safely." "Good," she said. "And if it's not as boring as I claim?" He smiled faintly. "Then I didn't ask, and you didn't tell." Later, as she passed through a checkpoint, her badge vibrated softly. "Notice, your access pattern requires review. Please report to compliance within 24 hours. She slid the badge back into its clip and walked on. The town of San Isidro had already learned how to survive without waiting for permission. That apparently made it an excellent place for the council to test its new intervention style. Anna woke to the sound of engines starting and stopping in front of the community hall. She pulled on a sweater, stepped outside, and saw two official vehicles parked by the curb, white, clean, with municipal emblems, and a third van marked with the Aegis Crescent and the words "Stability Support." 5 people got out. 2 wore the uniforms of the Emergency Management Agency. 1 wore an Aegis compliance badge. The other 2 carried cases that looked suspiciously like portable signal scanners. "Good morning," the lead official said, smiling in the way people do when they know other people are watching. "We're here for a routine infrastructure safety review." Anna wiped a hand on her jeans. "We filled out our forms," she said. "Twice, actually." "This is just a follow-up," the compliance officer said. Her tone was smooth, professional. "In light of the recent discussions about unverified coordination systems." They walked through the hall making notes about fire exits and storage layouts, ticking boxes on their tablets. Eventually, one of the technicians asked casually, "Have you installed any new communication equipment since the last audit? Routers, mesh nodes, range extenders?" Anna kept her face open. "We had some donated gear during Helena," she said, "but most of it was temporary. People needed to call family, things like that." The technician nodded and turned on his scanner. The device hummed faintly, sweeping the room. When he moved toward the back storage closet, the display flickered, then spiked. "There's something active near here," he said. Anna's stomach dropped. They'd relocated most of the unmarked kit weeks ago, but a backup relay, older and less efficient, still sat hidden behind boxes of blankets. It had seemed too small to matter. She watched as they opened the closet, moved crates aside, and exposed the device. The compliance officer's smile didn't falter. "This isn't registered with municipal systems," she said. "Do you know where it came from?" "A donation," Anna said. "During the storm. We kept it in case the phones went down again." "Of course," the woman said. "We understand people were improvising then, but under the new stability guidelines, unintegrated network equipment must be reviewed and, if necessary, temporarily removed." They left a printed notice on the table before they drove away. "Notice of temporary confiscation, pending safety review." Anna stared at the paper for a long moment, then picked up her phone. She called Carlos. "They came," she said without preamble. "They took one of the old nodes, smiled the whole time, left us a receipt." "Did they shut anything else down?" he asked. "Not yet," she said. "But they want us to feel like borrowing anything that doesn't blink in their color is a crime." That night she, a local radio tinkerer, and a teenager who fixed motorcycles in his front yard, sat on the hall floor with tools scattered around them. They built something small, ugly, and hard to spot. It didn't have the range of the old kit. It didn't show up on any official manifest. It might not last through the next storm, but it was theirs. They can take the polished boxes, the teenager said, tightening a bolt. They can't make us stop wiring things together. For now, at least. By the time the courier reached them with Amira's hidden map, the monastery had already stopped feeling like a sanctuary and started feeling like a lit window in a dark field. They met in a smaller room, not the main library, just in case someone, somewhere, was listening harder than usual. The young man who carried the drive looked like any student from the next town over. Worn backpack, patched jacket, nervous energy. He handed the envelope to Mira and recited the phrase he'd been given. "Your grandmother's radio still has listeners," he said. The words hit her somewhere under the ribs. "Thank you," she said. "You didn't see me, and you don't know what this is." He smiled faintly. "That's what they told me to say," he replied. Ruth sat at the old wooden desk with an air-gapped laptop. She opened the envelope, slotting the drive into place, and began to navigate the files. On the surface, it was exactly what Amira had said it would be. Test data, performance logs, latency charts for various Truth Shield integrations. But Ruth knew how to look sideways. Lines of numbers concealed patterns, graphs concealed encodings. "There," she murmured, eyes narrowing. "There it is." "What?" Sana asked, leaning in. "Topology," Ruth said softly. She hid a map inside the variance graphs. "Look, here, the green zones. Fully standardized backbone, little room to move without being seen. Yellow, mixed infrastructure. Legacy nodes, municipal contracts not fully converted. Red, places where Aegis is faking it. They look strong in the marketing slides, but under the hood, the system is held together with duct tape and wishful thinking." Samuel joined them, studying the screen. "This isn't a weapon," he said. "It's a survival guide." Mira felt something loosen in her chest. "She's telling us where not to stand when the hammer comes down." Caleb, who had been checking the ridge again, stepped into the doorway. "Lights are still there," he said. "They haven't moved closer. Yet." Elias looked from the laptop to the door and then to Mira. "You know what this means," he said. She did. The monastery had been their anchor, their lab, their home. It was about to become their liability. If the council ever found this map here, combined with their notes, their unmarked prototypes, their records of Helena, Aegis's lawyers would have enough to paint them as the architects of every shadow governance memo in Director Kwan's slides. "We can't keep everything in one place," Mira said, voice steady. "We can't be one place." Ruth looked up sharply. "You're saying we leave?" "I'm saying we disperse," Mira replied. "We take what we can carry, what no one else can reconstruct, and we spread the rest. Recipes, protocols, habits. We've been telling other communities not to trust a single point of failure. It's time we listen to our own doctrine." Silence stretched for a heartbeat. Father Mark, who had been unusually quiet all evening, stepped forward. "This monastery has existed for centuries," he said. "It has survived wars, famines, reforms. But buildings aren't sacred because they stand forever. They're sacred because of what people do in them. If you must go to keep doing what you've done here, then that is not abandonment. It's translation." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small wooden cross, worn smooth by years of handling. He pressed it into Mira's palm. "Not for protection," he said. "That's never really been how these work. For memory. So that you remember who you are when you're somewhere that doesn't remember you." Her fingers closed around the wood. She didn't trust her voice, so she just nodded. They packed at dusk the next day. The monastery's corridors, usually filled with quiet footsteps and murmurs of study, now echoed with the sounds of boxes sliding, equipment cases clicking shut, books being chosen and left behind. Ruth labeled drives with a system only she fully understood. Sana double-checked the encryption on their most sensitive archives, then triple-checked the wipes on the machines they couldn't take. Samuel filled waterproof cases with documents that could one day serve as proof. Logs of storm responses, records of unmarked lead rescues, evidence that Mercy had, at least sometimes, won against protocol. Caleb organized their departure routes, mapping which roads were likely to be watched and which goat paths could bear the weight of a truck if absolutely necessary. Elias moved more slowly, one figure among many, offering a hand where needed, a word where it helped. When the engines finally started and the two vehicles rolled toward the gate, the mountains seemed to lean in and listen. Father Mark stood by the stone archway, hands folded. "Wherever you go," he called over the rumble, "remember, you are not fighting to destroy something. You are fighting to keep something alive." "What's that?" Ruth asked through the open window. "Room," he said. "Room for people who don't fit whatever new shape the powerful try to make the human being into." They drove on. The monastery shrank in the mirrors, its silhouette outlined briefly against the darkening sky, before the road curved and the walls disappeared from view. Mira didn't turn around after that. She didn't need to. She knew the place would live inside all of them, whether or not the stone survived whatever came next. They were an hour from the mountains when Sana's tablet chimed again. She opened the alert, skimmed, and swore under her breath. "What is it?" Caleb asked. "Aegis just published a joint statement with 3 partner governments," she said, scrolling. "It's got Truth Shield's little green stamp on it." "Read it," Mira said. Sana cleared her throat. "In light of recent emergencies," she began, "and the emergence of unauthorized identity and resource networks operating outside lawful stability frameworks, we affirm our commitment to equitable, safe, and accountable allocation systems. While we recognize that some informal efforts may arise from good intentions, non-integrated networks present significant risks to public safety, misinformation control, and fair distribution. Partner states are encouraged to identify and dismantle such systems in accordance with updated emergency stability provisions." She lowered the tablet. "So that's it," Ruth said. "They've given everyone permission to call us dangerous without ever using the word." Samuel exhaled slowly. "First they say you're unofficial, then they say you're unsafe, then they say you're illegal." Elias looked out the window at the rolling hills ahead. "And all the while," he said quietly, "they insist they're only protecting people from chaos." Mira sat back, fingers still wrapped around the small wooden cross. "We knew this phase was coming," she said. "Now it's official." Ruth glanced at her. "So what do we do?" Mira met her eyes. "We do what we told everyone else to do," she said. "We stop being one point on their map. We become a pattern they can't erase without erasing the very idea of neighbors helping neighbors." Outside, the road unfurled. Behind them, the stone walls of the monastery stood silent under the first stars. Ahead of them, in towns that had not yet heard the term pre-extremist infrastructure, people were still quietly wiring their own lives together. The hunt had begun. So had the test of whether the unmarked was just a project or a way of being that could survive being treated as a threat. Chapter 9. The Mobile Republic. The first night away from the monastery felt like grief disguised as logistics. They camped in a safe warehouse outside a mid-sized lace-zone town, an old distribution hub whose owner owed Caleb a favor from the Helena days. The building smelled of dust, engine oil, and the soft rot of cardboard. A place that had once moved goods now held people who were trying to move an idea fast enough to survive. Ruth set the laptops on a folding table. Sana taped blackout fabric over 2 windows. Samuel arranged waterproof cases in a neat line as if order could substitute for sleep. Caleb checked the perimeter twice. Elias sat on a wooden pallet and watched them all with the expression of someone who understood that young revolutions always looked like overpacked backpacks. Mira opened the equipment case where she had kept Father Mark's cross and the 2 rules Ruth had written on paper that afternoon. Never let a map become your home. Never let fear decide who deserves help. She read them again, then closed the lid. Outside the warehouse, the city carried on in the half-normal way of places that had survived a disaster and begun to pretend they hadn't. The streets were patched. The power was mostly stable. The Aegis banners that had once been rare now hung at transit stations like a new kind of national flag. Truth Shield's little icons had spread faster than the storm ever had. What had been a narrative tool was now becoming a social instinct. The town was called Port Leiden on the official maps, but locals still called it the Knot because everything passed through it. Sea freight, inland rail, the overflow of people who had fled coastal ruins after Helena. Amira's topology map had highlighted the region in yellow. Not safe, but loose. Truth Shield's backbone here depended on legacy municipal systems that hadn't been fully converted. The council had moved quickly after Helena to expand Aegis coverage, but the back end was stitched together with temporary contracts and old protocols. Ruth called it lace. "Looks solid from a distance," she'd said. "Close up, you can see the holes." They needed holes. Holes were how you breathe without being detected. At dawn, Mira and Sana walked to a public clinic that served 6 surrounding neighborhoods. The building was plain, barely renovated since the flooding. A queue already curved around the entrance, and a new sign had been added near the door. Aegis verification recommended for expedited triage. Recommended was a word that always preceded required. A nurse met them inside. She was short, strong-voiced, and exhausted in the particular way of someone who has learned to treat weariness as a permanent state. "Marisol," she introduced herself. "I got your message." Jonas's network had reached her through 3 human links and a QR flyer hidden inside a donation box. Mira didn't waste time. "We're not here to recruit you into a movement," she said quietly. "We're here because you've already been doing parallel care without naming it." Marisol studied her for a long moment. "You're the mountain people?" she said. Sana stiffened slightly. "Not anymore," Mira replied. Marisol snorted. "I don't care where you slept last month," she said. "I care whether my patients disappear into eligibility loops." She led them to a back room and closed the door. "I lost 2 diabetics last week," she said plainly. "Not because we didn't have insulin. We had it. But the supply release queue won't unlock for unverified secondary households unless an Aegis-linked caregiver is present to confirm the pickup." Sana's jaw tightened. "So your medicine exists behind a witness gate that doesn't accept human witness?" Mira said. "Exactly," Marisol replied. "So if you're offering a way for me to treat people like people again, say it." Ruth arrived 10 minutes later with a compact kit that looked like a standard medical equipment case. No antennae, no visible branding. Just a clean box with an internal mesh relay and local ledger controller. "This will only reach about 5 blocks," Ruth said. "It's intentionally small. The point is to make your unit reliable without lighting up broad-spectrum scans." Marisol eyed it. "That's it? That's the new era," Ruth replied. "We don't build castles. We build cells that can vanish." They installed it behind a locked cabinet, routed it through a power conditioner, and connected 3 tablets used by triage staff. The ledger interface was simple. No ideology, no slogans. Patients, needs, meds, time. Witness Marisol tested it for 10 minutes, then nodded once. "If this goes down and an inspector asks," she said, "this is an internal inventory system for emergency continuity." Ruth smiled faintly. "You're a natural." "No," Marisol said. "I'm tired." By day 2, the kit had improved triage speed noticeably. It didn't solve the macro shortage. It solved the micro cruelty of waiting for an algorithm to permit what a nurse could see with her eyes. But identity remained the deeper problem. Aegis wasn't only controlling access to supplies. It was steadily positioning itself as the only legitimate proof a person existed in the right shape. Sana proposed the next evolution during a late-night meeting in the warehouse. "Unmarked identity needs an upgrade," she said. "We can't rely only on ad hoc community memory as the council formalizes penalties." Samuel leaned forward. "Careful," he said. "Every time we formalize a concept, we create a label governments can criminalize." "We don't formalize in one database," she replied. "We formalize in human-scale circles." Ruth frowned. "Explain." "Witness rings," Sana said. "Small identity circles, 5 to 12 people, who can attest to each other's existence and urgent needs during crisis allocations." Elias nodded slowly. "This is how villages have survived empires for centuries," he said. "Sworn familiarity over centralized permission." Sana pulled up the prototype rules. No permanent membership, no ideological pledge, no centralized list rings can dissolve and reform emergency only at stations. At station records expire automatically. "This is designed to be boring," she said. "Boring enough that a local clinic can justify it as an internal continuity protocol." Samuel still looked uneasy. "And if officials call it shadow governance? Then we ask them why a grandmother needs a national algorithm to confirm she is hungry," Mira said. No one argued with that. They piloted the first ring at Marisol's clinic. Marisol scanned the rules and shrugged. I already know who belongs to my neighborhood, she said. You're just giving me a way to protect them on paper. Jonas arrived in Port Leiden on foot, not because he couldn't find transport, because he had learned that buying a ticket through official systems now came with invisible delays that always seemed to land on the wrong side of urgency. He looked thinner than the last time Mira had seen him. His eyes were sharper. He spent 2 hours in the clinic waiting area just watching. Who was in line? Who was pulled aside? Who had a ban? Who had a child and no ban? Who smiled politely at a screen that asked for a verification tap? Afterward, in the back room, he spoke quietly to Mira. You're building the right thing, he said, but you need to understand the quiet army you already have. The nurses, she asked. The marked, he said. She frowned. Jonas continued. I've been traveling across 3 counties. The system wants to force a binary world. Mark citizens as safe, unmarked as suspect. But real life is more complicated than their marketing. Teachers with Aegis bans are listing unmarked kids as dependents so they can eat lunch. Transit workers are using verified access to open supply rooms, then forgetting to log the distribution. Social workers are escorting unmarked elders into pickup lanes using their own status as a shield. Sana said softly, Bridge ethics. Jonas smiled faintly. Exactly. But it needs a name people can understand, and a guide for how to do it without getting destroyed. Ruth looked at Mira. Mira hesitated, then nodded. Write it, she said. So they produced a short bridge guide that fit on 2 printed pages. Use group dependence clauses, avoid patterns that trigger automated fraud flags, document official reasons. For exceptions, keep help distributed, not heroic. Do not publicly brag. Never let one person become a single point of mercy. Jonas insisted on an extra line at the bottom. You are not breaking the system for fun. You are bending it back toward the human. The Mobile Republic's greatest innovation wasn't technical, it was conceptual. Ruth started saying it out loud so it could become a doctrine. We stopped building nodes, she said. We build recipes. A clinic recipe, a school meal recipe, a union hall supply recipe, a church shelter recipe. Each came with low signature mesh instructions, witness ring protocols, bridge ethics guidelines, paper fallback templates, language to use with inspectors. Sana ensured the language was boring enough for plausible deniability. Samuel ensured the legal cover didn't accidentally implicate volunteers. Ruth ensured the tech minimized detectable patterns. Mira ensured the ethics remained intact. If we win by becoming our own miniature council, she said one night, we've already lost. They distributed the first recipe set through Jonah's underground channels and discreet local partners. The effect was immediate. A school cafeteria manager used the meal recipe to create a dual list, one Aegis-facing, one reality-facing. A Catholic parish built a quiet shelter rotation that used witness rings for overnight space allocations. A bus driver collective organized informal evacuation plans for unmarked seniors during a seasonal flood warning. Port Leiden began to feel like a living proof of concept, which meant it began to feel like a future target. The council's pressure did not arrive with sirens. It arrived with new integration notices. A municipal memo reached clinics across the LACE zones. Continued eligibility for state medicine allocations requires certification of Aegis-aligned communication and triage systems. A similar notice went to schools. A third went to community shelters. Recommended had officially become a requirements pathway. At the same time, Ruth's network diagnostics began to show faint interference patterns in 3 districts. Noise injected into narrow spectrum bands during predictable windows. Not enough to fully shut them down. Enough to plant doubt. A clinic administrator in another town called Marisol shaking. I can't risk losing our medicine pipeline, she said. My staff are scared. They think your inventory tool is what's causing the glitches. Marisol closed her eyes. It isn't, she said, but I understand fear. When she ended the call, she looked at Mira. They're making us choose between short-term survival under their leash and long-term survival without it. Mira nodded. They've always known scarcity is the most obedient language. That night in the warehouse, the team finally collided with the ideological fault line that had been quietly growing since the monastery fell off the map. Ruth wanted dispersal faster. Scale is safety now, she insisted. The more towns adopt recipes, the harder it is for the council to call this a single extremist phenomenon. Samuel wanted caution. Scale is also visibility, he said. One high-profile mistake gives them everything they need to justify harsh enforcement. Santa sat between them, exhausted. Both are true, she said. Caleb, who rarely pushed opinions into strategy debates, spoke quietly. In Helena, the official system failed because it was too rigid to adapt quickly. We can't become rigid in the opposite direction. Mira listened, then placed Father Mark's cross on the table. Not as symbolism, as a reminder. We don't expand to prove we're brave, she said. We expand to keep people alive. That means our pace is set by what communities can sustain under pressure. Ruth opened her mouth, then closed it again. Elias smiled faintly. Congratulations, he said. You're becoming a movement. Ruth groaned. That's not a compliment. It isn't an insult either, Elias replied. Movements are messy because humans are messy. Your task is not to eliminate mess. It's to keep it from becoming cruelty. 2 days later, a woman arrived at a small cafe near the port. She dressed like a mid-level corporate auditor. Neutral colors, professional posture, the exact type of person you could forget 5 minutes after she left. She ordered tea. Then she walked to Mira's table and said softly, "Your grandmother's radio still has listeners." Mira froze. This phrase should not have been in the city, not unless someone was walking a tightrope between worlds. The woman slid a slim envelope across the table without opening it. Inside is documentation of Phase 2 containment authorization, she said. It ties non-integrated humanitarian micronetworks to stability risk classification. Mira didn't touch the envelope yet. Who are you? She asked. A courier who doesn't want children punished for bureaucratic aesthetics, the woman replied. Mira understood what that meant. Amira was no longer just helping with maps. She was feeding them ammunition for narrative survival. If this trace leads back to your source, it won't, the courier said. And if it does, she already accepted the cost. The courier stood to leave, then paused. She believes the council is preparing the next step, she added, not merely to contain your systems, to redefine them publicly as pre-extremist infrastructure so partner states can dismantle them with popular approval. Mira swallowed. Thank you. The courier nodded once and left. The council tested Phase 2 theatrics in the smallest way possible. In a town 2 hours inland, a union hall that had adopted the supply recipe received an unannounced compliance visit. The inspectors were polite. The scanners were precise. They didn't find a node. They didn't have to. They found the absence of expected Aegis integration logs. We're concerned your center is using unregistered coordination tools, the lead inspector said. As you know, parallel systems can be exploited by destabilizing actors. The union leader, a woman named Daria, kept her voice calm. We distribute food and blankets, she said. If that's destabilizing, your definition of stability is unusually fragile. The next day, the hall's reconstruction grant was placed on review hold, a soft punishment that still struck like a hammer. The volunteers panicked. A few quit, but not all. Daria called Marisol, called Jonas, called the church shelter network, and within 48 hours, the supply function of the Union Hall had been distributed into 3 smaller, quieter sites: a back room of a bakery, a church annex, a taxi cooperative garage. The council had tried to punish a building. The movement had responded by becoming harder to locate. By the end of the second week, Port Leiden had 3 functioning microcorridors. Each was small, each was flexible, each had a paper fallback. Each had at least one marked bridge acting quietly. The clinics were not defiant in speeches. They were defiant in outcomes. A seasonal storm surge hit nearby coastal blocks one Friday afternoon. The official system responded in normal time: forms, queue updates, eligibility checks. Parallel care responded in neighborhood time. A bus driver bridge escort brought unmarked elders to a pop-up triage lane. Witness rings validated families without requiring algorithmic identity proof. The low signature mesh linked 3 blocks of supply movement without lighting up a wide scan. No one posted grand declarations. They posted small clips: hands carrying water, a nurse checking a child's breathing, a teacher quietly slipping meals into backpacks. Jonas collected the footage and shaped it into a narrative that endured truth shield friction. Short enough, dispersed enough, human enough. This isn't rebellion, his audio dispatch said that night. This is what happens when a system forgets that a human being is real before a database decides so. Late that night, back in the warehouse, Mira opened the envelope from Amira's courier. Samuel scanned the phrases. Pre-extremist infrastructure is the key term, he said. It's elastic enough to include anything they dislike. Sana nodded. It's a legal and narrative pre-weapon. Once they attach it to humanitarian networks, partner states can dismantle you while claiming they're protecting the public. Ruth tapped her screen. I can adjust the recipes for even lower signature. Smaller clusters, faster rotation. Elias looked at Mira. And what about your story? What do you mean, she asked. You have evidence, he said, of Helena's triage bias, of Ortega's punishment, of truth shield friction, of phase 2 intent. The council wants to define you before you define yourself. Mira understood. This had always been a war of meaning. Aegis was a system, but it was also a narrative machine. If the mobile republic was going to survive the next phase, it needed to stop being a rumor. It needed to become a moral reality the public could recognize, even if they couldn't fully endorse it yet. We're not ready for a full confrontation, Samuel warned. No, Mira agreed, but we are ready to stop letting them write our obituary in advance. On the third week's first morning, Marisol called Mira in a controlled panic. We got an integration deadline, she said. 72 hours, official letters, not just recommendations. Mira sat up. Are they coming in person? Not yet, but the city health authority is aligning with Truth Shield compliance. Mira muted the line for a second. Ruth was already standing, as if she had heard the pressure through the air. They're going after the clinic recipe, she said. Caleb entered from the loading bay. We just heard from 2 other towns, he said. Same letters, same deadlines. They're synchronizing. Sana exhaled slowly. Phase 2 isn't theory anymore. Mira looked around at the team, at the fatigue, the stubbornness, the newly sharpened clarity in all their faces. They had left the monastery to avoid becoming a single target. Now the council was trying to prove that mobility could be strangled too. Mira opened the equipment case and read Ruth's 2 rules again. Then she closed it with a soft click. Okay, she said. Everyone looked at her. We don't fight this by defending one clinic, she continued. We fight it by proving these recipes can't be erased without erasing care itself. Ruth raised an eyebrow. What are you proposing? Mira didn't smile. A synchronized activation, she said. Not defensive, demonstrative. A day when parallel care becomes visible enough that punishing it looks like punishing ordinary life. Sana understood immediately. The day of parallel care, she whispered. Samuel looked alarmed, then thoughtful. That's risky, he said. Yes, Mira replied, but the council is counting on us being too scared to show our face. Elias nodded, soft approval in his eyes. Then the Republic begins to declare itself, he said. Outside, the city's morning traffic grew louder. Truth Shield icons glowed on screens. Aegis bands flashed at rail gates, and in small rooms behind clinics, churches, and union halls, ordinary people were learning how to keep each other alive without waiting for a system to approve the emotion of compassion. The mobile republic had become more than a caravan. It had become a method spreading by habit, and now the council had moved to make habit illegal. Chapter 10. The King's Checkmate. The council did not announce a crackdown. It announced alignment. That was how Phase 2 entered the world, on official letterhead, through calm press briefings, and with Truth Shield's green badges floating beside every sentence like a benediction. 72-hour compliance windows. Recommended integration reworded into required certification pathways. Funding reviews triggered by procedural inconsistencies. Power didn't need to shout anymore. Power had learned to whisper in forms. Marisol received the clinic directive at 7:12. She read it while standing at the triage desk with a pen behind her ear and a queue of patients already curling down the hallway. Continued eligibility for state medical allocations requires certification of Aegis-aligned communication and triage systems. Non-integrated coordination tools may introduce unacceptable public risk. The word unacceptable was the rare, honest one. She called Mira before she finished her coffee. They've given us a deadline, she said. Not a suggestion, a clock. How absolute, Mira asked. Absolute enough to make my staff panic. By 0091, two other clinics in the LACE zones reported identical letters. By noon, schools and community shelters began receiving their own versions. The council wasn't hunting one node. It was hunting the recipes, the logic of parallel care itself. The council needed someone visible to make the warning feel real. They chose a transit supervisor named Dylan Cho. He had a clean record, a clean ban, and the kind of stubborn decency that became dangerous in systems, built on permission. During Helena's worst days, Cho had overridden crowd control gates at a bus depot and used his verified access to open supply rooms for neighborhoods that had been classified as secondary response. His actions had been recorded on dozens of phones. That was exactly why he was chosen. The hearing was advertised as a routine stability review. Truth Shield stamped the broadcast verified before the first word was spoken. Cho stood in a plain room with a single microphone and a tired face. The prosecutor's tone was gentle as a lullaby. Mr. Cho's actions, while emotionally understandable, undermined equitable allocation by bypassing verified priority sequences. Cho listened without shifting his weight. When it was his turn, he didn't try to be clever. He tried to be honest. I didn't bypass fairness, he said. I bypassed abandonment. A murmur moved through the room. The judge raised a hand. Mr. Cho, please confine your remarks to procedural context. Cho nodded once. Procedural context is exactly the problem, he said. He lifted his wrist and held up the ban. This gave me access, so I used it. I watched people with kids get told to wait while water climbed the steps. I watched the system treat a human being like a loading error. The prosecutor leaned forward. Do you deny that your actions created risk? Cho's expression didn't change. I deny that mercy is a risk worth criminalizing. The verdict arrived faster than expected. Not prison, not a dramatic sentence, a suspended work authorization, travel restrictions, a public warning, and an added line that was the real punishment. Mark's citizens must not use verified access to facilitate unverified resource distribution. The message was aimed at every teacher, nurse, and transit worker who had been quietly becoming bridges. The council didn't just want to frighten the unmarked. It wanted to isolate them. Mira watched the hearing replay on a muted stream in the warehouse. Cho's face frozen mid-sentence. Ruth paced as if movement could bleed off rage. They're not punishing him for breaking rules, she said. They're punishing him for proving those rules can be bypassed humanely. Samuel rubbed his eyes. A public bridge trial turns compassion into contraband. It's a deterrent campaign dressed as due process. Sana had her head down, reviewing the new clinic integration letters. They're synchronizing narrative and funding at the same time, she said. If we respond separately, we lose separately. Mira looked at Elias, who sat quietly with a paper copy of their charter. What's the cleanest answer, she asked. The least theatrical one, he replied. The one that makes their punishment look like punishment of ordinary life. Ruth stopped pacing. You mean your day of parallel care idea? Mira nodded, not a protest, not a hack. A coordinated demonstration of care so normal and so distributed that shutting it down would require the council to argue, on camera, that feeding a child without a bracelet was extremist behavior. Samuel frowned. They'll try to pre-frame it as unsafe. Then we document everything, Ruth said. Receipts of outcomes, proof of aegis, first delays, witness ring attestations, paper fallback logs. Sana added, and we keep the tone boring. If we sound revolutionary, they win. Mira breathed slowly. Okay, she said. We do it. The preparation looked nothing like a revolution. It looked like spreadsheets printed on paper. Short training sessions in church basements, nurses learning how to file a witness ring attestation under continuity protocol, teachers practicing language that would satisfy an inspector without betraying reality. Jonas became the roaming amplifier again. He didn't do long speeches. He did short, practical briefings. In one union hall, he stood in front of a whiteboard and wrote, "Don't be heroic, be many." These systems don't fear one brave person, he said. They fear 10,000 boring people who refuse to stop caring. The bridge guide was revised with lessons from Cho's case. Never act alone. Never become the only name on a supply log. Distribute exceptions across time. And staff keep explanations. Procedural protect unmarked identities with redundancy. In Marisol's clinic, the staff practiced the day's workflow 3 times. One Aegis-facing version, one parallel internal version, one paper-only fallback for the moment scanners arrived. Marisol was not sentimental about it. If they walk in, she said, we don't panic. We shift modes. And if they demand to see your integration certification? A junior nurse asked. Marisol smiled thinly. Then we show them the forms we filed, she replied, and we keep treating people while they enjoy their paperwork. At HQ, Quan watched new threat clustering metrics bloom. Port Leiden and its surrounding districts had begun to exhibit small outcome deviations. Faster triage in certain zones, more stable community supply flows in neighborhoods the official forecast models had labeled too low penetration to improve quickly. An analyst nodded over a dashboard. Looks like synchronized activation planning. Quan's face remained composed. Then we counter with narrative preemption and compliance presence. We do not hand them martyrs. Should we disrupt the mesh? Another analyst asked. Not broadly, Quan replied. Targeted interference only. The goal is for them to look unreliable, not persecuted. It was the official articulation of gray-out warfare. Quan knew how to win this kind of conflict. You didn't crush the idea. You trained the populace to fear trusting it. Amira understood that a day of parallel care would be dismissed as emotional theater, unless the council's intent was exposed with it. She needed proof that Phase 2 was not about safety, it was about control. Her badge access had already narrowed again. But Truth Shield's political cluster auditing system was still open to her under risk calibration privileges. So she filed a request for a narrow false positive study on civic stability tagging. Quan approved it with barely a glance. At 0201 Rasha, Amira's access window opened. She moved quickly and quietly, and she found the pilot program. Civic Leadership Stability Test. Regional. The system didn't arrest emerging reform-minded candidates and civic organizers. It did something more refined, slowed fundraising verification, downgraded content visibility to contextual or unverified, introduced travel friction for event schedules, triggered anti-fraud, holds on logistics support, political throttling with a safety mask. Amira exported a minimal set, just enough signed logs, just enough routing proof, just enough internal phrasing that denials would require obvious lies. As she left the secure module, her badge vibrated. Notice: your access pattern requires review. Please report to compliance within 24 hours. She didn't report. She took the external drive to an empty service stairwell, sealed it into a plain envelope, and passed it into a human chain she had already built. The courier at the cafe the next afternoon did not ask her name. He only said the phrase, "Your grandmother's radio still has listeners." Amira nodded once. She had crossed the point of no return. The day arrived gray and ordinary. Perfect. At Ordewait Nuarnern, Marisol's clinic posted a handwritten sign beside the official triage desk. Care first. Paper if we must. Inside, nothing looked unusual to a casual observer. The Aegis scanners still existed. The compliant forms still sat in plastic trays. The difference was in the rhythm. When a grandmother without a band arrived with shortness of breath, her witness ring attestation was processed quietly as an internal continuity verification. When a father with 2 children was delayed by a locked release queue, a marked bridge nurse tapped her own band to override the gate and logged the action under family caregiver presence. No one made speeches. They made time. Across town, a school cafeteria manager used the meal recipe's dual list approach. Every child whose name she knew to be real was fed. The Aegis-facing logs were neat. The safety-facing reality was kinder. In a church basement, Carlos coordinated shelter rotation the way his district had learned during Helena. Calmly, quietly, with a ledger that never needed a national algorithm to confirm that hunger was real. At the port, a bus driver collective executed a crude but effective evacuation drill for unmarked seniors in flood risk blocks, an exercise that had been officially discouraged, but never explicitly outlawed. By noon, Jonas's underground channels were saturated with clips. Not dramatic ones, domestic ones. Hands delivering water, nurses checking pulses, teachers distributing meal packs, bridge citizens moving supplies with procedural cover. The footage had a dangerous quality. It looked like normal society functioning without permission. Voss chose the evening to speak. His address was polished and patient. Aegis is not a weapon, he said. It is a promise that no citizen will be lost in the noise of crisis. Truth Shield stamped it, verified in bright green. He warned against fragmented, unverified aid ecosystems that could be exploited by destabilizing actors. He did not mention the day of parallel care by name. He didn't need to. His words were meant to pre-poison the interpretation of everything the Mobile Republic had done. Ruth had anticipated this. She released a rolling outcomes board through decentralized channels. Shorter clinic wait times in secondary blocks, documented cases of Aegis first delays, inventory logs showing medicine access restored through bridge, overrides, paper-backed witness ring attestations. Sana recorded a brief statement, no anger, no grand rhetoric. Parallel care did not replace Aegis, she said. It replaced abandonment. At 23:40, Jonas released Amira's package. It contained two pillars. Phase 2, containment authorization, referring to non-integrated humanitarian networks as stability threats. Civic leadership throttling logs, demonstrating the pilot use of Aegis risk flags to preemptively restrict reform-minded candidates and organizers. The story snapped into focus. Aegis was not only an identity tool, it was becoming a governance engine for who gets helped, who gets heard, who gets to lead. The public reaction was uneven but immediate. Some partner governments dismissed the documents as out-of-context internal drafts. Others called for reviews. A few quietly paused fresh Truth Shield expansions, more nervous about backlash than inspired by conscience. Trust Shield's icons did not disappear, but for the first time, a meaningful slice of the public began to see the green badge less as truth and more as alignment. Inside the tower, Kwan's team began internal pattern analysis. They didn't need a confession. They needed a signature. Amira's name emerged from the narrowing list. Her trust status was downgraded by mourning. Level 4, review hold a soft administrative phrase that meant the system was preparing to fold her into silence. But Amira was already gone. Not in a cinematic escape. In the same quiet way unmarked people had been surviving for months. Through the cracks of a city that could not possibly police every conscience at once. 2 days later, compliance visits intensified. A union hall in another town lost its reconstruction grant temporarily. A school administrator was formally warned for continuity protocol deviations. A pop-up clinic in a coastal district was ordered to submit expanded integration documentation. The council could report these as wins, and in a narrow tactical sense, they were. But the day of parallel care had seeded something more durable, because the recipes had already spread. Because the bridges were now a behavior, not a handful of replaceable heroes. And because the public now had a vivid image of what the council was actually asking them to accept. That feeding someone without a ban could be classified as risk. Back in the warehouse, the Mobile Republic reviewed the aftermath. Ruth was exhausted in the way architects are exhausted after a building survives an earthquake. They're going to tighten again, she said. New rules, better interference, more careful prosecutions. Samuel nodded. And they'll claim they're protecting fairness. Sana looked down at the new messages arriving from other towns. Requests for recipes, questions about witness rings, quiet offers from marked teachers and clinic staff. They didn't crush us, she said. They multiplied the need for us. Mira sat quietly for a moment. She thought of the monastery's stone walls, the ridge lights, Cho's weary courage, Marisol's dry practicality, Amira's silent crossing into danger. Then she opened the equipment case and read Ruth's rules again. Never let a map become your home. Never let fear decide who deserves help. She closed the lid. We're not trying to win a headline war, she said softly. We're trying to keep a human reflex alive long enough that it becomes normal again. Elias smiled faintly. That, he said, is how republics outlive kings. Outside, the city carried on. Truth Shield icons glowed on screens. Aegis bands flashed at gates. But in clinics, schools, and churches, that had learned the recipes by heart, people were quietly rebuilding the oldest system of all. Neighbors refusing to let each other disappear, even when a modern empire tried to rename mercy as a threat.